Well, there you have it, my sortie on the Rafale jet. Absolutely incredible. Lots of missions. The effort was really to showcase the different types of missions that this aircraft can perform, and it's an omni-role aircraft. It can switch from targeting aircraft in the air to ground attack missions to missions out over the sea, and it can do this seamlessly. So that is really what this aircraft is all about.
And my colleague Vishnu Shom now joins us live with the latest updates as well. Vishnu, as you have reported, President Murmu flew the Sukhoi 30 earlier. Now she's going to take a sortie in the Rafale fighter jet. How rare is it for a sitting president to fly in multiple frontline jets?
Well, we've had sitting Indian presidents do that from the time of President Kalam. We've had President Murmu fly from Tezpur in a Sukhoi 30 fighter. We've had President Patil fly as well in the past on a fighter jet. So there is, symbolism attached with this. Remember, the President of India is the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. So this is a symbol of respect for her. It is also the Indian Air Force. It is also the President vouching for the Indian Air Force's state-of-the-art platform, which is the Rafale fighter, which has had a fairly decisive role during the Operation Sindoor operations, not least of all in taking out multiple hangars and sensitive locations of the Pakistan Air Force in their frontline air bases, whether in Bholari or in Jacobabad, or in other bases. The Air Force will not tell us which fighter or which weapon was used at which Pakistani airbase, but there is no doubt that the Rafale, in addition to the Sukhoi 30, has been used extensively. The Indian Air Force has two squadrons of Rafale fighters. One is based in Ambala. The other one, the newer one, the second one, I should say, is based in Hashimara in Bengal, in North Bengal. And collectively, these form the cutting edge of the Indian Air Force's fighter fleet, the sword arm, as it were. For the Rashtrapati, it's going to be an opportunity to check out the integrated weapon systems, the integrated avionics on board the aircraft. She would be briefed on what it's all about, what it all means, some of the symbology. The sortie itself would last about close to an hour, perhaps a little less than that. I can assure you the President will not be pulling high Gs. That's something that takes some amount of training in doing. But I think there's a great deal of respect for the fact that she is going to be over here in Ambala flying these sorties.
Meanwhile, Vishnu, Operation Sindoor did give us rare insight into the Rafale's combat role. But tell us, how does today's event tie into India's larger air power messaging?
I think the larger message over here is the President sort of saluting the Indian Air Force over here, vouching for the Rafale fighter. It comes at a time when India is in talks for the potential acquisition of 114 more Rafale aircraft. There is a major file which is moved from the air headquarters to the Defense Ministry. If that is to take place, and it's a multi-billion euro order, then the Rafale would be manufactured in India, at least to a large extent, and would be in service with the Indian Air Force for several decades to come. But that's still very much in the works. For the moment, this is an important gesture by the President as the Supreme Commander of the forces. There may not be anything beyond just that. A ride on a Sukhoi 30, a ride on a Rafale by the President. There were some reports which suggested that a woman officer of the Indian Air Force qualified to fly the Rafale might be flying her. We don't have an indicator, a final indicator of that as yet. There was also some indicator that perhaps the tail number of the jet that she would be flying on would be one among many that the Pakistanis claimed had been shot down during Operation Sindoor. Again, that's not something that the Indian Air Force necessarily wants to get into. And I think, therefore, if we keep aside, the social media game being played by the Pakistanis and the ISI or whoever it is on Twitter, then this is nothing more than a simple sortie. It's something that's been done in the past. The President, as we mentioned, has flown on a Sukhoi 30 in the past. We've had former presidents fly on fighter jets of the Indian Air Force as well. This is taking place in Ambala in one of the two Rafale squadrons of the Indian Air Force.
Right. Vishnu, also, so how does the IAF typically prepare for a sortie like this? Tell us, what are the layers of protocol and security involved?
I don't think there's any security concern at Ambala Air Base. It would be one of our most heavily defended facilities. But the president would be extensively briefed. She would don a flight jacket and a G suit, flight overalls and a G suit. She would be strapped onto the aircraft. That's a process that takes some time. It takes some doing. If you are essentially a passenger in the back of a fighter aircraft, it's not something you can do yourself. It takes, a good 5 to 10 minutes to be properly strapped into the ejection seat. And that's a bit of a process. She has to be comfortable in that. She has to be comfortable in the helmet that she wears. Just putting on the helmet, it takes a little bit of an effort. She has to be comfortable in the oxygen mask, which she's going to be having on her face. So it's not a very comfortable feeling by any means of the word, not until you get used to it. Being strapped into an ejection seat with an oxygen mask over your face, but that's basic. When you get onto a fighter aircraft, all of these things have to happen. There is the flow of oxygen, which also starts taking place. And the G suit is important, but I would suggest that it's not something which would really be used in this case. There will be no high G maneuvers. She will not be likely pushing against the force of gravity, because if that were the case, then the G suit would really come into to action, where the bladders in the G suit inflate with air and constrict, the flow of blood in your legs and in your arms and in your torso, to ensure that you don't suffer from a blackout or as the case may be, a red out. But let's not get into that for the moment. I would suggest it's going to be a simple, straight sort of sortie, and in that sortie, she's going to get a chance to see a very integrated weapon system on the multifunction displays in front of her. The cockpit, the captain of the flight in the front cockpit would be telling her, would be demonstrating to her, ma'am, this is what you're seeing on the head-down display. There is a head-up display as well, which is a replicator through which you'd be able to essentially see what the pilot in the front cockpit is able to see. There'd be various displays which would be brought up for her so that she can get an idea of a simulated loadout potentially of weapons, of something called the Spectra, which is the electronic warfare suit of the Rafale aircraft, and other systems as well, apart from basic flight parameters. So I would suggest it's a fair bit of information to take to take in, but in having done, I guess, 15 odd sorties on fighter jets, I can tell you that each and every one is incredibly exciting, and this would be a fantastic experience once again for President Droupadi Murmu.
No one better to ask than you, Vishnu. Tell us, why was Ambala Air Base and the Golden Arrow Squadron chosen for this sortie, though?
Simple answer to that: 2 squadrons of Rafales, one in Ambala, one in Haryana. She was in Ambala, and so she's gone across to the squadron as the Supreme Commander. She can ask for a sortie. She can be offered a sortie, and I suggest that there is not very much paperwork involved. And so she's, and that's why she's flying from Ambala. It's where 18 jets of the Rafale squadron are based. The other squadron, another 18, based in Haryana.
Right. Vishnu, also the Rafale's recent frontline role in Operation Sindoor has been highlighted time and again. Tell us the significance of this high-profile flight for the IAF's morale and also the IAF's public image after Operation Sindoor.
The Rafale aircraft is an incredible platform. When one talks about fighter planes in the present context, it's about the integration of weapons with an avionics suit, the integration of weapons with a very powerful radar. The Rafale has a radar called the RBE-2, which is an active electronically scanned phased array radar. In simple terms, this is a radar with fewer moving parts. It's got what are called TR modules, or transmit receive modules, which send out electronic beams into the sky, ahead of the aircraft, above the aircraft, on the sides of the aircraft, and below. What this actually does is it enables the Rafale to detect targets in the air and on the ground, or perhaps out at sea, with a great deal of reliability and accuracy. That is then sort of mated to a weapon system in the context of Op Sindoor and the attacks on Pakistan. That was in many cases the Scalp, which is a subsonic cruise missile with a range of approximately 400 odd kilometers. It's an incredibly reliable missile. And once the parameters for launch were detected from the Rafale aircraft based on that radar which I just described, and other systems, right? Then at a particular time and place and altitude, and when the conditions were right, the pilot or the pilots of the Rafale jet would have, launched the scalp, which then follows it could follow different flight profiles. It could follow a very low profile. It could maneuver to the target before actually striking it with pinpoint accuracy. I would suggest that the Indian Air Force used multiple weapons against the primary targets that they struck. The military targets is what I'm referring to. Whether it was the hangar in Bholari, which was likely struck, I would suggest by a scalp, or in Jacobabad, where there were multiple F-16 aircraft of the Pakistan Air Force on the ground, or in Sakkar, where there was a UAV hangar, or against command and control facilities in some of their bases, Rahim Yar Khan, Noor Khan, many other facilities as well.
Yes.
Some of these most certainly would have been struck by the Rafale scalp combo. So the role of the Rafale, incredible, in that it integrates the scalp among several other weapon systems. I've got a fellow Rafale pilot with me, Shivarur. He flew the Rafale before I did. Back when he was on another news network, I'm not sure which one, there was great competition, and he beat me to that first sortie, which was, in the context of things, utterly unacceptable, Shiv. But go right ahead.
Shiv, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We know that you beat Vishnu at that competition, but as we're covering, this is no ordinary sortie. The Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces is flying in India's most advanced fighter jet in just a short while from now. Shiv, take us to the layers of significance behind this very moment that's about to play out symbolically and strategically as well.
Well, good morning, Parmeshwar and Vishnu. First of all, nobody can match Vishnu when it comes to fighter flights. He is, he's the paragon of journalists who've flown fighter flights. He actually opened up that entire world for all of us in the media. So
you've made Vishnu's week, Shiv.
There is no competition, and Vishnu knows more about the Rafale, I would wager, than most people who haven't flown Rafales. So today is a very special day, and Vishnu and I had a lot of fun chatting about this last night on my show as well. It's great to see President Murmu at the Ambala base. The Ambala base is not only very important, like Vishnu was pointing out, during Operation Sindoor. It's the home of the Rafale squadron, the Golden Arrows, which conducted those incredible strikes on all of those bases. But Parmeshwar, this is also a historic base. This is a base from where India has waged almost all of its wars against Pakistan in the past as well. It's a base that was there during the World Wars. So this base has a huge amount of history all by itself. So on this hallowed ground that you see the president now, observing a guard of honor, taking a salute, in front of those beautiful aircraft that have just been part of combat operations. It's a very important, prestigious day of honor for the squadron, for the base, for all of the personnel there, because the president, after all, is the supreme commander of the armed forces. It is a singular honor to be able to host her at the base, even on a visit. And it is a soaring honor for her to actually strap into, one of their own aircraft. And I think this sort of warrants constant retelling that the Rafale squadron, barely 6 months ago, was part of a historic combat operation where they were used by India for the first time in anger. These aircraft arrived during the pandemic. I remember them arriving sometime in 2020. And this is the first time they've actually been used in combat operations just 5 years later. So the president obviously will be flying in the back cockpit of a twin-seat Rafale trainer. These are combat aircraft entirely by themselves. And as Vishnu and I were discussing yesterday, the president has some time on fighters. In 2023, she flew in a Sukhoi 30 fighter in Tezpur, that was in the eastern sector. Today, she'll be flying about 250 kilometers from the Pakistan border. Ambala, after all, is a frontline airbase. Obviously, the airspace will be completely secured, etc. But this is going to be a very, very interesting to see. There are many layers to a flight of this kind. It isn't just a joyride by any stretch, because this is the president. This isn't just anybody else. This isn't some ordinary political VIP. This is literally the first citizen of the country, head of state, doing this. And therefore, the messaging goes out at many levels. It goes out domestically. It goes out to young Indians looking at the Air Force. It goes out to Indian women. Remember, the Indian Air Force has women pilots as well. And we're wondering whether it will be a woman pilot who will be flying President Murmu. There's no confirmation on that just yet. Obviously, there's going to be messaging to Pakistan as well, because these are war instruments, Parmeshwar, that were literally just used in combat operations. So all of the many radiating messages that go out from the Ambala Air Base this morning, I think, are very, very valuable.
Indeed. Chief, also we're given to understand that President Murmu is not likely to take the controls briefly?
What happens is, when Vishnu and I both flew in our Rafales, Parmeshwar, at about, at a certain altitude where it is safe, controls are given to you just to get a sense of the aircraft. Now,
all right.
During the Su-30 flight that the president took in 2023, we do know that she was given control for a brief while. There is nothing risky or dangerous about it. It's just the pilot, having the confidence in the person that he is flying or she is flying, to be able to hand them controls for a little while, get them to move the aircraft around a little bit, do some rolls, do some loops maybe, turn the aircraft around and see how responsive it is. And I can tell you the Rafale is an incredibly responsive aircraft. These are aircraft that are basically controlled by what is called fly-by-wire. These are extremely sophisticated, advanced, flight control computers that answer very sensitively to the smallest bits of input from the flight control stick, etc., inside the cockpit. And it's a different experience, I can tell you. Having flown in a Rafale and many other fighters, including India's own Tejas, a flight control computer, the manner in which, the smallest of inputs given by a pilot translates into an incredible amount of aerobatic agility in the air is truly something to experience. It's one thing to look at it from the outside. It's entirely different experiencing it from inside the cockpit. The president is 67 years old. She's by no means is she old, but she's 67 years old. So obviously the entire routine of the flight would have been tailored, keeping in view that this is the head of state, this is the president of India. So I don't imagine there will be any aggressive maneuvers. Vishnu can probably throw a little bit more light on that. But that doesn't mean there won't be some demonstration of this aircraft's agility and its ability to, do some pretty interesting things in the air. It won't just be a vanilla flight. And I think I'm pretty sure that President Murmu will get a chance to get her hands around that stick and move the aircraft around a little bit.
Well, we'll keep a close eye on all the developments. Vishnu is also still with us, Shiv. Vishnu, as we were discussing briefly earlier, we've seen leaders
if I can just jump in, the Rafale that we have on our screen has the tail number RB202. Now, that is not connected to BS001, BS021, BS022, or BS027. These were the numbers which the Pakistanis claim were Rafale jets which were shot down. Now, we know that these claims are grossly exaggerated, but be that as it may, I thought I would make a couple of observations. That's observation number one. And observation number two, I noticed the air chief in the video, in the live feed coming in from Ambala, in his flight overalls, in his G suit, with his IAF cap. You can bet your bottom dollar that he's going to be flying as well. Now, whether it's going to, he would possibly not be the person flying the president, but chances are he would be one of those flying a sortie on a Rafale as well. Whether it's front seat or rear seat, we don't know at the moment, but I expect that we would see Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh flying as well. In fact, go ahead, Shiv. In fact, I think that's him.
That's right. We don't have a confirmation on that, but Vishnu, you're right. It's quite likely that Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, who's obviously there, we've seen him in those pictures, accompanying the president, may fly as well. It would be fantastic if it was the chief flying the president.
It is. That is the chief there.
Yeah, that's the chief.
I don't know if he's going to be flying the president. They've not announced who the pilot will be, but there is. Yeah. As you know, Shiv, the chief doesn't miss an opportunity to fly. It's one thing for him to head the fourth largest air force in the world, but he likes to fly. He just flew a MiG-21 the other day. in Chandigarh, where, when it was decommissioned. He's flown the Rafale any number of times, the Tejas as well, etc. He headed the National Flight Test Center when I flew on the Tejas fighter. That's when I met him for the first time several years ago. But the fact that he's, in flight overalls and in a G suit means he's going to be flying at least one of those planes.
Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh is your prototypical fighter pilot, Vishnu. A guy who never leaves a chance to get into his flight overalls, strap on a G suit, and get into that cockpit. And I think it's incredible because given the number of senior officers who sort of give up flying as a result of higher duties and office in the Air Force, there are very few who continue to actually fly. And I think that's it's great to see the Air Chief sort of represent that incredible grit about wanting to fly at all times. And that's what the Air Force is really about. And that's right, Vishnu, you're right. That's Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh. You can see him in those pictures on your right. He was there in his fully in his flight gear, in his overalls and his G suit. There was a helmet in his hand. So he's obviously getting ready to fly as well. There is no confirmation yet over whether he's going to be flying the president or he's going to be flying in a separate plane. I think Vishnu is right. There might be a separate plane and somebody else will be flying the president. These smaller details will come out, Vishnu, I'm guessing in the next few minutes. Usually in such cases, Vishnu, if I'm not mistaken, the honor on the person flying the president is usually the commanding officer of the squadron. In this case, it would presumably be the Golden Arrow Squadron CO, the commanding officer. But there has been the possibility of this sortie being an opportunity for some different kind of messaging. Maybe a woman pilot from the Air Force would fly President Murmu. There are all these possibilities. Now, we don't know for sure because for security reasons, many of the finer details have not been put out yet. So it's only in the realm of speculation. But Vishnu, let's talk for a moment about what the pre-flight briefings, the checks, the preparations for the president. Would they be quite rigorous? Would they be quite detailed as well?
I think they would be. And I think there are a couple of things, Shiv, as you know, that cannot be escaped. Before a flight, there is a proper safety briefing which was given to the president. She would be wearing flight overalls and she'd be wearing a G suit. She'd have a helmet as well once she gets into the cockpit. And, this image on the left is what she had when she flew on a Sukhoi 30 sortie. So it'll be similar to this, but the Rafale has its own kit. When she gets on board the aircraft, she'd be strapped onto an ejection seat. That's a process that takes time. It's not something that can happen very quickly. There are many straps which need to be hooked on to the ejection seat. And then there is, of course, the helmet which she needs to wear, and there is the flow of oxygen as well from her mask. So it's not a comfortable feeling by any means. It takes a lot of time to get used to it. But these are things that she would have been briefed on. We're also joined now by Air Marshal Anil Chopra, a veteran fighter pilot, a Mirage man. The Mirage 2000 preceded, of course, by several decades, the Rafale fighter, but it comes from the same family of jets made by Dassault. Thanks very much for being with us. It is obviously symbolic, but I think it's a show of support in a sense from the government and from the president for India's Rafale fleet. Would you agree?
Thank you, Vishnu and Shiv, for having me on the show. Yes, very important day, not only symbolic, very important. She's the Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces. She must lead from the front. Rafale has had a great show during Operation Sindoor recently. And we saw that the Prime Minister and Defense Minister went and took pictures with the background, and rather spoke to the personnel with the background of the S-400. Now this is the first time somebody is flying the Rafale at such high level. We are also proud that the President, she's flying a second time. She's done Su-30 earlier. And of course, the chain was started by Abdul Kalam and Pratibha Patil, who also flew fighters. You all were talking a little about the preparation that takes place. I must tell you that there would have been a team which have gone to Rashtrapati Bhavan to check out her overall size, to get her, of course, she may have had the overall of the Su-30 flight, and to check out her helmets, to give her a macro level brief for maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, some of which will again be repeated today as she prepares for flight. Yeah, you talked about the cockpit. I must tell you that Su-30 cockpit is relatively larger. Russian cockpits are a little bigger. The Rafale, Mirage, they are tight cockpits. You have to fit in. Some people used to joke that, you need to put somebody with a shoehorn inside the cockpit. That's the kind of, cockpit it is. But Rafale is a great aircraft, flies very smoothly. Both of you have already flown it. And Rafale is the number one aircraft. And we are, with the Navy ordering the Rafales, we are and the fuselage being made in India, we are hoping that 114 aircraft Rafales will be perhaps ordered. The CO should traditionally be flying with him. If the air chief is flying, he should fly normally in another aircraft. The symbolism certainly goes up. And as you rightly said, that the air chief is a hands-on man. We have seen, he's loved by the media, he's loved by the masses because he's leading from the front. He's flown the MiG-21 solo and being a test pilot. I remember when I had come back from MiG-21 upgrade because I was the team leader. The chief was AP Singh, then group captain was sent for MiG-29 upgrade as a team leader. So we have had some close work, and as Vishnu, you mentioned that he has been at the NFTC, has been flying the LCA. He flew the LCA during Tarang Shakti, with the other chiefs, couple of other chiefs flying at the same time, including foreign ones. So I think today's a great day. It's going to be interesting. I think
we've got the visuals. Air Marshal, sorry to interrupt you. We've got the visuals coming in now of the president, I believe, getting off that cart. And she's already in her flight suit right now as she heads towards, she's kitted out right now. These are live images coming in from the Ambala Air Base. President Droupadi Murmu starting the process ahead of getting onto that Rafale aircraft and going on a sortie. It's a full body G-suit. I can tell you it's extremely hot. And there are no two ways about it. It's not designed per se for comfort. And when it gets hot in India, then it's not particularly hot now, but it can be very uncomfortable until such time as you are in the cockpit. But you can see the president now on your screens approaching one of the Rafale aircraft. As Air Marshal Chopra mentioned, she would likely be flown by the commanding officer of the Ambala squadron. But again, it's a bit of a process, as we've said, where she needs to be strapped into the aircraft. She needs to don a helmet. The flow of oxygen has to be comfortable for her. So it's not going to be a fast process. It's going to be slow and deliberate. And I think she is standing right now, a photo opportunity next to the squadron commander, Shiv.
And, may I just say that President Murmu looks absolutely terrific, in her flight suit and her overalls. She looks completely ready. She's wearing that cap, which obviously labels her as the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. She looks in excellent spirits. It's a cold day in Ambala in Haryana today, where the president will be flying. So the air is going to be nice and thick. Good day for flying. Air Marshal Chopra, you've flown from the Ambala Air Base many times, I'm sure. You've landed there. You've taken off. It's a frontline base, which has a lot of history to it as well. So take us through, what this means for the squadron itself. As the president gets ready to get into that cockpit, what would all the people of the squadron be feeling right now to watch their Supreme Commander be hosted in one of their own aircraft?
Shiv, I just saw the visuals, and I must tell you, the body language of the president is outstanding, very confident at her age, a lady, donning the overalls and the G-suit. Fantastic. The way she was walking, she was so confident. Normally a person of this seniority, and I have flown some of the senior people myself, some of them have doubts. They want to know so much more about the ejection seat, as if they're going to have to eject in the same flight. The kind of confidence that the president is exhibiting is absolutely making us proud. And you remember that normally in armed forces, you stop flying beyond 60, or at the best, the chief flies till 62 when he retires. And at her age, she's going to be flying. Yes. Now, as far as the base is concerned, Ambala is an old base. It has been an induction base for many, many types, including the Jaguar, the MiG-21 upgrade in the recent past, and even earlier than that, they have been, it's been an induction base. So the base is fully geared up. It's operationally very important. Must tell you that it's 200 kilometers from the border, exactly mirror image of Sargodha, which is 200 kilometers across the border on the other side. And Ambala has always been traditionally a very, very important Punjab base, along with Adhampur and Halwara, and has taken the brunt of, operation. That's why deep strike aircraft Jaguars were positioned here, and now it became the first base for Rafale. So as far as the squadron is concerned, when a person as high as the supreme commander of the country, the president, he or she is coming to fly, there is an extreme amount of excitement. There's going to be, she would have gone to the squadron, or they would have created a place for her to change. And from there, when she comes to the tarmac, there'll be technicians, there'll be airmen, there'll be technical officers who will be hanging around over there watching the entire exercise. Of course, very specially selected people would be next to her to make sure the security of the aircraft and, the preparation is done appropriately. So there is a lot of vibrance, and this vibrance is, visible on the videos that you are, showing it to us in the pictures. So there is going to be excitement, and I'm sure immediately after the flight. Now this flight, though she's wearing a G suit, I'm sure very high Gs are not going to be pulled by the squadron commander, who will perhaps be flying her. And yet, even a 2-3 G turn, at that age, it can create a significant force on the body, and therefore the G suit is very, very important. It is mandatory to fly these aircraft with the G suit because of that. Yes.
Ambassador Chopra, you've commanded a base in Punjab, a frontline base, Halwara. Many people will be curious, a base that is just about 200 kilometers from the border with Pakistan as well. When the Supreme Commander flies, is there additional security that takes place in the air and on the ground? She is, after all, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, undoubtedly, at any given time on the western border and elsewhere, there are operational readiness platforms called ORP, where there are, at any given time in Punjab and Rajasthan sectors put together, there'll be at least 3 bases which will have operationally ready aircraft where the pilots will be able to take off in 2 minutes. They'll be fully kitted already in G suits. The aircraft technicians will be sitting under the aircraft wing. The missiles will be loaded. Everything will be complete. So there is a certain amount of preparation, operational preparation, which is kept all the time. But when a president of the country or a prime minister was to fly from a base which is as near as this, more so that Operation Sindoor is technically not being closed off, and it is still active, though dormant for the time being. And therefore, all precautions will be taken. But, any country will be extremely foolhardy to do any mischief at this time, because if they do, the punishment will be, will be very severe. And therefore, I don't think anybody would do, but you cannot take chances. The Air Forces have to prepare. You know that in Republic Day Parade and during 15th August, we have a great air defense grid that we create around New Delhi, and similarly, this exercise would have been there. There'll be airborne fighters today. When she is flying, there'll be airborne fighters from the frontline bases like Adhampur, Halwara, and maybe Pathankot, Amritsar. Some of these bases will be active, and they'll be actively flying aircraft at that time. So I think this is the kind of precautions will be taken. Of course, the ground security will be looked after appropriately, which I don't need to cover. Also, I must mention that, the approach path and the takeoff paths, there'll be additional security, because the president is flying, and when she takes off, its aircraft is still relatively low, and therefore the funnels, the approach and takeoff funnels are also covered. Yes.
All right, Air Marshal, we've spoken about President Murmu's forthcoming flight on the Rafale. Could you tell us a little bit about the role of the Rafale in Operation Sindoor?
Yeah, you see, as we all know, that the initial mission was done by Rafale, had the Scalp missiles, but the biggest thing that it did was it had the Spectra electronic warfare suite. As we get more and more analysis, we know that not only it protected itself, it also protected the Su-30s and some of the other aircraft, because it has capability to jam, both airborne and ground-based systems. For some time, initially, and even today, Pakistanis continue to create a narrative that X number of Rafales have been shot down in the first few hours of the Operation Sindoor, but we all know that there's not a single aircraft been shot, no pictures have been shown. The aircraft numbers are known to us now, which the Pakistanis have been saying these are actually flying in an exercise right now abroad. So therefore, the aircraft itself has a phenomenal capability. It has the Meteor missiles. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion on whether PL-15E or the original PL-15 has been used. A couple of them have been found, at least around 15, I'm told, have been captured in some forms. At least 3 of them are in full shape. Apparently, they were fired outside range and they never could finally explode, but were found on the ground. So we know that the Rafale has done an outstanding job. It's important. Some people say that why do you need fighter aircraft? Why not continue to use BrahMos and from the ground, or use some other cruise missiles? The fighter aircraft gives you range, a phenomenal amount of range the fighter gets. The fighters can go deeper. Of course, in this particular case, we didn't go very much deeper. But in the long run, the fighter can go much deeper, especially the stealthy ones will go much deeper. So Rafale has played a great role. Reliability of Rafale is very high. It's got some of the best and most reliable engines, the M88, 2 of them. And the entire package is so good that can you imagine that the French have chosen to continue with a
Okay, Marshal, I'm interrupting you for half a second. And the reason I'm doing that is because we've got President Murmu inside the cockpit of the Rafale right now. She is being strapped in as we speak. So that flight is scheduled to take place, approximately at 11:30. I would suggest that given, what we are seeing now, it might take place a little bit before that. We're seeing the squadron commander presumably in the front cockpit of the Rafale as well. So this is a process that's, taking place relatively quickly. It's not easy to even get into a fighter cockpit. You have to stand on the ejection seat first. Then one by one, you put your legs down. You can only hold on to certain areas to gain support. So she did that really efficiently, effectively. She's obviously told where she can stand, where she couldn't stand. So she's being strapped in right now. The pilot in front, presumably the commanding officer of the squadron, is strapping in as well. Shiv, it's moving fairly smoothly, and I would suggest that from President Murmu, it comes from somebody who's done this before, which is very much the case.
Definitely, this is going to be familiar to her because 2023 is when she was at the Tezpur Air Force Station, and I remember that so clearly when she flew in that Sukhoi 30, a much larger aircraft. A larger cockpit, as Air Marshal Chopra said. It's a much more snug and cozy cockpit, if I can use that word, for the Rafale. But an incredible piece of technology. Once inside the cockpit, what's happening right now is also a very interesting few minutes, Vishnu and Air Marshal Chopra. And I would like to talk about that for just a minute. Because once the pilot is in the front seat and you've got the president at the back, there's a separate briefing that takes place here as well. There's a cockpit briefing, there's a systems briefing where the president will be fully briefed about, what she's looking at in front of her. Of course, there is a safety protocol that is given to her as well. But there's also a basic briefing given to what all she's looking at, because each cockpit is different. Fighter aircraft are largely the same. And veteran pilots like Air Marshal Chopra can jump into any cockpit, and with a little bit of familiarization and conversion training, they can fly any fighter plane in the world. But to the civilian eyes, each cockpit is vastly different. They do the same thing, but they are very different. The systems are different. And therefore, at this time, in these live pictures, what the president is receiving while seated in that back cockpit of that Rafale is getting a briefing from the commanding officer as well as the technicians and others about safety features, what she needs to do, what she's looking at, the kind of information that's going to be coming to her, the talkback system where she'll be able to hear the pilot who's flying her, what certain coded messages may actually mean. All of these protocols will be fed directly to the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. And I'm just wondering what an incredible moment this is. This is citizen number one of the country seated in the back seat of an aircraft type that just 6 months ago was part of a mini war with Pakistan, conducted incredible precision strike operations at standoff distances. And she's about to take off in the same aircraft type from the same airbase from where they operated. The symbolism is exploding. It's a great day for flying. Seems to be pretty gray, but that's quite standard for these early winter months. The Ambala base, like I said, very, very honored to be hosting the president. And I think it's all systems go, Vishnu.
Yeah, it does seem to be all systems go. And Shiv, just to continue from what you were saying, and Air Marshal Chopra would bear me out on this, the first thing I would suggest they do is they check to see if the RT is functional. In other words, the conversation flow between the pilot in the front and the president in the rear cockpit is fluid. It's proper. That the Vox level, in other words, the sound level, which in the case of the Rafale, if memory serves me right, is a small sort of dial on the left, is at the right level where the president is comfortable. And then,
Vishnu, sorry to interrupt you for just a moment. This is a lovely historic image. Look at this. You've got the Rafales there. And is that a gnat up there, Vishnu? You can correct me if I'm wrong. That's a gnat up there.
It is a gnat.
Yeah. It's a gnat reflecting the history of the Ambala base. This is an aircraft that did incredibly well during the 1965 and the 1971 wars. Small little British fighter aircraft, incredibly nimble, in many ways a game changer. And I love that the cameraman was able to zoom out and show us the little moment. Just a reminder. Go ahead, Vishnu.
But, Shiv, I mean, the president is ready to rock and roll, it seems. I mean, it's all done. The ladder has come off. You'll see the canopy going down soon. The oxygen flow would be on. We don't have audio right now, but, the engine start sequence will be commencing shortly. All the plugs will be taken out. And then, they'd be ready to go. I mean, at this stage, it's, they're primed and set. In as much as I said that it's a difficult process to actually strap in, it didn't take her very much time now, did it? And that's, and then she was ready for it. She knew what to expect. She'd obviously been briefed. And now the pilot would be going through his systems to check the status of his engines, the status of his electricals, the fuel flow into the engines. And let me not pretend to sound like a pilot. Let me bring in Air Marshal Chopra. So, sir, could you be the pilot that you are and tell us what's happening now?
Yeah, I must tell you, Vishnu, that there are three types of people who interacted. Two of them have got down. The first one was the SCW, the guys who helped us strap. These are technicians. They are wearing those yellow jackets. These are the guys who help you to secure you, to make sure that the safety pin of the ejection seat is out, you're strapped in correctly, and that your leg straps are in place. So they are technicians. Then there's a pilot from the squadron, normally a senior pilot, who will tell in the cockpit some important switches that you don't please touch, or this is the undercarriage lever, the front guy will handle it, or this is some button which has some the ejection seat operation, or will activate the canopy or something like that. So that pilot would have done the briefing. And the third, as you said rightly, is once the radio is connected, the intercom, there is an intercom. So she would have been told how the intercom will function between the two. The pilot will, in the front cockpit, the pilot in command, he will brief her, and whatever checks he's doing, he will call up those checks to her on the intercom so that she understands what's going on in the cockpit. The idea is to make it an operationally pleasurable experience for the Supreme Commander to be taking such a flight, and she must understand. And when she goes back after the flight, she will really know what the military aviation is all about. And therefore, the pilot will be telling, and of course, he will go through the starting procedure and, taxing. And at every stage, he will be updating the president about what's going on, what is there to see, what is on the left. He'll perhaps even show some places on the way within the Ambala airfield to say, look at the left, this is the squadron, our squadron headquarters, or this is where the other squadron is operating from, etc., etc. So like that, it's a the whole exercise made a pleasurable operational experience for the president when the president will sit. And also he will show the map on the screen display so that she can see, okay, we are here, after takeoff, we'll be going to point Bravo or whatever the waypoint he's going to go. And then he also perhaps put on the radar to say, see, this is how the radar is going to be. Of course, he will show the radar in much greater detail in the air, to familiarize her with especially some of these nav attack, systems. Also, I do not know what the sortie profile is, but a typically operational sortie profile is made to show her that, this is the way we attack, this is the way we will, be able to take off, launch an A-to-A missile or something. So she will be briefed all this in the air through, she can see it on the screen, on the multifunctional display screen, so that, she is that much educated. He'll be shown how much of fuel is left in the cockpit, where is it written, what is the distances to different points from here to Delhi, or what is the distance from here to Lahore. She will be shown all that on the map. So it will be made, very, very interesting. Ambala is close to the hills. They might take the flight a little towards the hills to show her the mountain peaks, which are already having snow at this time. These are very typical things, because when we used to fly, senior officers, when we were young in the squadron, when I was a flight commander, then some of the generals or army chief or somebody would come, then we would fly them, and with this the kind of way we would show them. Of course, in this case, the president would have been briefed great about all this, yes.
I love President Murmu in her aviators and her flight suit. She's looking absolutely cracker and ready for that flight. She's in the aircraft right now. The pictures on the left side of the screen are from a little earlier, just before she was taken into the aircraft. She's in the aircraft right now. The pre-flight checks have been done. Very shortly, the canopy will be closed. Our viewers would have noticed that there are two aircraft, there are two Rafales that have been prepared. So obviously, President Murmu is flying in one of them with the commanding officer of the Golden Arrow Squadron. The other Rafale to the right of it, which you can't see in these pictures, but when the camera zooms out, you can see it, as Vishnu correctly said, is the one in which the air chief is presumably flying as well, with another officer. So there are two Rafales that are going to be in the air. Hopefully, this will mean that there are going to be some quality air-to-air visuals as well, Vishnu. You and I, the eternal TV journalists, are going to be hoping for some lovely air-to-air imagery of the Supreme Commander in the air as well. So that's going to be something to very much look forward to. The next step now is, after this briefing, is the canopies will be closed. You'll have your engine checks, and then the aircraft will taxi out for a very quick takeoff. Air Marshal Chopra, coming back to, since you have flown from Ambala and you know the geography of this base and this sector in general, it's a frontline base. Like I said, it's close to the Pakistan border. You said it mirrors Sargodha. No one needs reminding that Sargodha is a base that India has hit in nearly all its wars, including in Operation Sindoor. And it stands to reason that nobody's going to try any mischief, but obviously Pakistan will be watching this as well very closely. India has made no secret of it. This was publicly announced that this flight would be taking place yesterday. But when a flight like this takes place, when President Murmu is in the air, what kind of airspace restrictions would there be? The aircraft, would be flying in a designated piece of sky, I'm assuming. So how is all of that planned out? How is that coordinated?
Yeah, Shiv, let me first tell you that the second aircraft which is parked, we all can see it, is also the standby aircraft. And just, though the reliability of the Rafale is very high, 99.7% is the known figure. But if the aircraft had to have some last-minute glitch for some reason, then the standby aircraft will be used by the president. Now, who will be flying in the standby aircraft today, we will know in a short while. I'm not very clear myself whether the chief himself is flying or not. But the point that you are making is that, when the president will be flying in a particular designated sector, which would have been earmarked, the profile would have been decided by the commanding officer and in consultation with the base commander, that area will be kept free. Certainly, our aircraft will not be there. There will be no airliners in that sector. The sector will be chosen in such a way that there is no civil traffic, maybe to show the president something on the radar picture. They will have another aircraft which will be in the air, maybe from a different base, where the Rafale will lock on at long range, show it to the president as to what is the kind of distance this can be achieved. As far as the securing is concerned, that it's public information. The president is flying. It's been known for the last 2 days now. And therefore, the whole world knows it. I mean, it's in media. So, therefore, as I said earlier, there is a little heightened security, more aircraft on operational readiness platforms, some aircraft in the air, sanitization of airspace in the area where she will be flying, etc. These actions surely will be taken. That will be applicable to the president, prime minister, even the defense minister when he flew. Mind you, I must also say that the only two people who have flown the single-seater aircraft are the president, Prime Minister Modi and the Raksha Mantri when they flew the LCA. So that is a very big thing. When the Prime Minister flew the LCA single-seat aircraft, India-made aircraft, it had a very different and connotation altogether. So today's sortie is going to be very interesting. You people must track what all did they do. What was the debrief is very, very important to know. What did the president get to be showcased? They could perhaps be simulating. It's possible to simulate scalp or hammer or even some electronic warfare. Some simulated threats could be shown to her on the screen in the cockpit. So there are a lot of things that she can be shown in this sortie. Rafale has a reasonable amount of range. I'm not sure that air-to-air refueling is planned for this sortie to demonstrate, because that itself is a great demonstration. Some of us have sat in the Rafale and done air-to-air refueling, and it's a different experience altogether. So what all is being planned in this mission, we will know after they come back, and I'm sure there will be a press release about what all they did. And as far as the airborne pictures are concerned, of course, the second aircraft will do some very close-up pictures. She can be waving from the cockpit. You will get to see, her in very close formation. The other aircraft can fly, but there'll be perhaps a UAV, which will be taking pictures right from the takeoff to flight, and will give us another perspective altogether, like we do for firepower demonstrations. So there are a lot of things that would have been packed into this whole profile, and some of these videos will subsequently be at some point, if not live, will be released to the media, and that will be absolutely fantastic. Yes.
Air Marshal, could you describe, for the benefit of our viewers, in simple terms, the man-machine interface on the Rafale? Because whenever one talks about the aircraft, one talks about its performance, its maneuverability, its weapons. But ultimately, it's how it all comes together as a system through this man-machine interface, which makes it a generation ahead of most other fighters that we operate.
The man-machine interface has gone through a huge change. And Vishnu, as you rightly said, that perhaps we're all the time concentrating on the Mach number, the G, and the weapon that they're carrying. We are all concentrating there. But to do all that successfully, man-machine interface is most important. You all remember that 40 years back, Mirage F-16, hot as controls, hands on throttle and stick. That means pilot, when he's engaged in combat or carrying out any combat maneuvers, he doesn't have to leave his hand to go to operate a switch, because all the relevant switches are on throttle and stick. Certainly the operational switches, queuing of the radar, firing of the missile, selecting of a weapon, all are in your hand and stick. Also, this is important because if you're doing that during combat and pulling high G, it's not possible for you to release your hand from the stick and throttle and go for a switch. So therefore, this hottest. The other thing is the screens. Single screen, large plasma displays, touch screen where you can choose everything. I can all of a sudden be looking at the engine. I could be looking at the fuel system, hydraulics, or actually be looking at the navigation or my, radar warning receiver, or I'm looking at the, operational situational awareness picture. So what all you can see in the screen. The third interface is your helmet. Now we have helmet mounted sights. We all made India-specific modification to Rafale. One of them was the integration of the Israeli dash helmet on this. There was initial reluctance by the French to allow that to happen. But that helmet-mounted sight is possible that you just point your head in that direction and your radar and missile all slew in that direction where the aiming index on the helmet, screen is there. So that is another area, mind you, to have a helmet in an aircraft where there's an ejection seat and having so many things, you have to make sure it's light, it tightly fits. Every pilot's head is mapped, and thereafter a helmet is created around it, because if he has to use it for slewing the weapons and radar, the helmet must be very, very correctly fitting on your head. So there are these interfaces. Of course, you have a big interface, head-up display itself, which is right in front, takeoff and landing, for weapon firing, for radar situation. So everything is, there. And the next stage is, of course, you have not in Rafale, but one day you will have the displays on the screen itself. There is also the, you can give voice commands. That is already here. In Rafale and in all future aircraft will be digital voice input that you will be able to give DVI, which will be able to order. So I can say, okay, armament switch on. I don't even have to press a button, and the armament switch will come on its own. The next step is a thought.
All right, Marshal, again, just for the benefit of our viewers, jumping in over here because the canopy is down, the engines will be starting up now, and we expect the President of India to sortie out momentarily in her Rafale sortie at the Ambala Air Base, not too far from Delhi, in a little while from now. The expected takeoff is closer to about 11:30, give or take a few minutes. But she's been comfortably strapped in, and the aircraft seems to be fine. So they would, taxi off. It will be a fairly quick process after this. But carry on, Air Marshal, with what you were saying.
Yeah, so we were talking about, the human machine interface, HMI, which is a very, very, important technology. Along it, we also know there's a greater amount of autonomy that's going to take place with AI and ML coming in. Not only the HMI is the human, machine interface is not only going to give you data, but is also going to help you decision making. It will give you inputs that will allow you to take, he'll urge you to take a decision and he'll suggest you a decision. Right? That kind of an interface is going to come up. So therefore, there are great times unfolding. We are at a 4.5 generation stage. The world is moved. A large number of 20 air forces have a 5th generation aircraft. 6th generation aircraft are flying, a couple of them. And, the technologies are known. On paper, even the 7th generation technologies have come up. So I think there is an exciting times for aviation. I must tell you that the fighter pilot is secure in the cockpit. Drones may come, missiles may happen. But for next 100 years, the fighter aircraft with the man in the machine are very much present here. So there is, action still there. And the naysayers have to think again, yes.
Spoken like a true fighter pilot, and I'm so glad you said it, sir, because, this is a big debate out there about whether the human in the cockpit will become redundant in the near future. And it's good to hear someone like you categorically say that the naysayers are wrong. The human will always be man and woman. We've got women pilots in the Air Force as well. Yes. The human in the cockpit is going to be absolutely, a permanent fixture. And we have a very important human in the cockpit right now in these live pictures. As Vishnu said, the canopy is closed and President Murmu is in the rear cockpit of this Rafale twin-seat trainer. Remember, a trainer doesn't mean it's not a combat aircraft. This is a full-fledged combat aircraft capable of executing all weaponry deployment, all airstrikes, all air-to-air missions, everything that a normal single-seat Rafale can do. This is obviously used for training of younger pilots as well, in addition to actual combat operations. So that's the one in which the president is going to be flying in. The engines are on. You can see the control surfaces, including the canard foreplanes. Those are the small little mini wings you see to the right and left of the cockpit itself. That provides the Rafale with an incredible amount of additional agility in the air. You can see the tail twitching as well. This is the pilot testing all of the control surfaces at this point of time. Those are the control surfaces that you see, the rudders, etc., which provide the incredible amount of aerobatic nimbleness of this aircraft once it goes into the air. Now, once the aircraft takes off and disappears into the skies, you won't be able to see it close up until we get those air-to-air pictures a little later. But Vishnu, what's going on right now? All the control surfaces twitching, everything being tested, the actuators, the hydraulics, the flight control system, everything being given one final check before the aircraft pushes forward, breaks out, and the aircraft moves on.
Chief, the cost of the helmet which the president might be wearing is close to $500,000.
Wow.
There are a couple of different helmets which the IF uses for its Rafale fleet. This would be the less expensive of the two helmets. The other one is a very special helmet. It's a helmet-mounted sight. It's from Elbit in Israel. It's called the Dash series of helmet, which projects a great deal of information on the visor for the pilot. And as I say that, you can see the president's Rafale now beginning to sortie out. There's a brake test which has just been done over there, and shortly after that, they'll continue to sortie out, to taxi out before they get ready for that flight of President Droupadi Murmu on the Rafale fighter. So it'll be a short taxi out. You can see the president waving over there, and that's the first of, I believe, two aircraft. The second one possibly with the air chief in it. You can see the air chief's, you can see the president's Boeing 737 in the background. That's the VIP aircraft that she likely arrived in Ambala in. And this, of course, is one of the two primary air bases of the Rafale, the other one being Hashimara in Bengal, which I visited a couple of years back. But it's the Ambala squadron of the Rafales, which was the first Rafale squadron formed. President Droupadi Murmu in the rear seat of that twin-seat Rafale fighter. She's taxiing to the runway now, and she should be taking off in just a couple of moments from now. Shiv.
Vishnu, I just noticed that the president's Rafale has a supersonic drop tank on it. Can you talk us through that? Why does the president's Rafale have a supersonic drop tank on it? I imagine additional fuel for redundancy and in case an aircraft needs to divert to another place. But it's that particular one is a supersonic drop tank, which is standard on the Rafale as well. Take us through that.
I think it's just,
so our viewers can understand.
I think it's just range extension. You're quite right. The tank under the fuselage of the Rafale is a supersonic drop tank, and that enables the aircraft to actually extend its range. I would presume with the addition of that tank, they'd be looking at a sortie of close to an hour or so. So that's essentially for extended range. I'm not sure whether the president would necessarily fly a supersonic profile. When you're inside the cockpit, you don't really know the difference between flying subsonic and supersonic, other than when you take a look at the instruments, which actually indicate to you whether you've crossed Mach. But that is the loadout, and it is being done for range. You can see the two jets now, one of them with President Droupadi Murmu, now moving to the runway at Ambala. It's Ambala, of course, as we mentioned all along, is a historic squadron of the historic airbase of the Indian Air Force. In more recent times, they've operated Jaguar fighter aircraft as well. In the past, we've seen a host of Indian Air Force fighter aircraft operate from Ambala. But the first of the two Rafale fighters, which is the one in which President Droupadi Murmu is in the rear seat, is now moving on the taxiway and will shortly be on the runway. Shiv.
And might I just add, Vishnu, that the grey, low visibility conditions here in Haryana are very much a reminder of pollution levels in these early winter months. Haryana and Punjab, two of the biggest offenders when it comes to pollutants in northern Indian air. But I don't want that to spoil the glory of these amazing images, because it is a beautiful occasion. The president in her Rafale now, moving towards the end of the runway from where that takeoff roll will be taking place. Okay, we've got some sound coming in. I think we've got some sound coming in. Let's listen. Unfortunately, a little bit of low visibility conditions. It could have been a crisper day, but we've got to fight with what we've got. That's the president's Rafale. There are two Rafales, as you can see. They're both taxiing towards the end of the runway. So, as Vishnu and I both reported, there will be two Rafales in the air. You can hear some additional audio coming in from the ground as well. You can see the hardened aircraft shelters and hangars as well. This is a frontline airbase after all, so these are concretized, reinforced hangars in which the aircraft are parked, because the Ambala Air Base is a frontline base not very far from the Pakistan border, and therefore all protections are provided to the aircraft at the squadron. And those are the semicircular structures that you see the Rafale taxiing past at this point of time. They will be moving towards the end of the runway and then getting fully prepared once they receive clearance for that big takeoff. One after the other, both those Rafales will get into the air. They'll be flying a flight profile, as Vishnu said, for about an hour, presumably, given that the aircraft seem to be kitted out for a degree of range. A certain sector has already been earmarked for this flight, and there will be a full briefing after the president touches back down over what exactly happened in the air. We can safely predict that there will be an entire profile for the president to enjoy in the air. She'll get to see the aircraft in all its glory. There will very unlikely be any aggressive maneuvers, but the president will be given a chance to see what the Rafale can do for sure. It is an opportunity for the president to get a very up-close view of an aircraft that has literally fired weapons during Operation Sindoor less than 6 months ago. So this is a valuable, very, very valuable and prestigious honor for the Golden Arrows Squadron in Ambala in Haryana, where this flight is also...
Shiv, if you'll allow me, let me tell you...
Yes, please, sir.
Visibility bit, since this is an issue right now. You can see visibility is very common. I have operated from Ambala many times in Mirage 2000. Visibility is an issue, but now, most of the airfields in India, the top line airfields certainly have been upgraded with modern airfield lighting and aids, navigation and approach aids. So this base has got everything. It's got a PAR, which is Precision Approach Radar. There is also the ILS. There is a TACAN. There is the radars which are all over. So therefore, missions can be brought back. Much larger packages can be brought back at short notice. Very, very close flying with each other. in such visibilities, and therefore President Murmu's aircraft will be absolutely under control. The extra drop tank is obviously to give her a little more fuel so that she can enjoy the mission. They will also take her supersonic, and as Vishnu mentioned, that the transition from subsonic to supersonic in these modern aircraft, you don't even come to know in the cockpit. The transition extremely smooth, because fly-by-wire also makes sure that there are no kinks in this transition. So visibility, yes, is an issue, but that's the way we have to learn to fight in Punjab and Haryana bases, and therefore the Indian Air Force is fully catered for. Same is the case across the border, because the visibility also is similar in Pakistan's Punjab, and therefore we have to go and strike some of these places in such poor visibility, and therefore when the aircraft comes, that will be aligned with the runway on approach. The height, etc., will be given. You will have enough aids for the aircraft to be able to land in very, very poor visibility. But the visibility today, I can see from here, your camera is showing air traffic control, which is quite far. So the visibility is not that bad, though it is bad, yes. So another thing you mentioned about the trainer, yeah, these are now world over, we stopped calling them trainers, we call them two-seaters, because they have full operational capabilities, as you mentioned. In fact, in many cases, the rear seat is occupied by the WSO, Weapon Systems Operator, as is the case in Su-30 and also in Rafale, who could take on part of the load of handling the weapons, the radar, and physically firing the weapons, especially when it comes to laser weapons. The workload increases in the cockpit. So all that has been catered for. As you add more capabilities into fighter aeroplanes, you have to create means for the load, the cockpit workload, to be balanced and to be reduced. Even in many fifth generation aircraft, there are single cockpits, and yet the workload has been managed through automation and various other support systems that are built. Yes, you're right. We are not going to be able to see the takeoff unless they had positioned some, Doordarshan camera next to the runway. I don't know. We should have given feed.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. We should hopefully get a sight of the takeoff, but I think it is unfortunately quite disappointing to see the conditions out there. The visibility seems okay, but it's overcast, and I dare say that the Tipness Grey scheme of the Indian Air Force's camouflage sort of blends in perfectly with with the environment. There was a lot of criticism of the then Air Chief Marshal Tipness, when he said that there needs to be a standardized camouflage of the Indian Air Force. That's because our IAF jets had fantastic camouflage schemes, none more beautiful than the Mirage 2000, which Air Marshal Chopra flew. That, of course, still has that light blue scheme, but all the other jets have this grey color. There was a conversation at one stage on whether the Rafales would or should replicate that light blue camouflage scheme of the Mirage 2000, but no, they decided they'd continue with grey. But I think there's logic in that, and I think Air Chief Marshal Tipness was entirely correct, because if you look at the conditions in the subcontinent, then chances are we may not be able to see much of a takeoff, because the aircraft goes into stealth mode with that environment and its colors.
Yeah. I must tell you, grey, when it was being chosen, there was a lot of discussion within the Air Force, and I was part of that discussion. And I tell you, I think it was a good decision. Whether it's mist and fog, or whether even when you fly over a jungle, dark jungle, or you fly over desert, and these are the 3-4 terrains that, and of course over the sea, these are some of the types of terrains you have to cater for. And I think this is one color which matte grey, it really merges with the background and makes it very difficult, especially when we people fly in formation. Mirages used to be AD escorts to some other type of aircraft. Keeping a track of your own formation sometimes became difficult, because the grey color was matching into that haze, early morning haze. Would be difficult to see the aircraft. So I think it was a good decision. But yeah, we were waiting for seeing the takeoff in the runway, but I'm not sure if we are going to see it. And Shiv and Vishnu, I unfortunately have to leave because of another important engagement. And it was great interacting with both of you, and always a pleasure to be with NDTV. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Air Marshal Chopra. It's always a joy and always a pleasure to get a someone who's a veteran and someone who's actually been in the cockpit, flying from the Ambala base, doing this kind of thing, talking us and our viewers through this incredible thing. Have a great day, sir. We'll see you maybe a little later. But,
all right, Shiv, the takeoff run, the first jet whizzed past us. It sort of merged into the backdrop, unfortunately, given the weather conditions, suboptimal. But I think it's the very first jet, and I think by now it would be already airborne. It doesn't take more than a few seconds for that Rafale to be airborne. Now, whether we get additional footage from a different camera angle or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But it has merged seamlessly into the backdrop. There you have it. That's one of the two jets. That could well be the second one. Whether it's the first or second, we don't know. But it is President Murmu who has taken off in that Rafale fighter from Ambala Air Base. You saw the afterburners light up for the takeoff, and then the pilot come off the afterburner as the aircraft continued to gain altitude, and the profile and the sortie of the president is now well underway. There are two aircraft, and I can confirm that the air chief is in the second aircraft. Unclear if he's in the front seat or in the rear seat. But the air chief, the chief of the air staff, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, is in the second Rafale, and the two jets would presumably formate at a certain stage as the president gets an idea of what it's like to be on the Rafale aircraft. These images coming in from the Ambala Air Base, it's unlikely that there would be air-to-air visuals coming in on a live basis, but presumably there would be something later on which comes. This is one of the two aircraft which is on the tarmac, possibly the second one. Unclear if it's the first or the second. We can confirm that one of the two jets is taken off. I believe that's the one that the president onboarded. Whether this is a replay of that takeoff or whether it's the second jet which is about to take off, that's something we have to wait and see. The Rafale comes in a single-seat variant, comes in a twin-seat variant. Both of the aircraft operating today are the twin-seat variant of the Rafale. These are they're not quite. I mean, at one level they can be used for training operations, but at another level these are fully capable of waging war and have, in fact, waged war. Presumably, some of these were used even during Operation Sindoor, the Rafale platform, where the single-seat or twin-seat was used. So that's one of the Rafales taking off right now, and that's all it took, and that's it. A few seconds, and it's in the air. It's not a Boeing 747 taking off. It's a fighter jet, and a pretty nimble one at that. Ship.
Incredible, very, very short takeoff, full afterburners. You could see the orange glow of the reheat of the two M88 engines as the aircraft blasted off. Pity that the visibility conditions are so low, but I'm pretty sure, Vishnu, that a little later the Air Force will be releasing some air-to-air imagery. Now, very quickly after taking off, those aircraft would have gained altitude, hopefully, to get over this a smog cloud over the Ambala base where the skies
Shiv, I've got some news for you. Shiv,
yes.
the group captain Amit Gehani is the pilot flying the president. He's also commanding officer of the Golden Arrows.
That's right. So as we both correctly reported, Vishnu, it's the commanding officer who is flying President Murmu in that lead Rafale. And the chief of the air staff, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, is in the second Rafale that we've also seen taking off. So they're both in the air right now, and the aircraft will be gaining altitude very, very rapidly. The Rafale is capable of climbing at a very impressive rate. So it's going to be able to clear some of this low visibility. It's a little clearer already, Vishnu, I can see. You know, with the aircraft having taken off, it's already a little clearer on the ground here at the Ambala Air Base. The aircraft will be in the air for about an hour. We saw that drop tank on the aircraft, which seems to indicate that it's going to be a bit of a leisurely flight, maybe 50 to 60 minutes, where the president will be, as we speak, in the air over Ambala, but likely away from it, because Ambala is a big city in Haryana. So the aircraft will be flown with the president to to a sector which has been designated as well, which is not a built-up area, and there are vast flying areas in Punjab and Haryana where this will presumably be taking place before the president lands back in Ambala in about an hour from now. So as we speak, very exciting things taking place in the air over the western sector, with the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces on board that Rafale. I'm gonna replay some of those pictures for our viewers right now of that dramatic takeoff of the Rafale. Just a couple of minutes ago. There you have it. Those are the pictures of the Rafales taxiing just a few minutes ago towards their takeoff positions, and we'll have that beautiful clip that is undoubtedly going to be the money shot of today, as it were, of the president taking off in her Rafale. We saw her waving, Vishnu, from that cockpit a moment ago, just as you and I did when we flew in those Rafales over a decade ago. I for one cannot wait to see the air-to-air imagery, because this is going to be very, very interesting. And as Air Marshal Chopra said before he left, I think there's going to be a lot of simulated, attack action demonstrated to the president in the air. She's going to be given a sense of what exactly the entire weapon deployment routine looks like, without obviously actually deploying any weapons, because these aircraft are flying without weapons. It's going to be a fascinating 1 hour for the president on board. She has flown in the Su-30, the Sukhoi Su-30 before this. But I can tell you, Vishnu's flown 15 fighters. I've flown 6 or 7 myself. Each and every fighter sortie is a different and very singular and unique experience all by itself. You connect with the pilot, you connect with the aircraft. The physical and emotional experience of being, in an instrument of war and such incredible engineering is an experience all by itself. And I think it is a unique honor that the Group Captain Amit Kehani, the commanding officer of the Golden Arrow Squadron, as Vishnu is reporting first, gets the honor to fly the president of the country in that Rafale. So the aircraft are in the air right now, Vishnu, and I think it's going to be about an hour before they land back again. And that's when the second money shot perhaps will be there, when President Murmu emerges from her aircraft, and we'll get to hear from her for the first time about that flight.
Also, Shiv, Group Captain Amit Kehani, the commanding officer of the Rafale squadron in Ambala, was recently honored with the unit citation for his squadron, the number 6 squadron's outstanding mission performance on Indian Air Force Day. The 17th Squadron is the Golden Arrows. That's the squadron in whose Rafale the President, Droupadi Murmu, is flying right now. They received this prestigious unit citation for exemplary performance during Operation Sindoor. And I think for the benefit of our viewers, let's sort of spell that out. Let's explain what exactly that means. This was the squadron which was involved in hitting Pakistan hard. The Rafales were engaged with their scalp missiles. And despite my badgering them day after day on what aircraft used what missile to hit what target, the Air Force would not and will not reveal that information. But it is a fact that you've got unit citations of the squadron. It is a fact that the primary ground attack missile is the Scalp. It is a fact that this aircraft was used, and therefore we can safely surmise that the hits on Bholadi, the hits on Jacobabad, some on Noor Khan, on Sakar, some of the other Pakistani air bases, were struck by this particular squadron. If you actually look at some of the gallantry award winners themselves, and again, the Air Force or the government refuses to identify which squadron the pilots were flying. There was a lot of detail over there, which if you follow aviation as Shiv and I do, then you would know what was happening. A lot of these pilots were flying into harm's way. They had encountered the launch of air-to-air missiles, the launch of surface-to-air missiles against them. The Rafale operates something called the Spectra. The Spectra is the world's most advanced electronic warfare suite on board any fighter aircraft of the class of the Rafale. And it essentially, among many other functions, detects where an incoming missile is coming from. It actively jams missiles across frequencies to ensure that it can actually protect that particular aircraft or the aircraft if there are others flying in the area. It can be used to automatically deploy flares and chaff, which confuse incoming missiles as well. So Spectra performed, as I understand it, extremely well during Operation Sindoor. And these were planes which came under attack. One keeps saying, Shiv, and I think it's again important for our viewers to understand this. In the context of Operation Sindoor, the international border or the line of control between India and Pakistan didn't really matter, because the ranges at which Pakistan was attacking us using PL-15 missiles or surface-to-air missiles, it made the location essentially redundant. It didn't really matter whether you were physically over Pakistani airspace or Indian airspace, you were vulnerable on both sides. And I think the vulnerability of the Pakistanis was made most evident on the 9th and on the 10th, because it was on the 10th in the late afternoon, not least of all because of the role of the Rafales and the Scalp missiles, which hit all of these frontline bases of theirs, that they came to the ceasefire table. That's the overall context, and that is the aircraft, one among many, which performed this role. But the Rafale had a huge role. That's what the president is flying on now.
And, those details will probably never come out in full measure, Vishnu, because they're all war classified details of, which weapons were used, where to attack which bases. But I think the stories that you and I have heard from inside the Air Force are incredible. It's a story of phenomenal grit. These were frontline pilots flying in harm's way, even though they were not flying out of Indian airspace. They managed to execute some truly momentous things, operationally speaking. And hopefully in the next few months and years, we'll get to know more about some of those feats that were conducted in the air. But I think what you say is very resonant, because the Ambala Air Base, from where these strikes took place during Operation Sindoor, has been chosen for a reason to host President Murmu today. When she's in the air right now over Ambala, she is flying literally in the airspace that these fighters were probably operating in when some of those missiles were actually launched. The Scalps that you talk about, the other electronic warfare systems that were engaged, the other long-range systems and weaponry that was deployed would have all been happening from airspace where President Murmu is flying right now. 6 months ago, it was, full of enemy action. And now you've got the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces flying in that same airspace. So that's a testament not only to India as a war-fighting nation, but also a nation that's confident enough to host its first citizen in that very same, combat-rich airspace just 6 months after Operation Sindoor. And I think that's something where we need to give a huge shout out to all defense personnel operating in the Punjab Haryana sector, who have all had a role to play in securing today's amazing sortie for President Murmu. They would have all been on duty and had a small or big role to play in securing airspace and making sure all the boxes are ticked for this flight. And that Rafale taking off is not just an aircraft taking off; it's a symbol, it's a message. It is, what some would call a muscle flex in some ways. This is a confident country, hosting its most important citizen. We're all equal, but the president is citizen number one of the country, and she is being hosted at an airbase, flying in airspace not far from the Pakistan border, flying in an aircraft that conducted those airstrikes, as Vishnu said, and doing it completely out in the open. The Ambala Air Base, the aircraft you see on your screen, has been the subject of some of the most vicious and ludicrous Pakistani propaganda over the last 6 months. Pakistan, despite having its entire defense establishment paralyzed as a result of missile attacks from India, has gone to town trying to propagate lies about aircraft losses at the Ambala Air Base and beyond. And today's demonstration by the Indian Air Force, with no less than President Murmu herself in the air, I think is a show of strength. It's a show of confidence. It is also a signal to Pakistan that we do not hyphenate. Remember, not once in the last 6 months has the Indian Air Force given Pakistan the time of day in terms of engaging with fake news and propaganda claims of aircraft losses or damage to air bases. The Indian Air Force could have very well, jumped in and tried to fact check Pakistan at every step. The Indian Air Force has just gone about its work and said, our work spoke for itself. Fact checking Pakistan doesn't need words. The actions during Operation Sindoor spoke very, very loudly for themselves. Vishnu, you and I covered them as well. And I think it is that symbolism, the subliminal nature of what we're seeing in the air right now over Ambala, that is perhaps most important.
No, it is. It is subliminal. And, there's been this quiet resolve at the level of the Indian Air Force. And I think you make an important point. And whenever I reach out to the Indian Air Force and say, there's all sorts of things being said about you on social media, their response is, that's fine. We are not responding to every outrageous claim that's being made. And to me, on occasion, it feels that, why are they being so defensive? But they point out that, Vishnu, we don't want to get out into this tutu meme which is playing out. And, NDTV has broken all the pictures of all of the attacks which have taken place. It's there for everybody to see. It is a fact that it was the Pakistanis who came to the ceasefire table on the 10th of May 2025. Yeah. 3 days prior to that, when India's Director General of Military Operations called up their DGMO rebuffed our DGMO and said, now that you've hit spaces in Pakistan, we're going to retaliate. That's what they did. 3 days later, this DGMO called up our DGMO and said, okay, we've had enough. Why is that the case? And I think just shift very briefly to talk a little bit more about what I was saying. The operations that the Indian Air Force pilots did, including pilots from Rafale squadrons and some of the pilots from this squadron as well, were exemplary because the dangers that they faced, were huge. So in as much as weapons are launched from a long range, the fact of the matter is that these aircraft were still within the range of Pakistani air-to-air missiles or the range of Pakistani surface-to-air missiles. If you look, for example, at the citation of one of the pilots which I've got up, Group Captain Manish Arora. Again, I don't know if he was a Rafale pilot, he could have been another. He was a fighter jet pilot. I'm just reading it out. During an operation, he flew as mission leader in an unescorted strike mission. The airspace had seamless radar coverage and was defended around the clock by aircraft equipped with long-range, state-of-the-art, beyond visual range missiles. That refers to the PL-15 that the Pakistanis were operating. The opportunity to penetrate this hostile threat envelope was limited, and the launch window to deliver the weapon, which Arora had on his aircraft, was significantly short. His profile entailed tactical formation routing at low level by dark night, followed by aggressive maneuvering, right? And so during weapon delivery, he was flying under the adversary's lethal ranges and had multiple aerial and ground launches on him. This was the nature of the danger that our pilots continued to face. Therefore, I think it's important to reflect on this as we talk about what the president, and what she has experienced.
It's incredible to think about all of these things that Vishnu has just said. And Vishnu and I'll be back, in a few minutes. We're going to take a break right now. The president will be in the air right now, enjoying that incredible flight, getting a chance to see the Rafale literally stretch its wings and see what this incredible aircraft can do. And we'll be live once again once the aircraft lands back in under an hour from now. So very quick break. Enjoy these pictures and we'll see you on the other side.
Day of mega rallies in Bihar today. Rahul Gandhi.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest election. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts. debates,
war-struck country,
hard questions,
in the Ukrainian
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area,
North Ukraine, in France, in Italy, at Srinagar, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom, only on NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The battle for Bihar is on. Bihar on a turning pitch, or captain stays the same.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रूहान, दोबारा से।
Breaking updates, a major development in international trade diplomacy while speaking at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation CEO Summit in South Korea. US President Donald Trump said that he's going to do a trade deal with India and that he has great respect for Prime Minister Modi. Praising Prime Minister Modi, Trump said, and I quote, "Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He is tough as hell." The latest remark has reignited attention on the India-US trade negotiations that have been quietly progressing for months but have seen several twists and turns. Let's listen in to what exactly President Trump said.
If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship.
We're joined by Aditya Raj Kaul on this. Aditya, this could mark the most significant upgrade as far as India-US economic ties are concerned. There have been multiple rounds of talks between the two nations now. Donald Trump confirming that deal will be soon. This is, of course, huge considering the relations between two countries saw a lot of volatility in the last few months, isn't it?
That's right, Radhika. It's an important statement by the US President Donald Trump speaking in South Korea, indicating that he appreciates and praises Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but also a very significant statement saying that he will sign a trade deal with India very soon. Now, how soon is anybody's guess, because the progress of the talks have been happening over the last few weeks and months. But as you rightly said, there have been various twists and turns. Also, Donald Trump not only praising Prime Minister Modi and then going on to say that he will sign a trade deal with India, but again, the same rhetoric, the same kind of fictional, imaginary story about stopping the India-Pakistan war using diplomacy by the American side. That's not true at all. At the same time, he says that he used trade to stop India-Pakistan war. He reached out to Prime Minister of both the countries, and then both the countries reached out to America because they didn't want trade to stop it with US. That's not how things happened. It was Pakistan who begged India for talks to happen. But we'll have to wait and watch how soon the talks can progress and a trade deal can be signed. Will it happen in November? Because November is the deadline. And Donald Trump, of course, has now made this statement that he will sign a deal. What will be the nitty-gritties of this perhaps will be clear within the next few days.
All right. Thank you, Aditya, for getting us all of those details. We'll keep tracking this developing story with you. For now, we'll slip in a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Keep watching NDTV.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
And what a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The battle for Bihar is on. Bihar on a turning pitch, or captain stays the same.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. This is a show not only about the headlines but the meaning behind them. Let's get started with the headlines at 12 noon. US President Donald Trump's big remark amid trade standoff claims that he is positive of a trade deal with India and that he has a great deal of respect for Prime Minister Modi.
If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship.
President Murmu flies the Rafale, takes off from the Ambala Air Base, first Indian president to fly the French superjet. Day of mega rallies in the state of Bihar. Today, Rahul Gandhi to hold joint rallies with Tejasvi Yadav in Muzaffarpur and Darbhanga. Union Home Minister also holding rallies, and so is the AIMIM chief. Cloud seeding politics simmers in the national capital. First two cloud seeding trials yield no rain. Aam Aadmi Party alleges artificial rain fraud attack on the BJP. BJP accuses the Aam Aadmi Party of political games. And shortly, India face Australia in Canberra today as the T20 series kicks off. Focus on captain Surya Kumar Yadav's form. We begin with some breaking news at the top of 12 noon, a major development in international trade diplomacy. While speaking at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation CEO Summit in South Korea, US President Donald Trump has said that he is going to do a trade deal with India and that he has great respect for India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Praising Prime Minister Modi, Trump said, and I quote him here, PM Modi is the nicest looking guy, he is tough as hell, unquote. The latest remark has reignited attention and focus on the India-US trade negotiations that have been quietly progressing for months but have seen many twists and turns.
If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship.
Aditya Raj Kaul and Vishnu Som joining me on that big story at the top of 12 here on Breaking Ground. Aditya, coming to you first. It's not the first time that we've seen Donald Trump softening his stand on India amid the tensions over tariffs. And now he's made this big statement. How do we read into this?
Well, Vedika, a very significant statement coming in South Korea. President Trump clearly indicating that he will be signing a trade deal with India. You know, before this, he had made a lot of statements on the trade deal, the negotiations, and how he tried to apparently stop the India-Pakistan war. But this is the first time that he says that he will go ahead and sign the trade deal. There's been softening of the stance ever since the SCO summit in Tianjin a few weeks ago. But again, it's important to mention that while Trump says that the trade deal will happen, the signing will happen, there is no timeline that has been set. And also, he again goes on to go on the same kind of a rhetoric and propaganda on stopping the India-Pakistan war. He also says that, you know, it was he who approached India and Pakistan, and then India and Pakistan said that, no, we cannot stop the trade with you, and, you know, we will stop the war. So that's not how things happen. It was Pakistan who approached India, almost begged after Operation Sindoor for DGMO talks and the war to be stopped. So we do not know what the timeline really would be. Let's remember that November is the deadline for the trade deal to happen. Will the timeline really be met? Is anybody's guess right now, but it does seem that there's been some important progress that's been made. There have been important visits both in New Delhi and Washington, D.C., and it's likely that by next month there could be some steady progress and perhaps the first tranche of the trade deal could be signed.
Senior Managing Editor, NDTV, Vishnu Som also live with us. Vishnu, how do we read into this? How significant is the statement by the US President given the current status of trade relations between the two countries?
Well, this is what he said right now, and I think Aditya will bear me out when I say that let's perhaps have this discussion tomorrow at the same time and see if the statement remains. But be that as it may, it is significant because with Trump saying that there will be a trade deal, chances are that we are progressing towards that. Now, we've consistently reported that there is a great interest in India in pushing through a trade deal. It works at so many levels economically. It gets rid of those sanctions. But then the entire issue of trade has been mired because of additional American sanctions on India's continued import of Russian oil. But with America putting new, fresh sanctions on Russian oil entities, the amount of oil that India apparently importing from Russia has gone down. So is that one way of sort of overcoming all the problems which America has with India importing Russian oil? And is that therefore something that links into potential progress being made on a trade deal, number one? And number two, what will irritate New Delhi still are these constant references to Op Sindoor.
Yes.
As somebody covering Op Sindoor closely, I can tell you that in as much as America, and specifically President J.D. Vance, did reach out to Prime Minister Narendra Modi on approximately the 8th or 9th of May 2025, saying that Pakistan was planning something much larger and much bigger, the response that the Americans were given by India was that if they do that, then we will escalate even further. And that's exactly what India did. We escalated, we hit various air bases of them, etc., etc. America did not have a role in ending this. It was Pakistan that came to the ceasefire table in the afternoon of the 10th of May, which is something that the American president just doesn't seem to want to get into at all.
Vishnu, like you're saying, there's some steps perhaps being taken towards making this a significant trade deal as and when it happens. Who knows what Trump will say tomorrow. But let's just for a moment talk about the sticking points because of which this trade deal has been delayed over the last months and years.
Well, I think a couple of the sticking points have to do with the various sectors. Number one, agriculture and dairy. Then there, of course, is affiliated to genetic crops, which the Americans want to bring in. Now, for all sorts of reasons, for example, cultural sensitivities, we do not want our market to be flooded with American dairy products because in certain cases, these dairy products are fed with meat, and that's something that doesn't work at all as far as we are concerned. There are other areas where we also have some concerns about protecting the interests of farmers. We do not, for example, want our economy or our sectors to be flooded with genetically modified variants of certain crops. However, there are others which may be more acceptable. Soya bean is something where there seems to be some progress between the two countries. But those are just a couple of areas which can probably be addressed. And India is negotiating very, very hard because we are very clear that the interests of India come first and foremost, right? So they talk about making America great again and everything being done in America's interest. This is about India ensuring that we remain great and ensuring that whatever trade deal that we do protects our own interests. So you've got two sides working on that premise. Trade deals are never easy to take place. But I dare say that the larger areas where India and the US can have a meaningful trade deal are things where both sides, are broadly agreed upon. It's a question of implementing this, whether it's going to be a small deal which ultimately results in a big trade deal or a big trade deal from the very onset, which is what America wants. That's something that we don't need.
All right, Vishnu and Aditya, thanks for joining me live on that developing story. We'll, of course, keep tracking it through the day today, and the impact that this statement could have on the days ahead is a question that only Donald Trump can answer at this point, but this is going to be one of our top stories today. We have some more breaking news coming in. Big update on the cloud seeding process here in the national capital when the pollution is high. As per Delhi government sources, there will be no cloud seeding today. This as the moisture content of the cloud is below 30%.
देखिए अभी आईएमडी के मुताबिक 10 से 15% अभी तक भी मॉइस्चर है। कल हमारी 10 से 15% वाले मॉइस्चर में ट्रायल हो गई है और अब जो अगली ट्रायल है वो 10 से 15% मॉइस्चर से ज़्यादा मॉइस्चर 20%, 25% मॉइस्चर पे होगी। शाम तक की उम्मीद है जो आईएमडी के मुताबिक कि शाम 4 बजे के बाद मॉइस्चर और बढ़ने की उम्मीद है। तो जैसे ही मॉइस्चर की रिपोर्ट आएगी तो अगली ट्रायल फिर से शुरू की जाएगी। अभी मॉइस्चर जैसे बढ़ेगा तो उसमें बरसात की परसेंटेज बढ़ जाती है, लेकिन 50% हिस्टोरिकली 50% मॉइस्चर पे तो बरसात हुई है। अभी आईआईटी की ये कोशिश है कि अलग अलग परसेंटेज ऑफ मॉइस्चर पे अलग अलग ट्रायल कंक्लूड की जाए ताकि एक ऑथेंटिक डेटा हाथ में आए कि कितने मॉइस्चर पे बरसात होने की पक्की संभावना है। ऐसी अभी तक रिसर्च चल रही है।
In related news, IIT Kanpur, the brain behind the cloud seeding experiment, has now said that the cloud seeding activity has been put on hold due to insufficient moisture in the clouds, and the process, they say, is dependent on right conditions. Ishika now joining me live. Ishika, 3.2 crores is what I believe the experiment costs. It's now been put on hold. What do you have for us?
Make possible in the coming days.
So when the next trial is going to happen? Well, yes, in fact, if you talk about the cloud seeding that happened today, there were 2 trials that were conducted yesterday. And the big question certainly was only on the moisture content. Because if you look at yesterday's assessment, it was 15 to 20% only moisture that was recorded. And that is why what we saw on the ground was just precipitation. Now, in fact, today, if we talk about what's the government strategy ahead, well, joining us now is the Environment Minister in the Delhi government, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, with us. Sir, how do you see the yesterday's 2 trials that you conducted on cloud seeding?
Those were the successful trials. The purpose of the trial was to find out that in how much moisture can Delhi get a rain. So yesterday the moisture was between 10 to 15%. So that was the first trial on the clouds done by IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur is trying to study that in the Delhi conditions, at what point of time with how much percentage of moisture can Delhi get a rain. This was the first trial, and these kind of trials, there will be another 7 to 8 more trials in coming days.
You're saying 7 to 8 more trials, sir. Any of these trials being conducted today as well, sir?
See, as of now, when we are talking, the moisture is in the cloud is around 10 to 15%. We are waiting to increase. The IMD has said that after 4 o'clock, there is a chances of more moisture in the air, in the clouds. The moment we'll get that report, we'll try to do a cloud seeding again, maybe today or tomorrow.
So yesterday, when these 2 trials were conducted, we saw precipitation, but not actually, what you were expecting, the artificial rain. Are you still calling it successful? No,
yes, it's 100% successful. The reason being was the purpose was the trial. It was not just for the rain purpose, because we don't have our data in our hand. that at what point of time we should do a cloud seeding. That is the reason IIT is doing a trial, and that is the reason it is called a trial. So as far as the trial is concerned, it was a successful trial.
So now the opposition, the Aam Aadmi Party, is attacking you. They are also, in fact, doing the personal attack on you. But besides that, also they are questioning that is it actually a waste of public money, is what they are calling it.
See, Aam Aadmi Party has been trying to do so in last 10 years. They have been every year they were saying कि हम cloud seeding से बरसात कराएंगे, हम cloud seeding से artificial rain कराएंगे. They were not able to achieve even a single C of the cloud seeding. So, with the guidance of Rekha Gupta ji, the Chief Minister of Delhi, the government is able to get the majority of that purpose is of cloud seeding, which is signing agreement with the IIT Kanpur, getting the plane, getting it modified, getting the mixture done, and trying to get the spray and get the results. So definitely they will be speaking against us because they feel that they have been a biggest failure in last 10 years. That is the reason now they are shouting against us.
Well, sir, our anchor also has one question for you. Yes, Vedika.
Ishika, my question for the Delhi minister is 3.2 crore rupees is what we're spending, I believe, on this experiment. When are we willing to go ahead? I mean, for how long will we go ahead with it? When will we say, okay, this is not working? And what are the alternative strategies that the Delhi government is working on along with cloud seeding at this point?
So if you talk about, the cost that is going here for the cloud seeding. So, sir, you talk about the cost there, the questions are being raised. So how do you, see that also? Because there is, in fact, amount of money that is going there. And till when are you going to proceed with these cloud seeding trials?
So each trial is costing us around 20 to 25 lakh, as I earlier said. And we will have around 9 to 10 such trials. The purpose of getting these trials is, as I said earlier, is to find out that under what conditions we can get a rain here in Delhi. So this is a study done by the IIT Kanpur. I do not understand how can Aam Aadmi Party simply say that is a waste of money. The waste of money was when you put a 200 crore rupees air purifier here in Delhi, which was useless as putting as a junk. The waste of money was when you put 20 crore on ordnance. That was the waste of money.
So, sir, till the time Delhi sees artificial rain, the cloud seeding trials will continue?
Yes, it will continue.
Well, in fact, as you heard here, Vedika, the Environment Minister clearly saying here that until and unless, Delhi sees the artificial rain, the cloud seeding trials here will continue. And,
right.
Despite that also, the Environment Minister goes on to say that there are various other steps also that are being taken on the ground, especially the steps under the GRAP that is already implemented here in the national capital. Over to you.
All right, thank you for that interview there. Some clarity from the Delhi government on how long these trials will go on for. According to the Delhi Environment Minister, it takes about 20 to 25 lakhs every time this experiment is conducted. And they're ready to conduct about 9 to 10 experiments. But now let's tell you about the air in the national capital this morning. What I can tell you is I have been coughing for the last 1 week and so have my colleagues in the newsroom, and that is the case wherever you go. The air in the national capital this morning remains very poor. It's in the very poor category with air quality index around central Delhi's ITO at about 307 as per the Central Pollution Control Board. This even as Delhi government conducted 2 cloud seeding trials yesterday to induce artificial rain in the capital as part of measures to curb the deteriorating pollution levels. Now you have the Delhi Environment Minister say that, well, these are experiments we're carrying out, these are trials, they were successful. However, the 2 sorties from Kanpur and Meerut failed to induce rain and are yet to yield any visible results. It is important to understand that despite the efforts to reduce the AQI there has been no significant drop in these pollution levels and only marginal rains which have not helped the national capital to breathe any better. Meanwhile, IIT Kanpur in a statement said that the trial had been successful for cloud seeding with 8 shot flared in outer Delhi area. But today, they have also come out and said that they will not be holding any trials today. The initiative, of course, has another flashpoint in Delhi's politics. Former Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj and, of course, Arvind Kejriwal have questioned the BJP-led government's decision to conduct trials on a day when the India Met Department had already forecast rain. The Aam Aadmi Party went ahead and called the operation a complete failure of all government engines. The comments came in as the capital's Environment Minister, Manjinder Sirsa, hailed the exercise as successful. The BJP, meanwhile, has trained guns at Arvind Kejriwal, saying that despite flaunting his IIT degree, the Kejriwal government failed miserably to control the biggest problem in Delhi, which is pollution. I want to now take you through some of the pollution levels in the national capital region and beyond for you to understand how this has been a big fail. Let's just bring you some of them. There's Bahadurgarh, where it's 370. Delhi City Fort is what I want to show you, 339. These are real-time levels that I'm bringing to you. Then you have Wazirpur in Delhi, which is 333. Also, let's bring you another one from Delhi after Wazirpur. Well, Panchkula is in the outskirts. It's beyond Chandigarh, but that also heavily impacted, being 332. And Nehru Nagar being 324. So that's what we're talking about, that there has been no impact on the pollution levels in Delhi, despite the 2 attempts yesterday at cloud seeding. The Delhi government says that it is a success, but of course, we're not seeing any respite to us Delhiites right here in the center of that pollution level being so high and toxic. Let's bring you the politics over cloud seeding. Some statements coming in from leaders from different political parties.
प्रदूषण एक ऐसी गंभीर समस्या है जो 12 महीने की है और दिल्ली की हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार और केंद्र सरकार मिलकर इस समस्या को लेकर बहुत गंभीर है और इसको दूर करने के लिए एक लंबे उपाय की जरूरत है। मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि दिल्ली की सरकार फौरी उपाय ऐसे कर रही है कि जिससे जनता को तुरंत आराम मिल जाए और क्लाउड सीडिंग अगर इस मामले में इसका उपयोग होता तो मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूं। लेकिन फिर मेरा मानना यह है कि लगातार इस काम को बढ़ाने की जरूरत है और हम लगातार दिल्ली वालों के लिए स्वच्छ हवा का प्रबंध करें। इसके लिए हमारी सरकार गंभीर है।
कृत्रिम वर्षा और क्लाउड सीडिंग के नाम पे बड़ा फर्जीवाड़ा कर रहे हैं। ये कहा जा सकता है कि भगवान इंद्र करेंगे वर्षा और दिल्ली सरकार करेगी खर्चा। नेचुरल रेन कल से आप देख सकते हैं कि छठ पूजा के दिन हो रही थी, अलग अलग जगह हल्की हल्की बारिश हुई है। तो इन्होंने कह दिया अब आज हम जो है नकली बारिश कराएंगे। अरे भाई जब असली हो रही है तो तुम नकली क्यों कराओगे? दिवाली के अगले दिन इन्हें करानी थी, तब इन्होंने कराई नहीं। बीच में इन्होंने एक दिन कह दिया कि हमने बुराड़ी के अंदर सक्सेसफुली करा दी और बुराड़ी के 11 साल से रहे विधायक संजीव झा जी ने प्रेस वार्ता की कि बुराड़ी में तो कहीं बारिश हुई नहीं।
So while there's been little rain or no rain, there is a political storm that has of course ensued. You have the Delhi government saying that, hey, our trials yesterday were successful, but the brain behind these trials, which is the director of the IIT Kanpur branch, have now said, he has said rather, that cloud seeding attempts yesterday was not successful. He was in conversation with my colleague Shivarur.
First question to you, sir, is can you give us a sense of whether today's cloud seeding experiment was successful? The flight took place earlier today. We haven't had an update since then. We haven't seen rain either. What happened, sir?
So we actually did 2 sorties, one in the afternoon, one slightly later in the evening. A total of, I believe, 6 plus 8, 14 flares have been fired. I just want to make one correction. I was listening to you that these flares consist exclusively of silver iodide particles. That is not quite correct. We have our own mixture where the silver iodide content is only about 20%. The rest is a combination of rock salt and common salt.
Okay.
So this, as I said, this was fired. The aircraft has returned to Meerut airfield. There hasn't been any rain so far. So in that sense, it was not completely successful. But unfortunately, the clouds that are present today do not have very high moisture content. I'm told it was only up to 15-20%. So the possibility of causing rain with such low moisture content is not very high. But we hope that at least this trial has given more confidence to our team that we can continue conducting these trials. And we'll again try tomorrow and let's see what happens.
How many more such flights are scheduled, sir, as part of this particular experiment?
So tomorrow we are going to do 2 more flights. And then we'll continue doing as and when we get cloud cover.
The news just coming in, the cash for jobs scam erupts in the state of Tamil Nadu. BJP leader Annamala has said that the Enforcement Directorate has claimed that civic body jobs in the state of Tamil Nadu are being given away for 35 lakh rupees, and that as per the Enforcement Directorate, 150 candidates are part of the scam.
$2,500 candidates posting in the local administration, water and supply in Tamil Nadu government has now caught with the corruption net. To the tune of 25 lakhs to 45 lakhs been given for one candidate, totaling to more than 625 crores is staggering. And this is not the first case. Senthil Balaji is hanging on the thread with just the judgment is pending for the same cash for jobs scam which is there. And there is one more person in the local administration. Looks like the entire net of politicians of DMK, staffs of the government, and many are involved. And ED had sent a letter to the DGP asking him to file an FIR so that they can proceed with the investigation. Clearly shows how corruption is deep-rooted in this DMK, wherein the corruption money flows to the top or maybe till to the Chief Minister of the state, M.K. Stalin. This DMK government is deep soaked in corruption, and we demand the timely action, and those who are responsible should be punished.
Mukesh now joining me live on that breaking story. Mukesh, a huge allegation of corruption there. What action is the Enforcement Directorate taking? Where does the investigation stand?
देखिए, तमिलनाडु में कैश फॉर जॉब का एक बड़ा घोटाला सामने आया है और जो ईडी है उसने एलिगेशन लगाया है कि ये घोटाला कई सौ करोड़ का है और इसको लेकर ईडी ने जो तमिलनाडु का नगर प्रशासन और वाटर सप्लाई डिपार्टमेंट है उसको एक पत्र लिखा है। ये 232 पेज का पत्र है। दरअसल जो ईडी है वो एक कंपनी को लेकर मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की जांच कर रही थी और ये कंपनी भी इसी डिपार्टमेंट के लिए काम करती है और जांच के दौरान ईडी को ये जानकारी मिली कि इस डिपार्टमेंट में जो जूनियर इंजीनियर्स हैं या टाउन प्लानर्स हैं, इनकी जो भर्तियां हुई हैं जनवरी 2024 से लेकर अगस्त 2025 के बीच में, इन भर्तियों में कम से कम जो 150 कैंडिडेट्स हैं उनसे 25 से 30 लाख रुपए रिश्वत के तौर पर लिए गए और ये पैसा करोड़ों में हो जाता है। तो इसको लेकर जो ईडी है उसने चेन्नई पुलिस को एक पत्र लिखा है और इस पूरे घोटाले की जांच करने के लिए कहा है। खास बात यह है कि ये जो पूरी भर्तियां हैं ये तब हुई हैं जब वहां पर एमके स्टालिन की डीएमके गवर्नमेंट है और जो विपक्षी पार्टियां हैं वो अब इस पूरे मामले में आरोप लगा रही हैं कि करीब 800 करोड़ रुपए का ये स्कैम है। तो ईडी ने इस पूरे मामले में चेन्नई पुलिस को लेटर लिखकर जांच के लिए कहा है और कहा है कि ये बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है, इसकी जांच करें कि आखिर कितने ऐसे कैंडिडेट हैं जिनसे पैसे लेकर उनको नौकरी दी गई है। तो अब देखना होगा कि चेन्नई पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की जांच करती है या नहीं करती है। लेकिन डीएमके को लेकर, एमके स्टालिन को लेकर बड़े सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं और जो विपक्षी पार्टियां हैं, जो अपोजिशन है, वो एलिगेशन लगा रही है कि कई सौ करोड़ का ये स्कैम है और कई लोगों को फर्जी तरीके से नौकरी दी गई और उनसे पैसा लिया गया। जी,
Stay with us. I have Mr. Tirupati on the phone line with us from the BJP. Mr. Tirupati, the ED, they're flagging a cash for jobs scam in Tamil Nadu, asking the Chennai police to take action. We've just heard from the AIADMK on this. Your first statement, sir, on this.
Yes, this is shocking but not surprising because the cash for job scam is not new to this DMK government, not new to this secretary also. The same Mr. Karthikeyan, now the Mass Secretary, he was accused by the DMK when he was in CMD also. And in April 2025 also, the same thing has happened. We have definitely alerted, the EDS alerted that the municipal administration minister has, they have leveled charges that huge money has been diverted through their bank accounts, that is the contracts, transfers and also jobs in MAWS, that is the Municipal Administration Water Supply Department, when his brother's office was raided in April. So this is not new. And I think the government is keeping quiet, keeping calm in this issue. Very clearly says that 35 lakhs per job has been taken, has been given by the aspirants, and they have joined duty. The thing is that they have joined duty, and the government is going on like this. This is absolutely...
My question to you also is then, how is the BJP going to take this up in the state of Tamil Nadu? Will you be taking it up in the assembly and outside? Are we expecting protests?
Yes, it will be dealt with legally, politically, and all sorts, definitely.
All right, Mr. Tirupati, thanks for joining us there. That's the breaking news we have for you at this point, coming from the state of Tamil Nadu, where the Enforcement Directorate, according to our correspondent Mukesh, have said that there seems to be a cash for jobs scam. They have alerted the Chennai police over this. And you also have BJP leader Annamalai saying that the Enforcement Directorate's claim that civic body jobs in Tamil Nadu are being given away for 35 lakh rupees is something that the BJP will also take up both inside the assembly and outside. Mukesh still with us. Mukesh, this is a scam that needs to be interrogated. You said that the Enforcement Directorate has already alerted the Chennai police about it. What are we expecting in the days ahead? And just give us the details that you have for us at this point on it.
देखिए बिल्कुल ईडी ने 232 पन्नों का जो लेटर लिखा है चेन्नई पुलिस को, उसमें काफ़ी डिटेल से इस पूरे मामले की जानकारी दी है और ये कहा है कि किस तरह से पिछले 1 साल के अंदर जो नगर प्रशासन और वाटर सप्लाई डिपार्टमेंट है वहाँ पर किस तरीके से अलग अलग पोस्ट के लिए जो भर्तियां हैं वो गलत तरीके से हो रही थी और 25 से 30 लाख रुपए एक कैंडिडेट से लिए गए। करीब 1 लाख लोगों ने इन पोस्ट के लिए अप्लाई किया था और जनवरी 2024 से लेकर अगस्त 2025 के बीच में ये भर्तियां हुई हैं। तो काफ़ी
Dharni Dharan from the DMK with us. Dharni Dharan, I want to ask you what your response to this allegation by the Enforcement Directorate is. We're talking about cash for jobs. It's a serious allegation.
See, allegation, you yourself said, it's an allegation. Anyone can allege anything. What is the proof? What is the document? What is the local standard the ED has? ED's job is to probe money laundering after the FIR is registered. Is it constitutionally valid for the ED to ask another institution to file an FIR? That is mere politics, and we know the credibility of the ED as such, right? Out of the cases filed by the ED, the charge sheet have been filed, or rather, only they could get conviction for only 0.01% of the cases, and if out of the 5,000 cases, for only 10% of the cases, even the charge sheet has been filed. So that is the credibility of the ED. If someone is with BJ, if someone is with opposition to state, then ED will, in the name of investigation, arrest them and keep them in prison. And then if again, the moment they join the ruling party, they have gone scot-free. That is the credibility.
What you're saying is that the ED is being used as a tool here by the centre. But will your party be open to investigations is my question, sir. You have nothing to hide, right?
See, anyone can make allegation. I am saying EDs, the people at the helm of affairs in ED are taking crores and crores of rupees as bribe. And, right, that's allegation.
All right, Mr. Dharani Dharan, thank you for joining us there. But the big question is, will the DMK be open to investigations while they claim that the Enforcement Directorate is a tool in the hands of the centre? But this is a huge allegation being made and also something that the BJP is slamming the DMK government over. We have more breaking news coming in. Actor turned politician TVK chief Vijay's party is meeting today and they are set to revamp the administrative committee. Leaders are at the venue of the meeting. This is the first party meeting, remember, that Actor Vijay is holding after the Karur stampede. Sources say the meeting will discuss the resumption of statewide tour ahead of the elections and a new format of campaigning. Sam is now joining me live. Sam, this is a bit of a catch-22 situation, isn't it, for the TVK and for the chief Vijay? You have to go ahead and hold those rallies. You have to go ahead and campaign. But now, after the Karur stampede, there's a lot of introspection that they need to do at this venue.
That's right, Vedika. We come to you from outside the headquarters of TVK, outside Chennai at Panayur. And as we speak, the meeting is underway. And as you said, the meeting will very importantly decide on resuming TVK chief actor Vijay's state tour that came to a grinding halt after visiting 5 districts when the stampede killed 41 people at Karur in September. And this revamped committee with 28 members, sources say, will decide on the resumption as well as the new format, as the earlier format was not working. There were surging crowds which resulted in stampede killing 41 people. We can expect the party to decide on perhaps a standalone public meeting in every district in the coming months till December. And secondly, we also understand the party will decide on its relief measures amid the monsoon season, particularly in the context of the recent cyclone, to reach out to farmers and other communities who have been badly affected, and to also decide on the party's stand on various contemporary issues in Tamil Nadu and around the country, as the party has been quiet over the last 1 month. And yesterday, a day after Vijay met families of the victims, he gave a long statement on how the what they call the failure by the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu has hit the farmers in the Delta region in terms of crop losses and in terms of the harvested paddy being damaged in rain. We also understand that the party may decide to have a general council convened very soon. There's a strong buzz on that. And already leaders like Busi Anand, Adav Arjun, Arun Raj and a few others have come. We understand Vijay is joining the meeting via a video call. We could expect a statement very soon, but a crucial step which is being seen as the first major political activity within the party after the recent stampede, the Vedika.
All right, so a lot of introspection there. You have the big guns of the TVK at that meeting, but according to Sam, Vijay has joined that meeting through video conferencing. Sam Daniel, thanks for joining us live. And here's a quick look at the big events that we will be tracking in our special segment, Day Ahead. Senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi will shortly address rallies in Bihar, marking the formal launch of his campaign for the Assembly Elections 2025. The rallies will be held in Sakra and Muzaffarpur and in Darbhanga, where the Rai Bareli MP will share the stage with Mahagathbandhan's chief ministerial face, Tejasvi Yadav. The other event that we will be tracking is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will be in Mumbai today to address the Maritime Leaders Conclave and chair the Global Maritime CEO Forum at India Maritime Week. All right, we're going to get your news now from the state of Bihar. Elections are not far out and you have the big guns on the road hitting the campaign trail there, and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has now entered battleground Bihar. Yogi Adityanath has taken on Tejasvi Yadav and his party, the RJD. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has said that the RJD had opposed the Ram Mandir.
और रघुनाथपुर में आकर के मैंने देखा कि आरजेडी ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है वो अपनी खानदानी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि के लिए इस पूरे क्षेत्र नहीं, देश और दुनिया में कुख्यात रहा है। नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम। और बहनों और भाइयों, इसीलिए तो मैं कहता हूं, हमने यूपी के अंदर एक बात कही कि भाई देखो, अपराध और अपराधियों के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस, और जीरो टॉलरेंस के तहत आज आप देख रहे होंगे आरजेडी और उनके लोग आज भी अयोध्या में श्री राम जन्मभूमि पर भगवान राम के मंदिर का विरोध कर रहे हैं।
And a quick reminder to our viewers, it's a day of mega rallies in the state of Bihar. Big guns from the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan will hit the campaign trail today. Senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi returns to Bihar. Remember, this comes amid all the attacks by the BJP on where the Congress senior leader is, why hasn't he been in Bihar, and why wasn't he on stage with Tejasvi Yadav when the manifesto was released. Also, you'll have the defense minister there, you'll have the home minister as well addressing rallies in Bihar today, and you will also have other leaders from both parties who will be hitting the campaign trail, along with Tejasvi Yadav, of course, who will also be there, as well as the Haryana Chief Minister and the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister holding public meetings, as well as the AIMIM Chief OSC, who will be addressing major rallies in the Seemanchal region. So let's just tell you who's going to be where today out of all those leaders from the Mahagathbandhan and the NDA. You have Amit Shah today. He's going to be in Samastipur, Darbhanga, as well as in Begusarai. And after that, you will also have other leaders who will be there, the big faces from the different parties. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, going to be in Saran, Patna, as well as Darbhanga. You also have Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi's joint rally, something that the Mahagathbandhan should have done earlier, is what even analysts are saying, given that Rahul Gandhi has been missing. They will be in Muzaffarpur as well as Darbhanga today. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Siwan, Buxar, as well as Bhojpur today. These are the big faces that you're going to see today in terms of the rallies that they're holding. You will also have AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who will be addressing major rallies in Seemanchal. All right, Bihar is all set to go to polls in 8 days. Now, the MGB manifesto has sparked a massive face-off between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan leaders. In the manifesto, Mahagathbandhan has promised that the Waqf Amendment Act, which was passed by Parliament in April, will not be allowed in the state of Bihar, which BJP has strongly criticized. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has asked why Tejasvi Yadav was named the chief ministerial face and not a Muslim candidate in that case. Waqf debate has dominated most of the campaigns for Bihar polls, especially the last week we heard opposition chief ministerial face Tejasvi Yadav saying that if the Mahagathbandhan comes to power, the Waqf Act will be thrown into the dustbin, which is one of the promises written in the manifesto as well. Calling the opposition manifesto, quote-unquote, a bundle of lies, Union Minister Giriraj Singh mounted attack on Tejasvi Yadav and said that he failed to deliver promises during his term as Bihar Deputy Chief Minister. Calling the manifesto MGB's Pran Patra, RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav has asserted that the manifesto of the India bloc is the alliance's resolution and commitment, and that every promise would be fulfilled if the Mahagathbandhan is voted to power.
देखिए, कल हम लोगों ने जो घोषणा की है, ये प्रण हम लोगों का है, इसको हम लोग जो है मिलकर के जो है पूरा करेंगे, और साथ ही साथ जो है इसमें बड़ी घोषणाएं जो है हम लोगों ने की है। अब देखिएगा, संविदा कर्मी, आउटसोर्सिंग कर्मी, कर्मचारियों को तो हम लोग जो है स्थायी करेंगे, साथ ही साथ ओपीएस जो है, ओल्ड पेंशन जो स्कीम जो था, वो जो है हम लोग लागू करने का काम करेंगे, और ख़ास तौर पे पत्रकार भाइयों के लिए कमिश्नरी वाइज जो है, प्रमंडलीय वाइज प्रेस क्लब जो है वो बनाया जाएगा, और उसके बाद जो है लोगों के लिए पत्रकार हॉस्टल का भी निर्माण जो है हम लोग जो है कराने का काम करेंगे।
मान भाई से कहूँगा तो वो मेरी बात नहीं मानेंगे। वो आज की तारीख में लालू यादव और ये कांग्रेस के बंधुआ मजदूर हैं। बंधुआ मजदूर ही उनको मानते हैं। है हिम्मत तेजस्वी यादव में, लालू यादव में, राहुल गांधी में ये घोषणा कर दें कि अगर 18% और 20% आबादी बिहार में मुसलमानों का है तो वो मुख्यमंत्री होगा। मुख्यमंत्री नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री तो लालूए जी के बाल बच्चा होंगे, कोई दूसरा यादव भी नहीं होगा। इसलिए लालू यादव किसी को न मुख्यमंत्री मुसलमान को बनाएंगे न उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे। अगर हिम्मत है तो
पौधा पहाड़ निकली चुईया, इस तरह का कोई व्यवस्था लोगों के घोषणा पत्र में नहीं आया। उनको बताना चाहिए कि इसका पैसा कहाँ से आएगा, क्या बजट लगेगा, किन चीज़ों को कैसे करेंगे। 15 साल जो लालू जी ने राज किया उसका क्या बार माफ़ी मांगा, ये सब जानकारी देना होगा ना।
बिहार का तेजस्वी प्रण और अच्छा नाम है, अच्छा नाम दिया है, क्योंकि एक कमिटमेंट हो गया जब महागठबंधन ने मिलके अपना मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा घोषित कर दिया, तब तो फिर उनका संकल्प होना आवश्यक है। जनता का विश्वास तभी जमेगा, तब लोग कहेंगे भाई कि तो मैनिफेस्टो में नाम तेजस्वी का आ गया है, तो मुख्यमंत्री का फेस जो है वो एक प्रकार से कमिटमेंट कर रहा है जनता के साथ, इसका मायने नहीं होगा।
And with that, we're stepping to a short break. Up next is the clash of the Titans down under. We'll bring you more details on that big T20 India versus Australia match in moments from now.
मजे को दुगुना कर दें, मजे को तीन गुना कर दें। गाजी, रोहान, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
In Bihar, बहुत पॉलिटिक्स है।
the year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood. Welcome back. Getting you news from Canada now, where there have been reports of firing by Lawrence Bishnoi gang at Punjabi singer Chani Nathan's residence. This is the second incident to be reported in recent days and comes after the killing of Punjabi businessman Darshan Singh Sahasi. Following the attack at Punjabi singer Nathan's house, the gang took to social media claiming responsibility behind the attack and clarifying that it is not singer Chani Nathan that the gang bears enmity with, but singer Sardar Khera. The gang, while claiming responsibility behind the attack on X, said that it was Sardar Khera who was the main reason behind the attack to take place and warned Nathan as well as other singers to call off collaborations with the singer. The shocking incident comes after the murder of Punjabi businessman Darshan Singh Sahasi, who paid with his life for refusing to give money to the gang and blocking their number. Remember that just last month the Canada government listed the Bishnoi gang as a terror entity. So the India versus Australia T20 series begins down under. India's T20 captain Suryakumar Yadav, better known as Sky, is under the scanner. Despite leading India to an Asia Cup triumph, his personal form has hit turbulence. Just 100 runs in 11 innings this year, and ahead of the T20 series in Canberra, Sky faced tough questions about that slump.
The numbers don't lie. Since taking over as a captain, Suryakumar Yadav has scored just 330 runs in 20 innings, a far cry from his explosive best. Critics have questioned whether his ultra-aggressive batting style is starting to show cracks, especially against both spin and pace.
I feel I've been working really hard. Before also I was doing it. It's not that I wasn't working hard before. I'm still working hard. I've had good few sessions back home, good 2-3 sessions here. So I'm in good space. I think that is really important. Runs, it'll come eventually, but I think working hard towards a team goal, it's more important what team wants from you in different situations. And I take one game at a time, and if it starts, then I think it'll be a good thing.
His 717 runs in 16 innings for Mumbai Indians during the IPL were a rare high point in an otherwise lean year. But his Asia Cup performance reignited the debate. Has India's most explosive T20 batter been found out? Inside the dressing room though, there's no panic. Coach Gautam Gambhir has thrown his weight behind his captain, insisting that the team will stay true to their go hard philosophy. Meanwhile, India is set to continue its preparations for the T20 World Cup in Australia as well. It's another opportunity to get the combination right.
ऐसे नहीं देख रहे कि हम बाहर के कंट्री में आए हैं खेलने के लिए, तो कुछ अलग तरीके से देखेंगे इस सीरीज़ को. We'll look at it at the same way. It's a build-up to the World Cup, but at the same time, it's a beautiful country to play cricket, and it's quite challenging as well. So I'm sure it will be a good one.
With the World Cup less than a year away, every innings from here on counts. For the man known for 360-degree brilliance, the challenge now is to silence the noise and rediscover the sky everyone once feared. India will play the first of the 5 T20s in Canberra on Wednesday. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
And here's what's going viral. A jaw-dropping video of the US Air Force's 53rd Weather Recce Squadron, known as the Hurricane Hunters, flying straight into the eye of the Hurricane Melissa as the powerful Category 5 storm barrels towards Jamaica and has left people on social media amazed. Of course, the impact and the destruction has been massive there.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
OpenAI has said it will offer ChatGPT Go that supports higher query limits and more image generation, free for 1 year to users in India who sign up during a limited time promotional period beginning the 4th of November.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindoor,
So many attacks.
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The battle for Bihar is on. Bihar on a turning pitch, or captain stays the same.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, कमाल से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will
Welcome back. You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood, and these are the headlines at the top of 1 p.m. Cash for Jobs scam erupts in the state of Tamil Nadu. Enforcement Directorate alleges major cash for jobs scam in civic body jobs in the state. DMK calls Enforcement Directorate investigation part of political vendetta. Cloud seeding trials put on hold in the national capital. Delhi Environment Minister speaks exclusively to NDTV, says this is due to low moisture content in the clouds, but adds that the cloud seeding trial will go on. The Aam Aadmi Party calls it a complete failure by the Delhi government. They have mega rallies in the state of Bihar. Rahul Gandhi with Tejasvi Yadav to hold joint rallies. Amit Shah will be in Darbhanga. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has already hit the campaign trail, and you will also have Asad Uddin OSC on the campaign trail.
If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship.
US President Donald Trump's big remark amid trade standoff claims that he is positive of a trade deal with India and also compliments the Indian Prime Minister. President Murmu flies the Rafale, takes off from the Ambala Air Base, first Indian president to fly this French superjet.
और ये तस्वीर इस समय आपको दिखा रहे हैं जब
And in 45 minutes from now, India face Australia in Canberra as the T20 series kicks off. Focus on Captain Surya Kumar Yadav's form. The state of Bihar is all set to go to polls in 8 days. The MGB manifesto, the Mahagathbandhan's manifesto, was released yesterday and has triggered a huge political storm. Calling the manifesto MGB's Pran Patra, RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, who's also the chief ministerial face of the alliance, has asserted that the manifesto of the India bloc is the alliance's resolution and commitment, and that every promise would be fulfilled if the Mahagathbandhan is voted to power in this Bihar election. He also slammed the NDA for not releasing its manifesto yet. In the manifesto of the Mahagathbandhan alliance has promised that the Waqf Act, which was passed by Parliament in April, will not be allowed in Bihar, which the BJP has strongly criticized. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has asked why Tejasvi Yadav has not named a Muslim candidate as the chief ministerial face if his sentiment on this issue is so high. Now, Waqf debate has dominated most of the campaigns for the Bihar polls, especially the last week. We heard opposition chief ministerial face Tejasvi Yadav saying that if the Mahagathbandhan comes into power, the Waqf Act will be thrown into the dustbin, which is one of the promises written in the manifesto as well. Calling the opposition manifesto quote-unquote a bundle of lies, Union Minister Giriraj Singh mounted an attack on Tejasvi Yadav and said that he had failed to deliver promises during his term as Bihar Deputy Chief Minister.
देखिए, कल हम लोगों ने जो घोषणा की है, ये प्रण हम लोगों का है, इसको हम लोग जो है मिलकर के जो है पूरा करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ जो है इसमें बड़ी घोषणाएं जो है हम लोगों ने की है। अब देखिएगा, संविदा कर्मी, आउटसोर्सिंग कर्मी, कर्मचारियों को तो हम लोग जो है स्थायी करेंगे। साथ ही साथ ओपीएस जो है, ओल्ड पेंशन जो स्कीम जो था, वो जो है हम लोग लागू करने का काम करेंगे। और ख़ास तौर पे पत्रकार भाइयों के लिए कमिश्नरी वाइज जो है, प्रमंडलीय वाइज प्रेस क्लब जो है वो बनाया जाएगा। और उसके बाद जो है लोगों के लिए पत्रकार हॉस्टल का भी निर्माण जो है हम लोग जो है कराने का काम करेंगे।
अपराध पर तो जीरो टॉलरेंस है, लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार पर जीरो टॉलरेंस नहीं है इस घोषणा पत्र में। स्वाभाविक है, ये दावा करते ही बात निकलेगी तो बहुत दूर तक जाएगी। मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि जो बिहार को एक नया विजन देने का दावा कर रहे हैं, वो 420 के एक्यूज हैं, हमने नहीं कहा है। 15 दिन पहले दिल्ली की कोर्ट ने आरोप तय किया है, ट्रायल होने वाला है। नौकरी दो, जमीन लो, उस घोटाले में भी एक्यूज था।
All right, as we told you, the big guns from both the NDA as well as the Mahagathbandhan will be in Bihar today, and so is the Home Minister Amit Shah. He is in Darbhanga. Listen in.
भारती और जन नायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। आज मैं मिथिला की धरती से स्वर कोकिला स्वर्गस्थ शारदा सिन्हा जी को भी प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी ने कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत रत्न देकर मिथिला और बिहार की धरती का सम्मान करने का काम किया है। और उसके साथ साथ स्वर्गीय कोकिला जी को, स्वर कोकिला शारदा सिन्हा जी को पद्म विभूषण देकर पूरे मिथिला की संस्कृति का, कला का सम्मान करने का काम किया है। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, 6 नवंबर को चुनाव है, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, दबाएंगे। मोदी जी का हाथ मजबूत करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, मैं तो मिथिला वालों का, दरभंगा वालों का धन्यवाद करने आया हूं। गत चुनाव में 10 में से 9 सीटें आपने एनडीए की झोली में डाली थी ना। भाई, एक क्यों छोड़ दिया? एक छोड़ोगे क्या? भाइयों बहनों, इस बार यहां से प्रण कर कर जाना है। 10 की 10 सीटें नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली में डालना है, नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली। भाइयों बहनों, मिथिला की बेटी, मिथिला का सम्मान, मैथिली ठाकुर को हमने यहां से चुनाव लड़ने के लिए चिन्हित किया है। मैथिली जी जैसे ही खड़ी रही, ढेर सारे लोगों ने इनके खिलाफ, ये महाठगबंधन ने इनके खिलाफ कई प्रचार का अपप्रचार किया है। मगर मैं आज यहां से लालू जी की पार्टी को कहकर जाता हूं, मैथिली ठाकुर जीतेगी और पूरे देश और दुनिया में मिथिला का सम्मान बनकर अपनी आवाज बनेगी। भाइयों बहनों, हमने मिथिला के सम्मान के लिए ढेर सारी चीजें की है। मैं एक एक कर कर पूछूंगा किसने किया। ये सब मोदी जी ने किया है। आप बताएंगे मोदी जी ने किया? जरा जोर से बोलो, बताएंगे? तो मुझे बताओ, मैथिली भाषा को 8वीं अनुसूची में किसने रखा? अरे जोर से बोलो, किसने रखा? संविधान का अनुवाद मैथिली में किसने किया? मिथिला की पाग पर डाक टिकट किसने जारी किया? मधुबनी पेंटिंग का जीआई टैग किसने दिया? गुजरात में शाश्वत मिथिला महोत्सव किसने चालू किया? शारदा सिन्हा जी को पद्म विभूषण किसने दिया? मखाना बोर्ड की स्थापना किसने की? और अंत में इतनी सारी माताएं बहनें हैं, भव्य सीता माता का मंदिर कौन बना रहा है? भाइयों बहनों, 550 साल से अयोध्या में रामलल्ला टेंट में बसते थे। टेंट में 550 साल से लेकर आज तक ये सारी पार्टियां, जदयू, कांग्रेस, ममता, बसपा, सपा, किसी ने राम मंदिर नहीं बनाने दिया। आपने हमारे गोपाल जी को 19 में चुनकर भेज दिया। मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने और डंके की चोट पर अयोध्या में रामलल्ला का मंदिर बन गया। रामलल्ला का मंदिर तो बन गया, सीता मैया का बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए? जरा जोर से बोलो, बनना चाहिए का नहीं बनना चाहिए? 850 करोड़ रुपए से सीता मैया का भव्य मंदिर बनाने की नींव श्री नीतीश कुमार और मैंने डाली है। आज मैं पूरे मिथिलांचल वालों को कहकर जाता हूं, मां सीता से जुड़े हुए सारे स्थानों को पवित्र यात्रा धाम में बदलने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। जहां पर मां सीता और राम का प्रथम मिलन हुआ, जहां पर मां सीता का जन्म हुआ, जहां पर सीता माता का अंतिम निवास हुआ, वो वही सभी स्थानों को बड़े बड़े मंदिरों के साथ जोड़कर पूरे सीता माता की स्मृति को हम राम सर्किट में जोड़ेंगे, रामायण सर्किट में जोड़ेंगे। और दुनिया भर के यात्री हमारे सीतामढ़ी में सीता माता के मंदिर को देखने आएंगे, मिथिलांचल में आएंगे। और अब तो सहूलियत भी हो गई है। एक गोपाल जी कब का पीछे पड़ा था, इनके आग्रह से मोदी जी ने यहां दरभंगा एयरपोर्ट भी बना दिया है। दरभंगा एयरपोर्ट भी। भाइयों बहनों, ये मधुबनी पेंटिंग हमारा सहारों से हमारे घर की दीवारों पर हम सम्मान के साथ रखते थे। मोदी जी ने अर्जेंटीना की उपराष्ट्रपति और दक्षिण कोरिया के राष्ट्रपति को मधुबनी पेंटिंग देकर वहां के यहाँ की दीवार की जगह वहां के दरबार में भी लगाने का काम किया है। भाइयों बहनों, अभी अभी बिहार का दूसरा आईटी पार्क यहां बना और यहां पर सीता माता का मंदिर भी बन रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, आप सभी बताओ मुझे जरा, ये कश्मीर जो है हमारा है या नहीं है? क्यों भाई, आवाज को क्या हो गया है? भाषण तो मैं दे रहा हूं। ये कश्मीर हमारा है या नहीं है? धारा 370 जानी चाहिए थी या नहीं जानी चाहिए थी? भाइयों बहनों, एक कांग्रेस पार्टी है लालू एंड कंपनी धारा 370 को 70 साल से बचाकर बैठी थी। मोदी जी ने धारा 370 को 5 अगस्त 2019 को हमेशा के लिए समाप्त कर दिया। और भाइयों बहनों, इतना ही नहीं, एक जमाना था जब आतंकवादी भारत की भूमि को लहूलुहान कर कर चले जाते थे, कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता। उरी में हमला किया, पुलवामा में किया, पहलगांव में किया, एक बार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की, दूसरी बार एयर स्ट्राइक की और तीसरी बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर कर पाकिस्तान के घर में घुस कर सका। मोदी जी ने इस देश से आतंकवाद को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने की परंपरा खड़ी की है। यहां फुलवारी शरीफ में भी पीएफआई वाले पहुंच गए थे। कांग्रेस की सरकारों के समय में पीएफआई बना, कोई बैन नहीं लगाता था। मोदी जी ने एक ही रात में पीएफआई पर बैन लगाकर 100 से अधिक स्थानों पर रेड कर कर पीएफआई की पूरी जमात को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे पहुंचा दिया। भाइयों बहनों, अगर आपने गलती की और ये लालू एंड कंपनी की सरकार लाए तो पीएफआई वालों को जेल में रखेंगे क्या वो? अरे जोर से तो बोलो, रखेंगे? रखेंगे क्या? पीएफआई वाले जेल में रहने चाहिए या नहीं रहने चाहिए? भैया दाहिनी ओर वाले बोलो जरा, पीएफआई वाले जेल में रहने चाहिए या नहीं रहने चाहिए? भाइयों बहनों, मैं वादा कर कर जाता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक भी सांसद है तब तक एक भी पीएफआई वालों को जेल की सलाखों के बाहर नहीं आने। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी ने देश को सुरक्षित तो किया ही, अभी अभी जीएसटी में 395 चीजों पर टैक्स 28% और 18% से कम कर कर 0% और 5% किया है। हमारे देश की इकोनॉमी को 11वें नंबर से हमारे अर्थतंत्र को 4थे नंबर पर मोदी जी लाए हैं, 4थे नंबर पर लाए। अरे दरभंगा वालों, क्या खुश हो जाते हो भाई? 4था नंबर ठीक नहीं है। 2027 में हम संसार का 3रे नंबर का अर्थतंत्र बन जाएंगे, 3रे। और भाइयों बहनों, मैं दरभंगा में मोदी जी ने जो किया है उसकी बात करता हूं। 216 करोड़ से सोमन बाईपास बनाया, भारतमाला परियोजना में आमस दरभंगा एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया, पूर्णिया पटना एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया, लोहटा से टाटरा होते हुए कमला तटबंध बनाया, कमला नदी पर ब्रिज बनाया, कमला नदी पर नया पुल बनकर आजादी के बाद पहली बार कमला नदी रोड के पार जाएगी। 335 करोड़ से दरभंगा का रेलवे स्टेशन दरभंगा की संस्कृति के अनुरूप बन रहा है। 253 करोड़ से बाईपास रेल लाइन बनाई और जोर से ताली बजाना दरभंगा वालों, दरभंगा में मेट्रो भी आने वाली है, मेट्रो भी आने वाली है। दरभंगा से लखनऊ अमृत भारत ट्रेन बनाई और अब सीतामढ़ी से अयोध्या भी हमारी अमृत भारत ट्रेन जाने वाली है। दरभंगा एयरपोर्ट हमने बनाया, 200 बेड की क्षमता वाला स्पेशलाइज कैंसर अस्पताल बनाया और एक गोपाल जी गड्ढे में बैठ गए थे। एम्स नहीं बनना था, एक गड्ढे में बैठकर अनशन दिया और दरभंगा का एम्स बनने की शुरुआत भी हो गई। किसी को यहां से पटने जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, दिल्ली जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी बीमारी आए, कोई भी बीमारी आए, दरभंगा एम्स में इसका इलाज हो जाएगा भाई। अब बहुत सारे लोग, हमारी जीविका दीदी कहते हैं इलाज कैसे कराए, रुपया लगेगा। अरे कोई रुपया नहीं लगेगा, 5 लाख तक का इलाज नरेंद्र मोदी फ्री करने वाले। इस देश में 60 करोड़ गरीबों के लिए 5 लाख तक का पूरा इलाज मुफ्त में करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया। हर गरीब को घर देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया है। और भाइयों बहनों, मैं आपको आंकड़ा देने आया हूं, सिर्फ बिहार में 8 करोड़ 52 लाख गरीबों को 5 किलो अनाज मुफ्त मिलता है। 87 लाख किसानों को हर साल 6,000 रुपया मिलता है। बिहार में 44 लाख घर बन चुके और 30 लाख मोदी जी ने अप्रूव कर दिए हैं। 1 करोड़ 17 लाख माताओं को गैस का कनेक्शन दिया। आयुष्मान भारत योजना 3 करोड़ 53 लाख लोगों को 5 लाख तक का इलाज मुफ्त किया। जल जीवन मिशन से 1 करोड़ 60 लाख घरों में पीने का पानी पहुंचा। और जोर से ताली बजाना भाई, मखाना बोर्ड की स्थापना भी नरेंद्र मोदी ने कर दी।
Breaking news coming in from Ambala. The Indian President Droupadi Murmu is posing with Flight Lieutenant Shivangi Singh. Remember, Shivangi Singh is India's first and only female pilot to fly the Rafale fighter jet. Hailing from Varanasi, she's a member of the Indian Air Force's Golden Arrow Squadron based in Ambala, and she is the flight lieutenant that Pakistan Shiv was referring to during Operation Sindoor, that they had claimed that they had captured. What a statement being made there, Shiv.
Incredible picture that we're breaking first and exclusive here on NDTV. This is President Droupadi Murmu this morning posing with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, that the entire Pakistan media, sections of the Western media including Al Jazeera and others had claimed had been captured after her aircraft was shot down during Operation Sindoor. And here you have a picture, no bells and whistles, just a wonderful picture of President Murmu with a smiling squadron leader Shivangi Singh at the Ambala Air Force Station. Squadron leader Shivangi Singh performed perfectly successfully during Operation Sindoor. Nobody needed proof of that. The Air Force has not even announced the presence of squadron leader Shivangi Singh. I happened to see this picture that was put out just now by the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and it is the most incredible, subtle message to Pakistan that their propaganda has been busted once again. They went to town not only through their IT cell or their social media armies or their trolls or propagandists, but mainstream media in Pakistan and mainstream media in the Middle East, including organizations like Al Jazeera and Al Arabiya and others, had actually put out credible sounding news reports suggesting that a woman fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force flying a Rafale, and Shivangi is the only one flying Rafales right now, had been not only shot down but had been captured and taken prisoner by the Pakistan establishment inside Pakistan. Here you have squadron leader Shivangi Singh not only out in the open but posing with the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces at the Ambala Air Force Station moments before the latter's Rafale flight this morning. You cannot get a bigger fact check than this. You cannot get a bigger, busting of propaganda than this. And might I say that this is not accompanied by any statement. There is no caption that has been released by the Rashtrapati Bhavan or the Indian Air Force saying, "Dekho, this is squadron leader Shivangi Singh. This is me." We have seen this picture. NDTV got these pictures from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. We recognize squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who recently became one of the country's first qualified flying instructors as a woman fighter pilot. And there she is standing with the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. It doesn't get bigger than this. As far as propaganda busting is concerned, remember the Indian Air Force has not bothered to engage with the ludicrous lies, including the supposed capture of squadron leader Shivangi Singh during Operation Sindoor that was propagated across Pakistan media. They made many such claims. They talked about bombing Amritsar. They talked about destroying the S-400 in Pathankot and in Adampur. They talked about 7 Rafales being shot down. You saw all the Rafales today at the Ambala Air Base. They talked about capturing squadron leader Shivangi Singh. But one by one, without directly engaging with Pakistan, without getting into without wrestling in the mud with a pig, as it were, proverbially speaking, the Indian Air Force has taken its own time, at its own time and place of its choosing. It has busted every single piece of ridiculous propaganda coming in from Pakistan, and this is the very latest. And it truly gladdens the heart to see how squadron leader Shivangi Singh is standing right there with President Murmu.
Shiv, this is a subtle message, but yet the strongest slap on the face of Pakistani propagandists, really, and misinformation that was on during Operation Sindoor. So subtle. Look at those smiling faces. Nothing really said beyond that, but so much said without really words being added to that caption. A strong message. And like you said, there's so much that India has refrained from saying, the Indian government, during Operation Sindoor and after, on the propaganda and the misinformation. But great, selection of time, place, and choosing really to put this message out.
You've said it so beautifully, Vedika. Whenever we've gone to the Air Force, as journalists, it's our job to, take propaganda to the Air Force and say, how do you respond to it? And the Air Force, I have to say, I commend them completely, because after Operation Sindoor, they've basically said, well, NDTV knows the truth, because it was NDTV that put out first for the entire world to see those incredible satellite images of the kind of destruction that the Indian Air Force had wrought across Pakistan, at Pakistan Air Force bases, across that country. So the Indian Air Force said, the world knows what we've done in Pakistan. The world knows, who came crawling to the ceasefire table. The world knows why India does not need to bust propaganda from Pakistan, because everything is visible in, at least 36 separate high-resolution satellite images that India has made public. These are not even Indian satellites. These are international satellites that captured it. The squadron leader Shivangi Singh, and I'll tell you a little story here, Vedika.
Yes, please.
When the story of squadron leader Shivangi Singh being captured happened, I was actually in, near the line of control in Uri sector at that time. And I actually happened to speak to Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh to make sure where she is. I got that done through the Air Force. And I had put out a tweet at that time which went globally viral because it was the first sort of fact check of where she is. But the way propaganda works is, why will anyone believe a journalist even though they belong to NDTV? But here you've got Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh standing in front of the entire world. You can't doctor these images. She's smiling there. She's in her flight suit. She's got all her Rafale livery on her. She's probably just flown in her own Rafale a few hours before that. I love these pictures. This is incredible. This is India doing it right. You're absolutely right, Vedika, when you said it is subtle and still such a slap.
Shiv, before I go to Aditya, who's just joined us, tell us more about Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh. A lot of people don't know a lot about her, India's first and only female pilot to fly the Rafale fighter jet. Tell us more about her.
Well, Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh hails from Varanasi. She is the first woman Rafale fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force. She is one of a handful of women fighter pilots. And, I hope in a few years from now, we no longer need to call them women fighter pilots, just fighter pilots, because that number will be large enough, for them to be comparable with male fighter pilots. But right now, it is appropriate to say women fighter pilots because there are only about, 20 to 25 women fighter pilots at this time in the Indian Air Force compared to a much larger number of male pilots. But Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh is incredible. First one to get into the Rafale squadron. She's part of the Golden Arrow squadron that today flew President Murmu. But apart from that, she's also a qualified flying instructor, Vedika. So not just a fighter pilot, but at the young age that she's in her 20s and she's a squadron leader. Her next rank will be wing commander. She's already a qualified flying instructor, which means she's reached a next level of advancement as far as flying. She's demonstrated incredible acumen, as a young fighter pilot. She's got the tiger in her, as the Air Force likes to say. And she's been designated as a qualified flying instructor, which means she knows enough now to not just fly capably in a fighter plane, but train others. She can train younger pilots. She's just in her 20s, and she's already able to train younger pilots and newer generations of people, including men and women, who will be coming into the Air Force. So yes. She comes from a small town, humble beginnings, family in Banaras. And I can imagine what they must be feeling looking at these pictures of their daughter, smiling, standing next to the president at this time. It's been an incredible month for Shivangi.
Shiv, do stay with me. Aditya Rajkal also with me. Aditya, while Operation Sindoor was on, there was a parallel propaganda warfare that had also been started by Pakistan, and that lady on our screens was one of the issues really that they had taken, on social media, made it viral. But this has been a deliberately delayed response, and what a befitting one to those people across the border.
Well, that's right, Vedika. Shiv and I have covered Operation Sindoor very, very closely. And just at that time when the Pakistani propagandist had this psychological warfare that Shivangi Singh had gone missing or captured, Pakistani, Air Force and the Pakistani military was forced to do a press conference and say that, no, we do not have any Indian pilot. Not just that. In fact, the first international media outlet that came out with this story was Al Jazeera. And Al Jazeera openly said her name, details, etc., but could not verify it, could not even apologize that they had run a very wrong, detrimental story against India in this ongoing war between India and Pakistan. So on your screens right now is the biggest fact check internationally just weeks after Operation Sindoor. India's President Droupadi Murmu, in fact, posing with Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh. What a sight this is at Ambala in Haryana, immediately after she took the sortie in the Rafale. And now, with Shivangi Singh, in fact, I think this is an incredible moment really also for the woman, empowerment that we only talk about. There's a lot of discussion about women empowerment, but India does not only talk, but India makes it happen. We have a president of India that is out there, in fact, with the Air Force. In fact, I should tell you that she's the only president in the history of India to do 2 sorties. That is a very significant achievement, really. And at the same time, posing with Shivangi Singh, a beautiful sight out there. And as Shiv was pointing out, this will become normal. not just for Indian politics, but for the Indian Air Force, that more women would be represented at the top level in the front lines, not just with Operation Sindoor, but beyond Operation Sindoor, safeguarding India politically, but also militarily. So an incredible moment out there where Shivangi Singh is posing with the President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu, in Ambala, Haryana. This is a great messaging also against Pakistan's propaganda, fake news, and the lies that they have spread. And certainly they will have no answers today, because there were a lot of commentators, even well-known journalists in Pakistan, asking India for proof of squadron leader Shivangi Singh. And these pictures really put out there the reality up front. And this is the kind of propaganda that they did with Indian Air Force as well. The kind of propaganda about the Indian jets being down. The reality is that there are more than a dozen Pakistani jets that were down, that were destroyed in the destruction that India did in the response to Pakistani terrorism. So incredible visuals on the screens of NDTV, first all across media, all across the world, of squadron leader Shivangi Singh with the President of India posing in front of the Rafale immediately after the President of India did that sortie. What a sight, really.
Absolutely. And we have some guests also joining us on the phone line. We have Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon on the phone line with us. So thank you for joining me here on Breaking Ground. They say a picture speaks 1,000 words. In this case, the message also being as loud as this image, sir. Without any caption to this image, India has said all it wanted to. The IAF has said all it wanted to.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon to all your viewers. See, we are a serious nation, we are a responsible nation, and we are a very professional defense forces. We do not make false claims, we do not make claims in the air. Pakistani Prime Minister has said 5 jets first, then he said 6 jets, then ultimately in the United Nations he goes on to say 7 jets. And without any proof, without any image, without any, you can say, a shred of an evidence. So we don't go around telling the world that yes, no, Shivangi Singh is alive, Shivangi Singh is here. She is a very professional officer and we deal with these things in a professional manner. Today when the Supreme Commander was at the base, this woman officer posed with her, the picture is on the screen, and this is how we shred the lies of the Pakistanis. Pakistanis will never prove anything, they will only keep telling lies. Even 93,000 surrenders in Bangladesh, they also claim that 71 bhi hum lie jeet gaye. Unki textbooks are full of lies. So we don't have to prove anything to anyone. Our professionalism, our responsibility speaks for itself. And this picture is just another visual for the world to know where the truth lies and who are the liars.
General Dhillon, you're absolutely right, and I completely agree with you that this is business as usual, sir, for the Indian Air Force. They are not trying to fact-check Pakistan. They're not trying to, bust any propaganda. This is, daily life for the Indian Air Force. The photo has also come. It just so happens to bust how Pakistan has been frothing in the mouth and claiming to have captured young squadron leader Shivangi Singh. But here in the Indian military, it's business as usual, sir. We don't care about what they are saying.
Absolutely. See, professional defense forces never get into this rut of trying to prove things. We do it on the ground. As they say in the cricket, my bat will do the talking, my ball will do the talking. Similarly, Indian defense forces, their actions will do the talking. The Leeward Air Bases, Noor Khan Air Base, Balari Air Base, Jacobabad Air Base, the Sargodha Air Base, that damage there is doing the talking. The 12 to 13 jets down, that is doing the talking. We don't have to say anything. We prove the image, we produce the satellite imagery, as the Air Chief also showed it in the press conference the other day. We are very clear. We don't have to prove anything without a proof. We will show it with a proof, or we will show it with the explosion on the target, which we did. And that is how, and the Pakistani civilians uploaded the videos of Jacobabad and all those air bases burning in flames. The Pakistani civilians posted those videos. We don't have to do anything. The truth will come out always. And this image of this brave officer, the Supreme Commander, I think is an ultimate truth which has shattered so many lies of Pakistan, including the Prime Minister telling in the United Nations that they have downed 7 jets of India. I think lies will never hold ground. Dood ke pair nahi hote, sach hamesha vijay hota hai.
They've only got words to go by, and it is fascinating how how subtly and how with such finesse the Indian Air Force has indirectly busted Pakistan propaganda. It is very, very commendable, General Dhillon, that the Indian Air Force, the Indian military has not engaged directly, has been very professional about it, has simply refused to engage directly with the absolutely farcical claims that have been made by Pakistan. They've tried to go to the world and sell a fantasy story, a fairy tale of what happened despite satellite imagery of all their bases completely destroyed. But I like how the power of this one picture of squadron leader Shivangi Singh is so powerful. If you look at it, General Dhillon, from the surface, it's just a normal publicity picture that is issued by the Rashtrapati Bhavan every time something like this happens. But there are so many layers to this picture, even beyond the propaganda, isn't there, General Dhillon? Women power, women in uniform, the president flying in a fighter, squadron leader Shivangi Singh, the first qualified flying instructor, woman fighter pilot, first woman Rafale pilot, posing with the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. And all of this is only possible in the Indian military, to which you belonged, General Dhillon. Amazing moment.
Absolutely, Shiv, absolutely. See, in this picture, the best thing about this picture is see the proud smile, see the confident smile on the faces of the officer and the Supreme Commander. This picture is telling so many things. The picture is shattering so many lives. And as you said, we don't have to prove anything. The deep water runs still. जिन लोगों में, जिन देशों में, जिन defense forces में गहराई होती है ना, they don't be shallow. They are never shallow. They don't make noise. They run deep and they do their business as usual. And this picture with the officer with the Supreme Commander is an absolute story today of shattering the lies of a country. How can nations lie? That is what Pakistan has mastered, the art of lying and deniability. And I think our defense forces, in the most professional manner, have shattered each and every lie of theirs. I think this picture is speaking a lot. And most importantly, the confident smile and the confident pose is what is, for the world to see. Proud of you.
Do stay with us. Do stay with us on the phone line. We also have Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni joining us on the phone line. General Kulkarni, this picture speaking 1,000 words, and you don't really need a caption here like Shiv and I have been discussing. It's such a strong message to Pakistan, to their propaganda, to the misinformation that they were trying to spread during Operation Sindoor. And with just one picture, no press conference, no bite on the lady on the screen, we have absolutely demolished their claims once again. All right, General Kulkarni, we've lost the phone line there. Vishnu Som, Senior Managing Editor, also with us. Vishnu, I'm putting that question to you now, if you heard that question.
In fact, this is the second time in the last couple of weeks when we've seen Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh appear in public. She's now a qualified flying instructor. She went through the process to become a qualified flying instructor. And today she was at the Ambala Air Base, where she's been a Rafale pilot. The Pakistanis were doing something absolutely bizarre, claiming that she'd been shot down. There were some absurd remarks or on social media that she'd been captured by the Pakistanis. Be that as it may, the fact of the matter is that she's getting around the business of her career. She was there at Ambala today. I think she would have helped President Murmu be strapped onto the rear seat of the Rafale fighter she was in. A couple of weeks back, there were images of her which NDTV broke of her, receiving the qualification for becoming a flight instructor, which is what she now is. So, it's not the fact of the matter is that she's fine, she's normal. These claims of the Pakistanis are absolute rubbish. But as is so much of what we see from Pakistan on Pakistani Twitter.
Also, Vishnu, if I may ask you this, when this news came out, the false propaganda by Pakistan on capturing the squadron leader, Shivangi Singh, during Operation Sindoor, I'm sure you, Shiv, Aditya, put a lot of questions to the IAF on why they haven't come out with a response which completely dismisses those claims. What did the IAF say then? Because we've had them not speak on a lot of propaganda pushed by the Pakistani side over Operation Sindoor, this also being one of them.
The Indian Air Force, for starters, has never denied any losses have taken place, firstly. Secondly, they said that all of our pilots walked away. In other words, if there were any losses, if there were any aircraft which were taken down, then, there's been no loss of life to Indian personnel. Secondly, there's never been any denial of the fact that there were losses. The exact numbers are unclear. Whether it is loss or losses is unclear. This being the case, the question of anybody, whether it's a man or a woman, being captured by the Pakistanis never arose at all. So this was a ludicrous claim, and the Indian Air Force didn't sort of go beyond the point in trying to respond to these claims, and they still don't do that. She appeared because she was required over there. She's a Rafale pilot, and needed to help the president strap in, etc., etc. And there was a nice photograph with her with the president. Also because the Indian Air Force, more than any of the forces, has championed the role of women in combat roles. A couple of weeks back, she became a flying instructor, so that was clear as well. So, these are things which need to be kept in mind. They are not going to be responding to everything the Pakistanis claim.
Do stay with me because I have Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni also joining me on the phone line. Thank you for speaking to us here, sir, on Breaking Ground. General Kulkarni, we have that image which is obviously going viral at this point, and it speaks a lot from the Indian side without any caption, without any message really being sent to Pakistan. Tell us what you think is the reason for the significance really of this image that we're seeing on our screens of President Murmu there with squadron leader Shivangi Shukla.
Picture is worth 1,000 words. Subtle messaging, adequate to tell Pakistan that let's not go beyond a point, and also speaks volumes of the president, speaks volumes of Shalini, who was Shivangi, who was there as instructor with her. I think there can be nothing better than this picture. It's all about being able to convey that women have a right. It's all about messaging also to Pakistan that all that they said was all wrong. And it also speaks volumes of the president being able to fly along with her in a Rafale. So it's altogether a fantastic picture. You had the air chief also fly with a lady officer when the MiGs were being taken off. So that is something of nothing but professionalism to its best.
All right, General Kulkarni.
Professionalism at its best.
Thank you so much for joining me there on the phone line. Well, it's business as usual for the IAF, for the Rashtrapati Bhavan there. They've put out this image, but the subtle message going out is loud and clear, especially to Pakistan. We're going to simply a short break at this point. I'll be back with more after a short break.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am coming soon. Stay tuned.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000
And it's Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav's first joint rally kick-starting the campaign in Bihar. Let's cut across.
आप देखिए, नीतीश जी, तेजस्वी जी ने कहा, नीतीश जी का चेहरा का प्रयोग हो रहा है। रिमोट कंट्रोल बीजेपी के हाथ में है। आप ये मत सोचिए कि अति पिछड़ों की आवाज उधर सुनाई देती है। 3-4 लोग कंट्रोल करते हैं, बीजेपी कंट्रोल करती है, उनके हाथ में रिमोट कंट्रोलर है और उनको सामाजिक न्याय से कोई लेना देना नहीं। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री के सामने कहा लोकसभा में कि जाति जनगणना आप करवाइए, एक शब्द नहीं बोले। आप जहां भी देखो, शिक्षा के सिस्टम में देखो, स्वास्थ्य के सिस्टम में देखो, ब्यूरोक्रेसी में देखो, जजेस की लिस्ट निकाल के देखो, नरेंद्र मोदी जी बीजेपी सामाजिक न्याय के खिलाफ है, वो नहीं चाहते। और मैंने उनसे कहा कि देखिए, जाति जनगणना होने वाला है, चाहे आपको अच्छा लगे नहीं लगा, जाति जनगणना होगा, सबको पता लगेगा किसकी कितनी आबादी है। यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ाई करते हैं, मेहनत करते हैं, लाखों रुपए लगाते हैं, ट्यूशन होता है, प्राइवेट कॉलेजेस यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, बिना पैसे यहाँ पे शिक्षा नहीं मिल सकती। मगर जितनी भी पढ़ाई वो कर लें, अंत में पेपर लीक होता है, होता नहीं होता है। अंत में चुने हुए लोगों को एग्जाम से 1-2 दिन पहले एग्जाम का पेपर मिल जाता है। आप किसी भी स्टेट में पूछ लीजिए, बिहार के शिक्षा के सिस्टम के बारे में पूछ लीजिए, वो आपको बताएंगे बिहार में तो पेपर लीक होता है, बिहार में सही शिक्षा नहीं मिल सकती, बिहार में अस्पताल नहीं मिल सकता। चाहिए ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट के नीचे एक फ्लाईओवर है, के पास में फ्लाईओवर है, उसके नीचे जाइए, वहां पे आपको बिहार के लोग दिख जाएंगे। रात में ठंड में वहां पे वो सोते हैं। मैं गया, मैंने पूछा यहाँ क्यों हो, कहते बिहार में इलाज नहीं हो सकता। अगर बिहार में इलाज करवाना है तो नहीं हो सकता, दिल्ली में होगा, कर्नाटक में होगा, तेलंगाना में होगा, बिहार में नहीं हो सकता। ये हम बदलना चाहते हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि बिहार का युवा, जैसे आपने देखा होगा आपकी शर्ट के पीछे, फोन के पीछे क्या लिखा है बताओ? मेड इन चाइना। सही? नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हिंदुस्तान के जो छोटे बिजनेस वाले हैं, छोटे उद्योग हैं, उन सबको खत्म कर दिया, नोटबंदी और जीएसटी लागू करके। जहां भी आप देखो मेड इन चाइना। हमारा कहना है कि मेड इन चाइना नहीं, मेड इन बिहार होना चाहिए उस फोन के पीछे। फोन के पीछे मेड इन चाइना नहीं, मेड इन बिहार। और फोन कहां बने? बिहार में। शर्ट, पैंट, फोन, कैमरा, सारे के सारे मेड इन बिहार। और बिहार के युवाओं को उन फैक्ट्रियों में रोजगार मिले, ऐसा बिहार हम चाहते हैं। आपकी हिस्ट्री है, सबसे बेहतर शिक्षा, सबसे बेहतर, दुनिया में सबसे बेहतर शिक्षा नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी बिहार में मिलती थी। बिहार में टूरिज्म का अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल है। पूरी दुनिया से लोग बिहार में टूरिज्म के लिए आ सकते हैं, मगर नहीं, ना टूरिज्म को बढ़ा दिया जाएगा, ना किसानों की मदद की जाएगी, ना मजदूरों को प्रोटेक्शन दिया जाएगा। सिर्फ 5-10।
All right, that's the first rally, joint rally between Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav, the two big faces of the Mahagathbandhan that will be taking on the NDA in the state of Bihar in about 8 days from now. Rahul Gandhi there in Muzaffarpur with Tejasvi Yadav on stage. This comes a day after you've had the BJP questioning the Mahagathbandhan alliance and asking where is the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi? Why wasn't he sharing the stage with Tejasvi Yadav when the manifesto was released? Rahul Gandhi tearing in to the NDA here and asking them some questions as well, and also questioning the corruption that he's alleging in the educational system in the state of Bihar. He's also alleged here that the BJP has the remote to the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Slip into short break. News and updates on the other side.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
OpenAI's big move, ChatGPT, go to be free in India.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The battle for Bihar is on. Bihar on a turning pitch, or captain stays the same.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar battleground.
The
Hello and a warm welcome to the Southern View that brings news from all across South India. I'm Sam Daniel from Chennai. I'll be joined by my colleagues Uma Sudhir from Telangana, Ashish from Andhra Pradesh and Ritu from Karnataka. Let's begin with news from Tamil Nadu. In what's being called as yet another cash for jobs scam, the Enforcement Directorate, sources say, has urged the Tamil Nadu DGP to file a case or to file an FIR in the appointment of around 2,500 officers and staff in the Municipal Administration Department in Tamil Nadu. The allegation is that these jobs have been given to at least 150 people of the 2,500, collecting bribe ranging from 25 to 35 lakh rupees. This evidence the Enforcement Directorate stumbled upon when it was inquiring another case unrelated to this
And now the Enforcement Directorate has asked the Tamil Nadu police to find out how the examination system was manipulated, who all were in the know and network, the role of Anna University, which allegedly had conducted the examination, and to find out the politicians and officials involved in this network. The ruling DMK has called it a false narrative set by the Enforcement Directorate, saying that the ED is being used by the central government, the BJP at the center, to target the opposition ruled states across India. But the BJP has called it to be yet another huge scam and has called for a thorough probe. The AIADMK has pointed out that already DMK Senthil Balaji is facing allegations of yet another cash for jobs scam during his tenure as minister when Jayalalitha was the chief minister, when Senthil Balaji used to be with the AIADMK. And this is what the opposition, AIADMK and BJP, had to say.
Senthil Balaji is hanging on the thread with just the judgment is pending for the same cash for jobs scam which is there. And there is one more person in the local administration. Looks like the entire net of politicians of DMK, staffs of the government, and many are involved. And ED had sent a letter to the DGP asking him to file an FIR so that they can proceed with the investigation. Clearly shows how corruption is deep-rooted in this DMK, wherein the corruption money flows to the top or maybe till to the chief minister of the state, M.K. Stalin.
This is shocking but not surprising because the cash for job scam is not new to this DMK government, not new to this secretary also. The same Mr. Karthikeyan, now the Mass Secretary, he was accused by the DMK when he was in CMD also. And in April 2025 also, the same thing has happened. We have definitely alerted, the ED has alerted that the municipal administration minister has, they have leveled charges that huge money has been diverted through their bank accounts, that is the contracts, transfers and also jobs in MAWS, that is the Municipal Administration Water Supply Department, when his brother's office was raided in April. So this is not new, and I think the government is keeping quiet, keeping calm in this issue. Very clearly says that 35 lakhs per job has been taken, has been given by the aspirants, and they have joined duty. The thing is that they have joined duty, and the government is going on like this.
Allegation, you yourself said, it's an allegation. Anyone can allege anything. What is the proof? What is the document? What is the local standard the ED has? ED's job is to probe money laundering after the FIR is registered. Is it constitutionally valid for the ED to ask another institution to file an FIR? That is mere politics, and we know the credibility of the ED as such. Right, out of the cases filed by the ED, the charge sheets have been filed, or rather, only they could get conviction for only 0.01% of the cases, and if out of the 5,000 cases, for only 10% of the cases, even the charge sheet has been filed. So that is the credibility of the ED. If someone is with BJ, if someone is with opposition rule state, then ED will, in the name of investigation, arrest them and keep them in prison. And then if again, the moment they join the ruling party, they have gone scot-free.
The TVK had its administrative committee meeting with 28 members in what's being called as the revamped administrative committee. This is the first major meeting TVK Chief Actor Vijay held after the Karur tragedy that killed 41 people. Importantly, the meet discussed the resumption of TVK Chief Actor Vijay's statewide tour, which got suspended over the last 1 month after the terrible tragedy. We understand the meeting would resume in a new format now. Secondly, the party is also convening its General Council very soon, and this is what TVK's General Secretary Adav Arjun had to say. So Arun Raj, who was addressing the press here, and
முதல் ஆலோசனை கூட்டம் எப்படி போயிருக்கு? சில முக்கிய நிர்வாகிகள் இல்லைன்ற விமர்சனம் இருக்கு. அதை எப்படி பார்க்குறீங்க?
இல்லை, அதாவது தலைவர் அவர்கள் வந்து இந்த இந்த குறிப்பிட்ட நோக்கத்திற்காக இந்த குழு அமைக்கப்பட்டது. அதற்காக வந்து அனைவரும் வந்திருந்தாங்க. இது சிறப்பாக.
When will the General Council be held, sir?
This official announcement will come in 1 or 2 days.
Is the TVK going to resume the statewide tour of Mr. Vijay from now on?
Yeah, we are waiting for this SOP, which is pending before the Madras High Court. Once this state government gives a proposal for this SOP, then we will be resuming it.
Will it be in a new format now? Will it be in a new format?
கட்சி சார்பில் வந்து அடுத்து எந்த மாதிரி வந்து மக்கள் சந்திப்பு நீங்கள் கரூரில் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, ஒரு அசம்பாவிதம் நடந்தது. அதை வந்து எந்த விதத்தில் வந்து சிறப்பாக வந்து பொதுமக்களுக்கும் மற்றவங்களுக்கும் இடையூறு இல்லாத வகையில் பண்ணணுங்கிறது நாங்கள் ஆலோசனை நடத்திக்கிட்டு தான் இருக்கோம். இந்த SOP வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் நாங்கள் வந்து கண்டிப்பாக
meetings be in a new format? Will the meetings be in a new format?
இல்ல வந்து ஒருங்கிணைந்த ஒரு மாவட்டங்களை ஒருங்கிணைச்சு அந்த கூட்டங்கள் நடத்துறதுக்கான அந்த திட்டம் ஏற்பாடு பண்ணிருக்காங்களா? இல்ல இதற்கு முன்பாக நடத்தப்பட்ட மாதிரி இந்த 2 மாவட்டங்களை ஒன்றாவா இல்ல ஒருங்கிணைந்த மாவட்டங்களா?
இல்ல, அது நாங்க டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். கண்டிப்பா நாங்க ஆபீஷியலா நான் சொல்லுவோம்.
So will the meeting be in a new format now? The
meeting is recognized பார்ட்டிக்கு, registered and recognized பார்ட்டிக்கு தான் இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிருக்காங்க. கண்டிப்பா எங்களை இன்வைட் பண்ணா நாங்க கண்டிப்பா போய் எங்க கருத்துக்களை நாங்க சொல்லுவோம்.
என்ன டிவிக்கு சான்ஸ் என்ன சார்?
That was Mr. Arun Raj, TVK's General Secretary for Policy, talking to us, saying that TVK Chief Vijay would soon resume the public meetings, the statewide tour he had launched earlier, which got suspended after the recent rampage. Well, that's the news from Tamil Nadu. We'll go across to my colleague Ritu for all the developments from Karnataka.
Thank you, Sam. Here in the Karnataka, amid the speculation of this change in the CM face, you see there's a big statement that's been made by the BJP former minister Sriramalu, who in fact has come out to state that the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, on the name of dinner, which was in fact held at CM's residence just a couple of weeks back, has in fact collected allegedly 300 crore to fund the Bihar polls. Now, what again he also goes on to add further is that that's also for the Karnataka CM to save his chair. Now that's a big statement that's coming from the former BJP minister. We've been seeing how that the CM has also been reacting to these speculations, where he's made it very clear categorically, in fact stating that there would not be any sort of a change in the CM face. Now whatever the High Command says, the party will abide by it, but all that needs to be seen, because this is a big statement that's come in by the former BJP minister. Now interestingly, he's also the same leader who was earlier back before 2019 was in the Congress party itself. Now that's the reason this particular statement from the former BJP minister is gaining an attraction. But listening to what exactly he had said.
ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಾರಂದ್ರೆಗಿನ ಅವಧಿ ಅಂತೂ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ನವೆಂಬರ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 2.5 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಆಗಬಹುದು. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಹತ್ರ ಈ ಬಿಹಾರ್ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಚಿವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಔತಣಕೂಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದು ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದು 300 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 300 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಸೂಲಾತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರದಂತೂ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ 300 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಮಧೇನು ಕಲ್ಪವೃಕ್ಷ ತರ ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Well, you see, this is a big breaking that we are getting right now from the Karnataka itself, where you have the Ahinda group now coming out and launching this special campaign in support of the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah. So yes, the CM change row continues here in the state. Now, why this particular moment is really gaining an attraction is also because Ahinda here in the state becomes very important. Now, this is the group that consists of basically the Dalit voters, you have the backward class voters as well significantly, and now that's the reason you see this is a clear indication or a message that the Ahinda voters are trying to give to the Congress High Command as well, because they want the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah to complete full of 5 years. Now that's what has been really a demand from the Ahinda group, but needs to be seen, because now they are urging the High Command to die down this whole of the confusion and the speculations that are around about the change in the CM phase. Now needs to be seen whether that the High Command will now at least take it seriously, because these are the voters basically who are coming out, the groups are coming out and giving this message to the High Command. Well, next up is the new controversy that has erupted here in the Karnataka. Now the pet project of the Deputy CM DK Shivakumar has hit the major hurdle. Now the Tunnel Road project, in fact, is been in the news for quite a long time now. Now there's a fresh debate that's coming with that. The Deputy CM DK Shivakumar stating that the private bus services cannot be allowed on the roads. Now there's also a social obligation that the people have it, because none of them would want to really get married to a person who do not own a car in the city. Now that's the kind of interesting statement that's coming from the Deputy CM DK Shivakumar. But you have the BJP MP Tejasvi Surya, who's taking this whole matter very seriously, asking the Deputy CM to in fact turn down the whole of the Tunnel Road project, because this is not going to bring in any sort of a solution to the city when we talk about the Bengaluru's decongesting of the traffic. Now interestingly, you have the the MP Tejasvi Surya saying that he was really not aware what is that the Deputy CM is trying to really tell, whether he considers the social obligation. Now listening to what Deputy CM DK Shivakumar as well as the BJP MP Tejasvi Surya are with the head loggers. Here are the statements of them.
I had a very cordial, a very meaningful meeting with the Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar regarding ideas and proposals to decongest Bengaluru and provide sustainable transport solutions. We have discussed in detail how public transport and increasing the public transport footprint in Bengaluru is the only way, sustainable way, for effective commute and mobility in the city.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಬಸ್ಗಳು ಓಡಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳೇ ಈಗ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಬಸ್ಗಳು ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಏನೋ ಕೆಲವು ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಪವರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Well, all this is fine. There's a huge politics that we are seeing regarding the tunnel road, project. Basically, on the other side, you see, there's a major topic that we are discussing is also about whether that the private buses services needs to be allowed here in the city. Will that really bring in a solution? Politics is there, that's fine, but really what matters is the voice of the citizens. Yes, in fact, today, earlier in the day, I did hit the ground to bring you this ground report and understand what that the really citizens have to say about it. Watch this interesting report. IT City Bengaluru, as it tries to spread the wings and also grow further, it's also famous for the traffic issues. In fact, we are right now, the NDTV has hit the ground to bring you this ground reality of how the traffic jams really looks like across the city, especially in the areas where there are many tech companies that are located. We are right now on the outer ring road that takes you from Hebbal to the Silk Road, and you can see the traffic jam over here, more of the four-wheelers on the roads. You have two-wheelers also on the roads. Now, that's the kind of traffic jam that the city really battles with. Now, what's really quite interesting for us to understand is that accordingly, there is almost around 1.4 crore of the population. For that, you have 1.2 crore registered vehicles. Now, all that we try and understand is that we do see there's a huge debate right now that has really started in the state between the opposition, that's the BJP in the state, and also the prominent voices who are really urging the state government and to allow the private bus services in the city to reduce the traffic jam. Now, what's really interesting for us to try and understand over here as we hit the ground zero is you see most of these four-wheeler vehicles that we can really see has only one person driving, while this particular vehicle can actually have 4 to 5 members in it. Now, that's also one of the reasons why it also leads to the traffic jam, is what has been said as well. What is important for us to try and understand is what's the sentiment on the ground? What really public needs? Do they really need more BMTC buses? Are they fine with the private bus services as well? Are they very comfortable with the luxurious life that they only want to go on roads with the four-wheelers? That's something that we will try and find out on the ground.
I personally think what you said is correct. We should, we can accommodate 4 to 5 people in our cars, but due to one or the other reason, it's not working for us as well. And the traffic is too high. So waiting for the buses and even the buses, metro stations, everything is full at Bangalore. So no matter what sort of transport we choose for, it's not working for us. So this is one of the reasons why I personally chose to go to office by car by myself.
As it is, Bangalore is too much of traffic, so much of pollution. So we are literally suffering for while going to office and coming back in a daily life as well. So it's impacting our health also, it's pollution. So yeah, private buses is helpful for us.
You have good amount of electric buses which will really help. But private vehicles, what happens is if you have to go to the smaller lanes, right? So that's when it becomes difficult. You can't use the private thing. And if you have to go to office, so the office is inside. So you can't, the bus goes to a point. From there, they have to walk back again. So that's another difficult chance. And you don't get other vehicles also.
That's all we had from Karnataka. Now over to my colleague Ashish, who brings us more news. Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Ritu. In fact, we are in Kakinada, and since yesterday we've been reporting from Kakinada. It's a ground zero where Cyclone Montha, in fact, made the landfall. We are at one of the fishing hamlets here in Kakinada. Is called Upada village, and here all the fishermen's houses in fact evacuated during the cyclone landfall. Remember, cyclone made landfall here around Kakinada, in between Machilipatnam and Kakinada, and since the wind speed and rain was battering the district, not only Kakinada but East Godavari, West Godavari, neighboring Konasima district also received high speed of wind as well as rainfall. Right now the situation here is that local MP, Kakinada MP, he is from Janasena Party, NDA MP. He is visiting the affected people and in fact talking to their grievances and assuring them all kind of assistance. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, he is also right now while we are talking, he is also conducting an aerial survey of districts affected by Cyclone Montha. Kakinada, here he'll come and he'll review situation, aerial survey he'll conduct. He'll land in fact in neighboring district of Konasima, where lot many houses and lot many trees were uprooted, and several villages in fact had a power outage. So Chief Minister will land there and review the situation in Konasima. Apart from Konasima, he'll also go to districts of Bapatla and other. In fact, we are joined by the MP. Sir, tell me about the situation on ground right now. Any casualty? What kind of damage the district has received?
So, good afternoon, everyone. We, as expected, our NDA government was prepared 4 days precautionary. We have taken all the precautionary measures to zero the casualties and minimize the property damages. And yes, we are proudly saying that we are successful in that. Our leader Pawan Kalyan Garu and our CM Garu monitoring this and guiding us in all the aspects to minimize the damages and zero casualties. As we succeeded that, and we are proudly saying that. And now at present, the effect of the cyclone is minimized now, so there is no any issues according to the reports. But the damages, what happened here, every relief camp has been provided with in Pittapuram itself. We have provided more than 30,000 meals and 1.5 lakh water packets and 5,000 liters of milks, medicines, and in 25 relief camps we have provided everything, and we evacuated everything requesting as our family members, and we have brought them here. So now we are here on rectifying the works of the civil works. The damages roads has been, means we are calling for the tenders, and before that itself, when the water is passing through the sea, we have stopped that immediately. With immediate action, and now we are repairing all the damaged roads, and we are clearing all the disturbances which happened for the transport by clearing all the poles and the trees. So I'm thanking all the personals who are here helping us with them. According you also, I'm appreciating you also. You are on the ground in this huge cyclone. and appreciating the media also for assisting us and all the administrative also.
Thank you so much for talking to us, sir. So clearly, there are few houses. In fact, in nearby village, it was damaged due to cyclone. Cyclone has now moved toward Telangana and further to Chhattisgarh. It has turned into a depression. Telangana is receiving heavy rainfall. We have our colleague Uma there. She'll inform us about the rainfall and kind of weather disturbance Telangana is witnessing.
Thank you, Ashish. The severe cyclonic storm that has ravaged Andhra Pradesh has now turned into a cyclonic storm and now into a deep depression, in fact. But it has been bringing non-stop rains now in Hyderabad and in many Telangana districts for the last 24 hours. And yes, Yadadri and Warangal and Nalgonda and other areas have received 10 to 11 centimeters of rain, and there have also been flash floods in several areas. In the IT area of Hyderabad, there is a traffic gridlock that has happened on the outer ring road, the ORR as it is called, the exit number 17 or entry number 17 as it is called, near the Himayat Sagar. That area has got flooded, and our viewers are advised not to go towards that area and to avoid that area of the ORR exit and entry point, gate number 17 itself, near Himayat Sagar as well. But I must tell you three other things that have happened. The road to Srisalem has now been blocked from Hyderabad because there has been landslide that happened in Srisalem. Remember, Srisalem is the area where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there just about 12 days ago for the puja at the Shiva temple there. But just near the temple is where these landslides happened. But very luckily, the landslide happened at a time when people were not around. It happened at night, but 3 shops got demolished in the kind of landslide that happened there. 2 other things. One, in Nagar Karnool district of Telangana itself, there was a car that got stuck in the flooding and there was a man who was trapped inside, but locals were very, very vigilant. They immediately brought a rope and they are in fact shouting out to him saying, let the car go, you hold on to the rope and you can come to safety, and that's what they did. They even asked him, in fact, with a kind of a quick thinking, I should say, asked him to bring the car keys along, and yes, he brings the car key along and he got rescued from that area. But in Khammam, there was a DCM driver that, despite warnings and shoutings from this side, asking him to stop because it's going to be very difficult, he continued coming, and then those dramatic visuals of the DCM, in fact, going into the waters, getting drowned almost 80%. The status of the driver, as of now, not known, but not heeding a warning and advisory that's been given, leading to this kind of disastrous situation. In Nalgonda, Devarakonda, the Gurukul there, in fact, got flooded and children were trapped inside. The ST hostel there was trapped inside, and when the alert was sent out to the security agencies, to the disaster force, they have immediately responded, and the children there being brought to safety, holding on to each other's hands and holding on to the books that they have, their footwear as well, and crossing that very precariously. Thankfully, that was a very successful operation and they were able to bring these children out to safety. Another incident that happened in Ongole, where a man called Kotaya, in fact, got washed away by the waters. Luckily, he held on to a tree and stayed there the whole night. Thankfully, locals spotted him and then called in the security agencies, and then the security agencies went to him, the disaster force responding there and bringing him out to safety as well. So this kind of a rainy conditions we are expecting to continue over today as well, but hopefully by tomorrow the clouds may start to give some relief to the people in Telangana and elsewhere. Still, of course, the big agricultural loss that is happening because of waterlogging, not just in the Telangana areas, but in the banyan plantations, in the mirchi crops, in the cotton plantations there, all of that, and the rice plantations mainly in the West Godavari and the Godavari belt, which is a huge rice bowl for the country itself. All of that now standing in water, and that could damage the crop, and that's why Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu on that aerial tour, and he's expected to get off, like Ashish was mentioning, and inspect on the ground as well. We will continue to get you updates on Cyclone Montha and the effect that it is having on the ground, but for now it's a wrap from Southern View, from all the team of Southern View here at NDTV. It's a goodbye for now. After a very short break, we will bring you more news on the other side.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar with me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us
Other
into this
opposition
country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The battle for Bihar is on. Bihar on a turning pitch, or captain stays the same.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Hello and welcome to this special presentation which is coming to you from Patna in Bihar. At this moment, election season is picking up. Rahul Gandhi has joined the election poll fray, campaigning with Tejasvi Yadav, his first joint rally. And in this joint rally comes the big breaking news. At this moment, Rahul Gandhi has hit out and made it to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, has gone on and said that the Prime Minister can even dance for votes on stage. Now, this is a statement which has just been made at the first rally which Rahul Gandhi addressed in Muzaffarpur here in Bihar. It's about 2.5 hours from where I'm standing at this moment, and this has now got a massive political traction with both his party defending it and the BJP calling it demeaning the office of the Prime Minister. Let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi's straightforward attack on the Prime Minister was.
अगर आप कहोगे नरेंद्र मोदी जी आप ऐसा ड्रामा करो वोट के लिए, वो कर देंगे। जो भी करवाना है करवा लो। मैं कह रहा हूं आप उनको कहो कि देखो भैया हम आपको वोट देंगे, आप स्टेज पे आके नाच लो, वो नाच लेंगे। नाच लेंगे, कह रहा हूं आप कोशिश करो। मोदी जी आइए, स्टेज पे आइए, भाषण मत दीजिए, डांस कर दीजिए, हम आपको वोट देंगे, देखना कर देंगे। जो भी करवाना है करवा लो।
Raman, my colleague, joins me with more details on this. Raman, it's a straightforward attack, but the fact remains that we have seen time and again such personal attacks on Prime Minister have only gone on to help the BJP. It allows the BJP and the Prime Minister to make it personal. It allows them to play the victim card. Rahul Gandhi, has he made this mistake by in fact making this statement?
Yes, Ankit, once again Rahul Gandhi hits on Narendra Modi, and this time he also hits on Narendra Modi with the personal attacks. While he's addressing a rally in Muzaffarpur, it is the first joint campaign of Rahul Gandhi along with Tejasvi Yadav, and today Rahul Gandhi hits out on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he is stealing votes and the people will ask him whatever to do. Narendra Modi will do it for you. Whether you will call Narendra Modi for the dance, for the bath in the swimming pool, or whatever you want from Narendra Modi on the name of vote, he will do everything. So this is the personal kind of attacks on the Prime Minister by the Rahul Gandhi in his public rally in Muzaffarpur, and this is going to be tough for the Congress party because now the BJP will react on it, and this will also going to be a sympathy for the BJP and for the Prime Minister Modi, and that's why Congress leader Rahul Gandhi attacks on the Prime Minister and direct attack on his personal level, and now the BJP will definitely react and hits back on Congress party, and they will take as a sympathy remarks, and it will gonna work for the BJP as well as in the upcoming assembly election. So it will gonna be a hard for the Congress party in the upcoming time as well.
Okay. Has Rahul Gandhi given a volley as far as the BJP is concerned to make this election? And this is something that Tejasvi Yadav has tried to keep. He has, he has not attacked the Prime Minister. He directly speaks as far as the Chief Minister is concerned. So on one hand, Tejasvi Yadav is trying to make it local. And with Rahul Gandhi's comment, has this gone now as a volley to the BJP to try and play the victim card, to try and make it personal? All right. Thank you, Raman, for joining me. Let's also at this moment play out some other reactions of Rahul Gandhi from his first joint rally with the Prime Minister.
वोट चोरी के खिलाफ हमने यहाँ यात्रा की। 20 दिन बिहार में हम आए, शहरों में, गांव-गांव में हम घूमे एक साथ, और आपकी ऊर्जा देखने को मिली, आपकी कैपेबिलिटी, आपकी इंटेलिजेंस देखने को मिली। आप किसी से कम नहीं हो, आप ना राजनीति में कम हो, ना मेहनत में कम हो, आप सबसे आगे, ये प्रदेश सबसे आगे जा सकता है और इस प्रदेश को सबसे आगे जाना पड़ेगा। 20 साल से नीतीश जी सरकार चला रहे हैं, अपने आप को अति पिछड़ा कहते हैं। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, बिहार में शिक्षा के लिए, स्वास्थ्य के लिए, रोजगार के लिए पिछले 20 सालों में इन्होंने क्या किया है, मुझे आप बता दीजिए। क्या आप ऐसा प्रदेश चाहते हो जहां आपको कुछ ना मिले, अदानी जी को 1-2 रुपए में जमीन दी जाए और आपको रोजगार ना मिले? ऐसा बिहार हमें नहीं चाहिए। हमें वो बिहार चाहिए जिसमें स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार हो, बिहारियों को भविष्य दिखाई दे। और जैसे आज आप दूसरे प्रदेशों में जाते हो, वैसे ही दूसरे प्रदेश से लोग आए और बिहार में आकर काम करना चाहें। ऐसा बिहार हम चाहते हैं। मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं कि भैया सच्चाई पहचानो। आपके सामने सच्चाई कौन बोल रहा है, ड्रामा कौन कर रहा है, ये पहचानो। नरेंद्र मोदी जी तो आपको दिखा रहे हैं। आपसे कह रहे हैं कि मैं यमुना में नहा रहा हूं और आपके सामने साफ पानी में तालाब बनाकर नहा रहे।
BJP slams Rahul Gandhi over the PM dance remark that Rahul Gandhi just made. As Ankit was saying, the BJP will definitely corner Rahul Gandhi over this personal remark at the Prime Minister. And yes, indeed, immediately the BJP reacting to what Rahul Gandhi said in his joint rally with Tejashwi Yadav just a short while ago, where Rahul Gandhi said that the Prime Minister will do any sort of drama and even dance for your votes. And this dance and drama remark, immediately a reaction coming in there from the BJP over this comment of Rahul Gandhi. Remember now, Rahul Gandhi addressed a rally in Bihar after, in fact, 2 months since he was missing from Bihar, and now in this joint rally with this remark against the Prime Minister, saying the Prime Minister does drama for your votes, he'll even dance for your votes. Now the BJP hitting back and saying that Rahul Gandhi speaks like a local goon, that he's insulted every poor of India and Bihar who has voted for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that Rahul Gandhi has mocked voters and the Indian democracy. So that is the reaction coming in from the BJP. As expected, Rahul Gandhi once again giving fodder to the BJP to hit back at him, hit back at the Congress party. And indeed, within even less than half an hour, you have this reaction coming in from the BJP over Rahul Gandhi's comments against the Prime Minister, where he made it very personal. He said that the Prime Minister does drama for your votes, that even if you call him to dance, he will come and dance for your votes. He spoke about the Chhath Puja and the controversy in Delhi about a small pool having been dug up next to the Yamuna River for the Prime Minister's Chhath Puja, though the Prime Minister didn't go there. And now Rahul Gandhi hitting out at the Prime Minister with these personal remarks, saying that he does drama for your votes, that he will even dance for your votes if someone calls him for that. And the BJP immediately hitting out at Rahul Gandhi for these comments, saying that he's speaking like a gunda against the Prime Minister, that it's like a local gunda's remarks, a local goon's remarks rather, that he's openly insulted every poor of India and Bihar who voted for the Prime Minister, that Rahul Gandhi has mocked voters and the Indian democracy. So the BJP hitting back after Rahul Gandhi's personal remarks that were made during this joint rally at Muzaffarpur in Bihar. Remember, this is the first joint meeting and a public rally that Rahul Gandhi has held in Bihar over the last 2 months. Yesterday, the Mahagathbandhan even released the joint promises for the people of the state, but Rahul Gandhi was nowhere to be seen, and now he is there in Bihar and addressed this rally. Now, Guru Prakash Paswan, TR Kesavan joins us on the phone line now for more for a reaction to this story. Your reaction to what Rahul Gandhi said in Muzaffarpur?
Yeah, actually, if you look at the whole statement, by his hatred and bitterness for the Prime Minister again translates into his hatred for the country, and here he has mocked the Hindu Dharma again. If you look at Rahul Gandhi's statements closely, he makes derisive comments about the Prime Minister, but he also grossly insults the sentiments of the people of Bihar by mocking the sacred Chhat Puja. Rahul Gandhi called the sacred Chhat Puja a drama. The people of Bihar will never forget nor forgive Rahul Gandhi for his blasphemous remarks. Rahul Gandhi is a repulsive repeat offender when it comes to abusing Hindu Dharma. He neither respects nor will understand the greatness of Hindu Dharma. Imagine him equating drama and Chhat Puja together, the sacred Chhat Puja, where, when it involves the sentiments of all Hindus and especially the people of Bihar. You remember that Rahul Gandhi had slandered the sacred Sengol, which was given to him by the revered Shaivite Adinams who hail from the backward class community, and Rahul Gandhi kept a sphinx-like silence when George Panaya hurled abuses at Ma Shakti, and he parroted his words. Later he said, Hindu Dharma, there is a word Shakti, and we are fighting against it. And no one will forget how Rahul Gandhi pungently said that the sacred Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony was a dance and song event. People of Bharat and the people of Bihar will never accept a person who has a bigoted mindset against Hindu Dharma like Rahul Gandhi, and this is the reason people continue to reject and drub Rahul Gandhi and the Congress have done, as they've done so in the past Lok Sabha elections, 3 Lok Sabha elections.
All right, if I can just quote what Rahul Gandhi said, he alleged that the Prime Minister can do any drama to win votes, that Modi ji can do drama to win votes. He just wants your votes. If you tell Narendra Modi to dance, he will dance. So he didn't actually speak about the Chhat Puja, but the Prime Minister. But yes, as you are saying that this is, the BJP also saying that he's acting like a local goon with these comments, and BJP describing this as an insult to the poor of India. Mr. Keswan? All right, we seem to have lost the line there with the CR Keswan. But big controversy with Rahul Gandhi's comments as expected. The BJP hitting out, slamming him over this dig at the Prime Minister. He said the Prime Minister will do drama. He will even dance for your votes. Well, we're now joined by Neeraj Kumar of the JDU on the phone line with us. Sir, your reaction to what Rahul Gandhi has said?
First of all, I want to speak in Hindi. ये राहुल गांधी जी का पॉलिटिकल फ्रस्ट्रेशन है। इस ढंग की भाषा देश के इलेक्टेड प्राइम मिनिस्टर के खिलाफ कोई बोलता है? ये तो निश्चित रूप से राहुल गांधी जी आखिर आपको हो क्या गया है? आपको डिमोरलाइज कोई कर रहा तो तेजस्वी यादव कर रहे हैं। 2025 का जो कल इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो जारी हुआ है, देख लीजिए इनकी राजनीति में औकात क्या है। तो फ्रस्ट्रेशन दूसरे पर निकाल रहे हैं। और दूसरी बात यह है कि आप देश के प्राइम मिनिस्टर के बारे में इस तरह की टिप्पणी करना, अरे वोट हम काम के बदौलत ले रहे हैं। आप पूछिए ना, आपके साथ हैं तेजस्वी यादव जो कहते हैं कि रूल ऑफ लॉ बिहार में एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहा है, और वो क्या कर रहे थे? जेपी गंगा पथ पर डांस कर रहे थे, तो हम लोग कोई आपत्ति व्यक्त किए थे? वो डांस करते रहे। लेकिन देश का प्राइम मिनिस्टर अगर छठ जैसे पर्व में, अगर सम्मान में ये होता, और आज का दौर है, सोशल मीडिया का दौर है, फोटो लेता है लोग, तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? वो पॉलिटिकली आप वोट के लिए सौदागर, वोट के लिए ये काम हो रहा है। छठ जैसा पर्व वोट के लिए होता है। राहुल गांधी जी पॉलिटिकली फ्रस्ट्रेशन में है, क्योंकि इनको डिमोरलाइज किया गया है गठबंधन में। इसी का फ्रस्ट्रेशन वो निकाल रहे हैं।
आप ये क्यों बोल रहे कि डिमोरलाइज किया है गठबंधन में, उसके बारे में जरा और बताइए।
जी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आप देखिए 2015 का जो उनका है बदलाव का था, उसमें राहुल गांधी लीड कर रहे हैं, बड़ा फोटोग्राफ है उनका, तेजस्वी का छोटा है। और इस जब 2020 का देखिएगा, 25 का, सॉरी 2020 का पहले मैंने बताया, अभी 2025 का जो कल जारी हुआ है, उसमें पहले वाले में सोनिया गांधी का संदेश है, वेणुगोपाल जी का संदेश है, सबका। इस बार किसी का संदेश नहीं है। और तेजस्वी यादव का बड़ा फोटो है, और सोनिया गांधी और राबड़ी देवी का बराबर का फोटो है। अब समझ लीजिए क्या हालत है। और राहुल गांधी का थोड़ा सा बड़ा, मैंने
राहुल गांधी ने ये भी बोला कि बीजेपी रिमोट कंट्रोल से बिहार को चला रही है और सामने नीतीश कुमार जी को रख रही है।
देखिए, इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? नीतीश कुमार जी की इंटीग्रिटी पर हमला करने का राजनीति में औकात इनको नहीं है, तो अनर्गल बात बोल रहे हैं। अरे नीतीश कुमार जी तो इन और आउट के, आप तो जानकार है राहुल गांधी जी। आप ही ने करप्शन पर बिल फाड़े थे, और करप्ट आदमी के साथ पॉलिटिकल एग्रीमेंट कर लिया आपने।
All right, नीरज कुमार जी, हमको अब यहीं पर रुकना पड़ेगा. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. More breaking news now coming in with Home Minister Amit Shah also in Bihar, and Amit Shah has hit out at the Congress and the RJD. He said the upcoming election are an opportunity to make Bihar free from jungle Raj. Now, this is an attack that the BJP has been making again and again against the RJD as well as the Congress, harking back to over 20 years ago when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the chief minister, and talking about the jungle Raj, saying in the NDA all 5 allies are like the Pandavas are contesting the elections together. Let's just listen to what the Home Minister said.
ये लोग कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी से जननायक का विरोध भी छीनना चाहते हैं. अरे लालू यादव जी, आप कान खोलकर सुन लो, जब तक एनडीए है कर्पूरी ठाकुर के जननायक को कोई छू नहीं सकता, कोई छू नहीं सकता. और हमारा मकसद साफ है, जंगल राज से रोसड़ा और समस्तीपुर को मुक्त कराकर यहां उद्योग बसाने का हमारा लक्ष्य है. और यहां रोसड़ा वालों ने तो जंगल राज अच्छे से देखा है. यहां नरसंहार होते थे और दलितों का अपमान भी होता था.
ताड़का, मारीच और सुबह रूपी नक्सलवाद, उग्रवाद और आतंकवाद से मुक्त करके रख देंगे. आप गृह मंत्री जी के संकल्प के साथ हैं या नहीं है? नक्सलवाद समाप्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद समाप्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? अपराध समाप्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? होना चाहिए ना. तो इसके लिए कांग्रेस, आरजेडी और उनके जितने भी पार्टनर हैं जो अपराध की फैक्ट्री चलाते हैं, विकास के बैरियर हैं, इनको सत्ता में आने से रोकना पड़ेगा, इनको बेरोजगार करना पड़ेगा. तब नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार आएगा ना. और ये करने के लिए तैयार है ना. देखो, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी डबल इंजन की सरकार है, तो हम लोगों ने कैसे वहां कार्य किया. वहां जितने बड़े माफिया थे सारी की सारी, ज्यादातर लोगों के जहन्नुम के टिकट कट गए. जो गरीब को मारेगा, बहन बेटियों की इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करेगा, व्यापारियों का अपहरण करेगा, नौजवानों के रोजगार पर सेंध लगाएगा, तो उसके लिए तो यमराज के घर का ही टिकट होगा ना. और दूसरा, उनके खानदान ने भी जितनी प्रॉपर्टी बनाई होगी अवैध तरीके से, गरीबों का शोषण करके, अपहरण करके, हमारी सरकार ने, डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार ने उस पैसे, उस पूरी प्रॉपर्टी को अपने कब्जे में लेकर के गरीबों के लिए आवास बना डाली. गरीबों के लिए आवास, हर गरीब को आवास मिल रहा है. आज उत्तर प्रदेश राम राज्य के नए युग में प्रवेश कर चुका है. आज अयोध्या धाम दुनिया की सुंदरतम नगरी में स्थापित हो गया है. कितने लोग अयोध्या गए? अयोध्या अच्छा लगा ना? विकास दिखाई दिया ना? काशी में काशी विश्वनाथ धाम कितने गए? आप मुझे बताओ. मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री हैं और डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार है, तभी ये काम हो पा रहा है ना. क्या ये काम कांग्रेस और उसके पार्टनर कर पाते क्या? अरे सब तो डकैती डालने वाले लोग हैं. लैल्टेन का उजाला दिखा करके और चुपचाप बंद करके फिर डकैती डालते थे. ये करते थे ना. और इसीलिए आपको कहने के लिए मैं आया हूं, क्योंकि बिहार हमारी माता जानकी का मायका भी है. और इसीलिए हम लोगों ने अयोध्या से सीतामढ़ी के लिए 6,155 करोड़ रुपए का एक राम जानकी मार्ग के निर्माण के कार्य को इस बस्तर पर आगे बढ़ाया है। और अभी तो बक्सर को हम लोग सीधे लखनऊ और दिल्ली तक जोड़ने के लिए भी एक बड़े कार्य को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे देखा है ना आप लोगों ने, तो पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे बक्सर की तरफ अब आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये जो उत्तर प्रदेश का परिवहन मंत्री है ना दया शंकर सिंह की भी जन्मभूमि यही बक्सर है। ये बक्सर से ही वहां गए बलिया में, और इसीलिए इनका जोर है कि आप उत्तर प्रदेश परिवहन निगम की बस लखनऊ से सीधे बक्सर को जोड़ ले, बक्सर से सीधे अयोध्या धाम जोड़ ले। याद करिए त्रेता युग में महर्षि विश्वामित्र को अयोध्या धाम से बक्सर आने में कई दिन लगे थे। खैर महर्षि विश्वामित्र उस समय बहुत सारे राक्षसों को निपटाते हुए आ रहे थे। कहीं ताड़का को मारना है, कहीं मारीच को मारना है, कहीं मारीच को भगाना है, कहीं सुबाऊ को मारना है। और आज भी नाम बदले हैं, काम उनका वही है। जो ये भ्रष्टाचारी हैं, जो ये आतंकवादी हैं, जो ये उग्रवादी हैं, ये नक्सलवादी हैं, इनका काम वही है जो ताड़का मारीच और सुबाऊ का था। और इनके साथ वही व्यवहार होना चाहिए जो भगवान राम ने इनके साथ किया था। निस्सरहीन करो मही बुझ उठाए प्रण कीन, और यही प्रण इस चुनाव में आप सबको करना है। बिहार को अराजकता से मुक्त करने वाली एनडीए सरकार फिर से चाहिए। बिहार को विकास के पथ पर अग्रसर करने वाली एनडीए सरकार फिर से चाहिए। बिहार के विकास को आगे बढ़ाना है। बिहार में बिना भेदभाव के यहाँ के नौजवानों के लिए, यहाँ के गरीबों के लिए, यहाँ के किसानों के लिए, यहाँ की माता और बहनों के विकास के लिए और यहाँ के व्यापारियों की सुरक्षा के लिए एनडीए की डबल इंजन की सरकार आवश्यक है। और इसके लिए एनडीए ने अपने योग्यतम प्रत्याशी दिए हैं। आप सोचो बक्सर से प्रत्याशी बने हैं श्री आनंद मिश्रा, आईपीएस, ये 2011 बैच के आदि आईपीएस हैं।
So it's a day of mega rallies today in Bihar. There you have UP Chief Minister Adityanath also addressing a rally in Bihar, and Home Minister Amit Shah is there. Rahul Gandhi, Tejashwi Yadav held a joint rally. Also, Saduddin Owaisi is expected to address a rally there. So really heating up on the campaign trail. We'll slip into a short break, return with all the top news. Don't go anywhere.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
The Rashtrapati Bhavan posted today, the sortie on Rafale is an unforgettable experience for me. The first flight on the potent Rafale aircraft has instilled in me a renewed sense of pride in the nation's defense capabilities. I congratulate the Indian Air Force and the entire team of Air Force Station Ambala for organizing this sortie successfully.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहान, कमाल से।
Election season is here again. The battle for Bihar begins.
नीतीश जी का बिहार चलाने योग्य नहीं।
बिहार जैसे राज्य में इतना भरोसा लोगों ने किया।
India's #1 network locked and loaded. The OG of election reporting.
ये सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि फलाना जाति की क्या आबादी है। सरकार के पास जरूर ये आंकड़े होने चाहिए।
Elections in our DNA. In the heart of every voter.
वोट चोरी मुद्दा है भी और नहीं भी है।
NDTV 24/7, India's election engine.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
In Bihar, बहुत
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the top news stories as the campaign trail in Bihar heats up. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Prime Minister Modi in his joint rally with Tejashwi, says the Prime Minister will dance for votes. The BJP hits back, says Rahul has insulted every voter who chose Prime Minister Modi. And a day of big campaigns in Bihar as Rahul and Tejashwi addressed a joint rally. BJP big guns boom. Amit Shah accuses the Mahagathbandhan of nepotism, while Yogi says the RJD had opposed the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. India demolishes Pakistan propaganda. President of India, Droupadi Murmu, flies in the Rafale in Ambala, poses with the first woman Rafale pilot squadron leader, Shivangi Singh, who during Operation Sindoor, the Pakistani media had claimed had been captured. Cash for jobs scam erupts in Tamil Nadu now. The Enforcement Directorate alleges major cash for jobs scam in civic body jobs in the state. The DMK calls ED investigation part of political vendetta. Cloud seeding trials have been put on hold in the national capital after the failure yesterday. Delhi Environment Minister says this is due to low moisture content in the cloud. Aam Aadmi Party calls it a complete failure of the Delhi government.
You look at India and Pakistan. So I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship.
US President Donald Trump's big remarks amid the trade deal standoff, claims he's positive of a trade deal with India and that he has a great deal of respect for Prime Minister Modi. All right, President Droupadi Murmu, the Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces, flew a Rafale fighter aircraft at the Ambala Air Force station in Haryana today. However, the surprising fact about the president flying the fighter jet was her posing after with squadron leader Shivangi Singh. Look at that photograph on your screens there. Shivangi Singh is the first and only female pilot of the Rafale fighter jet. And remember, the Pakistani media during Operation Sindoor had claimed to have captured her. Pak President Murmu is officially the first president to have flown the Rafale fighter jet. And Rafale jets were used during the first day of Operation Sindoor. The jets were formally inducted into the Indian Air Force in 2020. And it's the president's second time flying on a fighter aircraft and the first time on a Rafale jet. Well, let's go across to Shivarur for more on this story, and let's just also pull up that photograph. Shiv, I really like this photograph. I love the stance of President Droupadi Murmu, and it's so significant that she's posing along with squadron leader Shivangi Singh. Take us through, what this means and our messaging to Pakistan.
Well, Gargi, a very, very significant photograph, and might I add that this is a picture that has been put out without any fanfare, without any captions. The Indian Air Force and Rashtrapati Bhavan have not, pointed to the photo and said, look, here is squadron leader Shivangi Singh. This is something that NDTV broke all by itself. We saw this picture among the pictures that had been put out by the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and I, of course, recognize squadron leader Shivangi Singh in this picture that's already gone super viral all across India. And it is such a subtle message and yet such a slap, because the Pakistan media, mainstream media and otherwise, had gone to town. Organizations like Al Jazeera and others had reported the capture of a female Indian Air Force pilot, squadron leader Shivangi Singh, after her Rafale aircraft had been shot down. Even though the propaganda had been busted even at that time, this picture busts, is equal to 1,000 words and 1,000,000 lies, really. What the Indian Air Force is doing, and it isn't really actively trying to bust any myths or propaganda, because after all, squadron leader Shivangi Singh is a qualified flying instructor, a Rafale pilot, belongs to the squadron, so there's nothing specific or unusual about the photo. But given Pakistan's frantic attempt to spread propaganda and divert attention away from all its battered air bases across the country, which finally brought Operation Sindoor to an end, this picture takes on such a huge amount of significance, because it radiates confidence, it radiates power. It shows that the Indian Air Force, has busted this propaganda at a time and place of its choosing, done it subtly. You've got the president flying from an airbase, literally from where the strikes were conducted deep inside Pakistan. She's flying from an airbase which happens to be operationally active right now, because it's only 200 kilometers from the Pakistan border. So at many different levels, whether it is posing with Shivangi Singh, whether it is flying in a Rafale, flying from Ambala, just 200 kilometers from the Pakistan border, all of it just radiates a kind of quiet self-assuredness and confidence of the Indian Air Force in a year when it has really, really made combat history.
That's right. Shiv, also tell us about, do we know more about how the flight was? And President Murmu is not the first president to have flown on fighter jets. We've seen that ever since President Kalam. But as you said, hugely significant that it's from Ambala, that it's a Rafale. And, take us through all these details.
Right, Gargi, President APJ Abdul Kalam began this tradition of the first citizen getting into the cockpit of a fighter aircraft. It was something that had happened at his request. In fact, he was a person who loved being with the military. He had famously flown first in a Sukhoi 30 when he was president. Following that, many have gotten into a cockpit. President Pratibha Patil also flew in a Su-30 fighter. President Murmu's Rafale flight today happens to be her second flight in a fighter. In 2023, she flew in a Sukhoi 30 in the Tezpur Air Base in Assam. Nirmala Sitharaman, when she was defense minister, has flown in a Su-30. Rajnath Singh was the first Indian leader to fly in a Rafale. This was way back in 2019. Prime Minister Modi, of course, has flown in a Sukhoi 30. He's also flown in a Tejas fighter. So this has become a tradition where the Indian Air Force has been able to host national leaders, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces more than once. 3 presidents have flown separately in these fighters. But it's very, very special. It's an honor for the squadron. It's an honor for the base. It's a huge honor for the pilot, flying with President Murmu. In this particular case, they flew for a little under an hour. They flew to about 20,000 feet. The president was given a huge briefing about the agility and the systems on board that aircraft. My sources tell me she was given a simulated sense of what active operations and strike operations may look like from the cockpit. Obviously, all of it simulated. There was a chase plane, another Rafale that was also in the air, which had the chief of the air staff at the controls. So very interesting. I'm hopeful that in a short while from now, we might even get some air-to-air visual imagery of this fascinating flight that President Murmu was part of.
All right, Shiv, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and the significance of the president's sortie on the Rafale. Let's just listen into what some of the reactions were. Remember, we were speaking to many many members of the Air Force earlier, and here's what they had to say.
We are a serious nation, we are a responsible nation, and we are a very professional defense forces. We do not make false claims, we do not make claims in the air. Pakistani Prime Minister has said 5 jets first, then he said 6 jets, then ultimately in the United Nations he goes on to say 7 jets. And without any proof, without any image, without any, you can say, a shred of an evidence. So we don't go around telling the world that yes, no, Shivangi Singh is alive, Shivangi Singh is here. She is a very professional officer and we deal with these things in a professional manner. Today when the Supreme Commander was at the base, this woman officer posed with her, the picture is on the screen, and this is how we shred the lies of the Pakistanis. Pakistanis will never prove anything, they will only keep telling lies. Even 93,000 surrenders in Bangladesh, they also claim that 71 bhi hum lie jeet gaye. Unki textbooks are full of lies. So we don't have to prove anything to anyone. Our professionalism, our responsibility speaks for itself. And this picture is just another visual for the world to know where the truth lies and who are the liars.
General Kulkarni, we have that image which is obviously going viral at this point, and it speaks a lot from the Indian side without any caption, without any message really being sent to Pakistan. Tell us what you think is the reason for the significance really of this image that we're seeing on our screens of President Murmu there with squadron leader Shivangi Shukla.
Picture is worth 1,000 words. Subtle messaging, adequate to tell Pakistan that let's not go beyond the point, and also speaks volumes of the president, speaks volumes of Shalini, who was Shivangi, who was there as instructor with her. I think there can be nothing better than this picture. It's all about being able to convey that women have a right. It's all about telling, messaging also to Pakistan that all that they said was all wrong. And it also speaks volumes of the president being able to fly along with her in a Rafale. So it's altogether a fantastic picture. You had the air chief also fly with a lady officer when the MiGs were being taken off. So that is something of nothing but professionalism to its best.
All right, well, let's move on to political news now. And battleground Bihar, where big guns are booming of the BJPs with just over a week to go for the first phase of elections. top ministers and BJP chief ministers are in the state. Home Minister Amit Shah was in Darbhanga, where he campaigned for popular folk singer and BJP candidate from Alinagar. On the campaign trail, Amit Shah hit out at the Mahagathbandhan, slamming the opposition alliance over dynasty and nepotism. In fact, speaking of the Mahagathbandhan, Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav also addressed a joint rally in Muzaffarpur. And you also had UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath taking on the RJD, and Rajnath Singh as well addressing a rally in Bihar today.
ये लोग कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी से जननायक का विरोध भी छीनना चाहते हैं। अरे लालू यादव जी, आप कान खोलकर सुन लो, जब तक एनडीए है कर्पूरी ठाकुर के जननायक को कोई छू नहीं सकता, कोई छू नहीं सकता। और हमारा मकसद साफ है, जंगल राज से रोसड़ा और समस्तीपुर को मुक्त कराकर यहां उद्योग बसाने का हमारा लक्ष्य है। और यहां रोसड़ा वालों ने तो जंगल राज अच्छे से देखा है। यहां नरसंहार होते थे और दलितों का अपमान भी होता था।
यहां पर राजद के लोगों ने किस तरीके से बिहार को केवल हिंदुस्तान में ही नहीं बल्कि सारी दुनिया में बदनाम किया। क्या क्या आरोप लगते हैं। जो यहां का मुख्यमंत्री रह चुका हो उसको वर्षों तक जेल की हवा खानी पड़ती है। क्या हर बिहारवासी का इससे मस्तक नीचा नहीं होता। बहनों भाइयों, वही बिहार के वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए राजद के उन नेताओं ने जो कुछ भी किया, आज पूरे परिवार के ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप लगा हुआ है। और मैं मानता हूं कि अभी बिहार चुनावी महापर्व बनाने की तैयारी कर रहा है। चुनाव में मुद्दा साफ है कि आने वाले वर्षों में बिहार को विकसित राज्य बनाना है या फिर उसे जंगल राज की ओर ले जाना है। यह फैसला यदि करना है तो आप सभी को यह फैसला करना है। अभी आरजेडी ने, राजद ने चुनावी घोषणा पत्र जारी किया और उसने कहा है कि हर व्यक्ति के एक घर में एक को हम सरकारी नौकरी देंगे। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, यह संभव है? मेरे बहनों भाइयों, जो समझदार लोग हों, कम से कम उनसे मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि लगभग यहां 2,80,00,000 घर हैं। क्या कोई ऐसा महापुरुष आ सकता है जो कि सभी घरों में 5 साल के अंदर सबको एक एक पक्की सरकारी नौकरी दे? मैं लालू जी और तेजस्वी जी से और राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, तेजस्वी जी, लालू जी, क्या सच बोलकर राजनीति नहीं की जा सकती?
ज्यादातर लोगों के जहन्नुम के टिकट कट गए। जो गरीब को मारेगा, बहन बेटियों की इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करेगा, व्यापारियों का अपहरण करेगा, नौजवानों के रोजगार पर सेंध लगाएगा, तो उसके लिए तो यमराज के घर का ही टिकट होगा ना। और दूसरा, उनके खानदान ने भी जितनी प्रॉपर्टी बनाई होगी अवैध तरीके से, गरीबों का शोषण करके, अपहरण करके, हमारी सरकार ने, डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार ने उस पैसे, उस पूरी प्रॉपर्टी को अपने कब्जे में लेकर के गरीबों के लिए आवास बना डाली।
And Congress leader Rahul Gandhi was finally back in action in Bihar, and he addressed a campaign along with Tejashwi Yadav, a joint rally with the Mahagathbandhan's chief ministerial face, Tejashwi Yadav. And while addressing the rally in Polban, Bihar, Rahul Gandhi alleged that Prime Minister Narendra Modi can do any drama to win votes. He can even dance, and this has immediately become a big controversy with the BJP hitting back, saying Rahul Gandhi saying this language, saying that his language was just like a local goons, and that his actions have mocked voters and Indian democracy as well as all those who voted for Prime Minister Modi.
अगर आप कहोगे नरेंद्र मोदी जी आप ऐसा ड्रामा करो वोट के लिए, वो कर देंगे। जो भी करवाना है करवा लो। मैं कह रहा हूं आप उनको कहो कि देखो भैया हम आपको वोट देंगे, आप स्टेज पे आके नाच लो, वो नाच लेंगे, नाच लेंगे। कह रहा हूं आप कोशिश करो। मोदी जी आइए, स्टेज पे आइए, भाषण मत दीजिए, डांस कर दीजिए, हम आपको वोट देंगे, देखना कर देंगे। जो भी करवाना है करवा लो।
So just 8 days to go for the elections. The Mahagathbandhan manifesto was released yesterday and it's triggered a political storm. Calling the manifesto MGB's Pran Patra, RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav had asserted that the manifesto of the India bloc is the alliance's resolution and commitment and that every promise would be fulfilled if they voted to power. He also slammed the NDA for not having released its manifesto yet. Now, in the manifesto, the MGB has promised that the Waqf Amendment Act, which was passed by Parliament in April, will not be allowed in Bihar. Now, this has got a reaction from the BJP, which strongly criticized it. Union Minister Giriraj Singh asked as to why Tejashwi Yadav was named the chief ministerial face and not a Muslim candidate. A Waqf debate has dominated most of the campaigns for Bihar polls, especially the last week. We heard opposition CM face Tejashwi Yadav saying that if the Mahagathbandhan comes to power, then the Waqf bill will be thrown in the dustbin, which is one of the promises written in the manifesto. Calling this a bundle of lies, Giriraj Singh mounted an attack against Tejashwi Yadav, saying that he failed to deliver promises during his term as Bihar Deputy Chief Minister.
देखिए, कल हम लोगों ने जो घोषणा की है, ये प्रण हम लोगों का है। इसको हम लोग जो है मिलकर के जो है पूरा करेंगे और साथ ही साथ जो है इसमें बड़ी घोषणाएं जो है हम लोगों ने की है। अब देखिएगा, संविदा कर्मी, आउटसोर्सिंग कर्मी, कर्मचारियों को तो हम लोग जो है स्थायी करेंगे। साथ ही साथ ओपीएस जो है, ओल्ड पेंशन जो स्कीम जो था, वो जो है हम लोग लागू करने का काम करेंगे। और ख़ास तौर पे पत्रकार भाइयों के लिए कमिश्नरी वाइज जो है, प्रमंडलीय वाइज प्रेस क्लब जो है वो बनाया जाएगा और उसके बाद जो है लोगों के लिए पत्रकार हॉस्टल का भी निर्माण जो है हम लोग जो है कराने का काम करेंगे।
मान भाई से कहूँगा तो वो मेरी बात नहीं मानेंगे। वो आज की तारीख में लालू यादव और ये कांग्रेस के बंधुआ मजदूर हैं। बंधुआ मजदूर ही उनको मानते हैं। है हिम्मत तेजस्वी यादव में, लालू यादव में, राहुल गांधी में ये घोषणा कर दें कि अगर 18% और 20% आबादी बिहार में मुसलमानों का है तो वो मुख्यमंत्री होगा। मुख्यमंत्री नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री तो लालूए जी के बाल बच्चा होंगे, कोई दूसरा यादव भी नहीं होगा। इसलिए लालू यादव किसी को न मुख्यमंत्री मुसलमान को बनाएंगे न उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे। अगर हिम्मत है तो
खुदा पहाड़ निकली चुईया, इस तरह का कोई व्यवस्था लोगों के घोषणा पत्र में नहीं आया। उनको बताना चाहिए कि इसका पैसा कहाँ से आएगा, क्या बजट लगेगा, किन चीज़ों को कैसे करेंगे। 15 साल जो लालू जी ने राज किया उसका क्या बार माफ़ी मांगा, ये सब जानकारी देना होगा ना।
बिहार का तेजस्वी प्रण अच्छा नाम है, अच्छा नाम दिया है, क्योंकि एक कमिटमेंट हो गया। जब महागठबंधन ने मिलके अपना मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा घोषित कर दिया तब तो फिर उनका संकल्प होना आवश्यक है। जनता का विश्वास तभी जमेगा, तब लोग कहेंगे भाई कि तो मैनिफेस्टो में नाम तेजस्वी का आ गया है, तो मुख्यमंत्री का फेस जो है वो एक प्रकार से कमिटमेंट कर रहा है जनता के साथ। इसका मायने नहीं होगा।
अपराध पर तो 0 टॉलरेंस है, लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार पर 0 टॉलरेंस नहीं है इस घोषणा पत्र में। स्वाभाविक है, ये दावा करते ही बात निकलेगी तो बहुत दूर तक जाएगी। मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि जो बिहार को एक नया विजन देने का दावा कर रहे हैं वो 420 के एक्यूज हैं। हमने नहीं कहा। 15 दिन पहले दिल्ली की कोर्ट ने आरोप तय किया है, ट्रायल होने वाला है। नौकरी दो, जमीन लो, उस घोटाले में भी एक्यूज थे।
जो बिहार में 35-36% इकोनॉमिक बैकवर्ड पीपल हैं, उनके लिए जो क्रांतिकारी बातें कही जाने वाली हैं, उसका इंतजार करिए। आप देखेंगे कि अभी तक जो एबीसी कह कर नीतीश कुमार जी ने उनका शोषण किया है और उनको भागीदारी हिस्सेदारी नहीं दिया, बढ़ाया नहीं। हमारी सरकार बनेगी तभी जाके एबीसी का उत्थान होगा और वो आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा।
हम लोग कहते हैं कि वचनम किम दरिद्रम, अगर कुछ बोलना ही है तो जितना बोल दो। उनको क्या है, क्या जवाब देही। अगर सत्ता में रहते या विश्वास होता कि सत्ता में आते तो एक बात थी, ये जानते हैं कि उनको सत्ता में नहीं आना है। सत्ता में आने का जब बना था कि आपस में मिलजुल करके लड़ेंगे तो एक बात नहीं होती। आज सब अलग अलग लड़ रहे हैं, तो स्पष्ट है कि नहीं है, तो बोल करके जितना अपना मन को शांत करना।
And staying with news from Bihar, the Election Commission, taking note of a news report, has asked a poll strategist and politician Prashant Kishore to explain the duplication of his name in the voter list in Bihar and West Bengal. So he's registered in two places. Kishore hit back, asking the commission why his name wasn't deleted during the SIR exercise, if there was any duplication, and challenged the poll body to arrest him if it was his fault. Election strategist Prashant Kishore rejected claims of dual voter registration, calling the notice meaningless as party clarifies a cancellation process in West Bengal. He said, my name is in Karakat since 2019. I went to Bengal for 2 years in between, so I was a voter there. Why is the Election Commission sending a notice? If it's my fault, then arrest me, he said. Meanwhile, Bihar leaders have latched on to Prashant Kishore's dual voter ID. Independent MP from Purnia, Pappu Yadav, called Prashant Kishore the biggest Natwar Lal of the world, while a BJP MP Rajiv Pratap Rudy and LJP chief Chirag Paswan also slammed Kishore.
मैं अपने गृह क्षेत्र करघर से, अपने गांव कोनार से मैं वोटर हूं, वहां 2019 से वोटर हूं। बीच में 2 साल मैं जब कलकत्ता में था तो मैं वहां पर मैंने वोटर आईडी बनाया था। उसके बाद 2019 के बाद से 2021 के बाद से मैं अपना वोटर आईडी मेरा करघर का है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दिया है। अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहा एसआईआर किए हैं, तो एसआईआर के बाद भी तो मेरा नाम यहीं पर है। तो अगर वो कह रहे हैं कि दूसरे जगह भी मेरा नाम है, तब तो पूरा एसआईआर क्यों करके सबको परेशान कर रहे थे।
हम तो कह रहे हैं कि फर्जी आदमी है, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा नटवर लाल है। इससे बड़ा न कोई फर्जी है, न नटवर लाल है और न कोई फ्रॉड है।
बिहार में जब ऐसा कुछ होता है तो लोग कहते हैं कि बाप रे बाप, ऐसा भी होता है क्या। अब नेताओं को तो बड़ा सावधान होना पड़ेगा। अब 2 आईडी तो वही जवाब देंगे कि 2 आईडी कहाँ है, और वैसे भी उनका 2 आईडी तो है ही है, तो राजनीति में है। लेकिन वैसे हमको कुछ नहीं कहना है, वो तो चुनाव आयोग पूछेगा। लेकिन हम सब लोग को जो राजनेता है उनको बड़ा कॉशियस रहना चाहिए, और ये तो अपराध हो जाता है। जब 2 आईडी हो जाए तो वो तो क्रिमिनल एक्शन हो सकता है, लेकिन वो चुनाव आयोग की बात है।
घर शीशे के होते हैं, वो दूसरों के उसमें पत्थर मारते हैं, कैसे चलेगा प्रभु। आपके खुद के जब 2-2 आईडी हैं और आप दूसरों के ऊपर आप सवाल उठाते हैं, दूसरों की आप सो कॉल्ड पोल खोल करने का आप काम करते हैं, जबकि आपका खुद इस तरीके का आपके ड्यूअल वोटरशिप का मामला आपका सामने आ रहा है। 2-2 जगह आपने अपने वोटर आईडीज आपने बना रखे हैं, जो कि कतई उचित नहीं है।
Meanwhile, my colleague Veera Raghav has been covering the Bihar elections. He's travelled to Bihar from Bengaluru and he caught up with Mahagathbandhan's Deputy Chief Ministerial Face and VIP Chief Mukesh Sahni. Listen in.
There is an idli, let me serve you an idli as well. And there is sambar. तो ये इडली का खासियत ये है कि इडली चोखा के साथ भी जाता है, सांबार के साथ भी जाता है। इज दैट ट्रू ऑफ बिहार पॉलिटिशियंस? वो कोई भी अलायंस के साथ जा सकते हैं? बिहार पॉलिटिशियंस इडली की तरह है?
नहीं, ये ऐसी बात नहीं है, सिचुएशन होता है, बट अभी हम लोग विचार से बंधे हुए। अगर ऐसा बात है तो फिर मुझे इडली नहीं खाना है।
नहीं, इडली आपका ही है, यू कैन हैव इडली,
बट इडली के साथ कोई डील नहीं ना।
इडली के साथ नो, बट आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड, you see the MGB has projected you as the deputy chief minister face. Your party has 2-3% vote share. How does a party with 2-3% vote share become so important that a leader like you has to be projected as a deputy CM face?
देखिए, चुनाव में आपके पास कितना वोट आता वो मैंने नहीं रखता है। दूसरा बात है कि आप चुनाव जीतते या हारते वो मैंने नहीं रखता है। चुनाव में दो ही चीज़ होता है, हार या जीत। बिहार में मैंने एक आंदोलन से अपनी एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनाया है और पूरे बिहार के जो फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी है, मल्ला जाति के लोग, ये 22 नामों से जाने जाते हैं। ये इसका 11% वोट शेयर है और ये वोट बीजेपी या जेडीयू के साथ अलाइन हुआ करते थे। मतलब पहले 2014 के बाद मैंने एक आंदोलन से, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है, हमारी लड़ाई है कि फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी मल्ला को एससी का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए, क्योंकि बंगाल में एससी में है, दिल्ली जो है वहाँ पे एससी में दर्जा है, लेकिन बिहार में नहीं है। बिहार में हम ओबीसी में। तो मेरी लड़ाई है कि जब देश एक है, संविधान एक है, तो मेरे साथ ये भेदभाव क्यों रख।
Is caste the driving factor of politics in Bihar? Because you're part of it. What about issues of development? What about issues of jobs? What about issues of larger vision for the state? Is Bihar politics still revolving around caste and not larger issues?
नहीं, देखिए, जो पहले से बिहार में सरकार में
This is true of all states, but is Bihar more caste based in terms of its politics?
नहीं, देखिए, आप इसको इस तरीके से लीजिए कि जो लोग पावर में आते हैं वो अपने लिए, अपने कास्ट के लिए, अपने लोगों के लिए सोचते हैं। कुछ लोगों को, कुछ जाति को, कुछ धर्म के लोगों को इग्नोर करते हैं। तो यहाँ पे लोगों में असंतोष पैदा होता है और फिर वो एक क्लस्टर बना के अपने अधिकार के लिए लड़ाई लड़ते हैं।
Becoming the deputy CM as promised in the MGB, how confident are you about these elections? Everybody says it's a very, very close election.
मेरे लिए तो सबसे पहली बात, सबसे बड़ा जीत यही है कि मैं इस राज्य में एक मछुआरा समुदाय से आता हूं और मैं कभी सपना नहीं देखा था कि इतने बड़े राज्य में 13 करोड़ का जहां पॉपुलेशन हो, वहां पे एज ए डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर का मैं कैंडिडेट बन सकता हूं। तो मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी जीत यही है कि मैं डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर एज ए गठबंधन के आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद यादव जी, राहुल गांधी जी के सहयोग से मैं गठबंधन का एक पार्ट हूँ।
राजनीति बात की है, हम पेसरेट का लिए, आप अभी चूरा और दही खा रहे हैं। दिस इज लाइक दही चावल, हम लोग दही चावल खाते हैं, आप चूरा, यू आर हैविंग चूरा विद दही। आई विल ऑल्सो ट्राई दैट नेक्स्ट। जाते जाते कोई एक पुराना गाना है जो मुकेश सैनी को बचपन का याद दिलाता है, जो मुकेश सैनी का करीब है, आई मीन समथिंग दैट्स क्लोज टू योर हार्ट, समथिंग दैट रिमाइंड्स यू ऑफ योर चाइल्डहुड?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, कभी मौका नहीं मिला ना ये सब चीज करने का। 18 साल की उम्र में काम पे लग गए।
समथिंग, आई एम श्योर। व्हाट इज योर, आपका शौक क्या है, मतलब व्हाट डू यू डू बियॉन्ड पॉलिटिक्स? आपका व्हाट आर योर इंटरेस्ट, हॉबीज?
अभी एक ही है कि जरूरतमंद को मदद करना। लोग, गरीब पिछड़ा लोग जो सर झुका के जीते, वो सर उठा के
रिलैक्स करने के लिए आप क्या करते हैं? आप गाना सुनते हैं, आप बॉलीवुड गाना सुनते हैं, भोजपुरी गाना सुनते हैं, सब लोग गाना सुनते हैं, आप भी सुन रहे होंगे।
इतना अभी टाइम नहीं मिलता है। हाँ, न्यूज वगैरह सब मैं देखता हूँ, फेसबुक वगैरह सब पे मैं टाइम बिताता हूँ, लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं, कहाँ पे कार्यक्रम हो रहा है, यही सब में।
भोजपुरी कहावत है, आप हमें देना चाहते हैं कोई कहावत या कोई पुराना सेइंग जो आप कहना चाहते हैं, जो आपका डिफाइन करता है मुकेश सहनी का स्पिरिट को?
एक ही है लाइन, जब तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं तब तक छोड़ेंगे नहीं भाजपा को, क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारा 4 विधायक को खरीदा, हम 40 विधायक को उसको तोड़ेंगे।
जब तक छोड़ेंगे नहीं,
जब तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं, तब तक छोड़ेंगे नहीं।
अच्छा, जब तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं तब तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं। आप
हमारे राज्य में दशरथ मांझी जी थे जो दलित समुदाय से आते थे, उन्होंने एक पहाड़ को तोड़कर रास्ता बनाया। 20 साल उन्होंने अपना समय बिताया उस पहाड़ को तोड़कर रास्ता बनाने में। उसी तरीके से मैंने संकल्प लिया है कि बिहार से भाजपा को बाहर करना है।
सर, मैंने नोटिस किया कि शुरू में मैंने बोला कि इडली सांभर के साथ, चोखा के साथ जाता है, आपने इडली खाए नहीं।
इसलिए नहीं खाया मैंने, क्योंकि कहीं पे भी जा सकता है और मुझे कहीं जाना नहीं है, मैं जहाँ हूँ वहाँ पे हूँ। आज मैं इडली नहीं खाऊंगा, ये पूरा चुनाव में इडली नहीं खाऊंगा, ठीक है?
ये पूरा चुनाव में इडली नहीं खाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच मुकेश सैनी देयर, हैविंग दिस नाइस पेसरेट विद गुनिया एंड chura with dahi. We had a nice breakfast and he's off to campaign today in Bihar. Thanks for watching.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain. When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest election. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain. When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest election. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The battle for Bihar is on. Bihar on a turning pitch, or captain stays the same.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रूहान, दोबारा से।
Rahul Gandhi hits out at Prime Minister Modi in Bihar, says the Prime Minister will do drama and dance for votes. The BJP hits back, says Rahul has insulted every voter who chose Prime Minister Modi. BJP big guns boom in Bihar. Amit Shah accuses the Mahagathbandhan of nepotism. Yogi says RJD opposed the Ram Mandir. President Droupadi Murmu flies in the Rafale, poses with the first woman Rafale pilot squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who the Pakistani media had claimed was captured during Operation Sindoor. The ED alleges a major cash for jobs scam in civic body jobs in Tamil Nadu. The DMK calls the investigation part of political vendetta.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. The air quality in the national capital still remains in the very poor category after the failure of the cloud seeding experiment yesterday. It was at a cost of over 1.2 crore according to reports, where the Delhi government conducted 2 cloud seeding trials to induce artificial rain in the capital as part of measures to curb the deteriorating pollution levels. However, the 2 sorties from Kanpur and Meerut failed to induce any rain, only marginal rains, which have not really helped the capital breathe better. Now, IIT Kanpur in a statement said rainfall could not be triggered because moisture levels were around 15 to 20%. And for the moment, we don't know when the next experiment will take place. Meanwhile, the cloud seeding issue has turned into a political flashpoint with the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP trading barbs. A Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa brushed off AAP's claims of unsuccessful cloud seeding, claiming that the trials were a success. The Environment Minister assured, saying that the government was waiting for the moisture to go up to conduct the trial. Aam Aadmi Party Saurabh Bhardwaj hit out at the government, saying that there was no rain in Delhi after cloud seeding and that the government was committing fraud. The AAP leader also slammed the Delhi government, saying the artificial rain cannot occur in Delhi, and clarified that stubble burning in Punjab was decreasing.
Sir, how do you see the yesterday's two trials that you conducted on cloud seeding?
Those were the successful trials. The purpose of the trial was to find out that in how much moisture can Delhi get a rain. So yesterday the moisture was between 10 to 15%. So that was the first trial on the clouds done by IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur is trying to study that in the Delhi conditions, at what point of time with how much percentage of moisture can Delhi get a rain. This was the first trial, and these kind of trials, there will be another 7 to 8 more trials in coming days.
You're saying 7 to 8 more trials, sir. Any of these trials being conducted today as well, sir?
See, as of now, when we are talking, the moisture is in the cloud is around 10 to 15%. We are waiting to increase. The IMD has said that by after 4 o'clock, there is a chances of more moisture in the air, in the clouds. The moment we'll get that report, we'll try to do a cloud seeding again, maybe today or tomorrow.
So yesterday, when these two trials were conducted, we saw precipitation, but not actually, what you were expecting, the artificial rain. Are you still calling it successful? No.
Yes, it's 100% successful. The reason being was the purpose was the trial. It was not just for the rain purpose, because we don't have a data in our hand that
Ladies and gentlemen, elections are all about people. It is the voters of Bihar, the people, their voices, because they eventually are going to exercise their franchise, their most important power that they have to form the government of their choice. In the next few days, of course, you will see all across, like we were doing earlier as well, voices from Bihar of what they think, what Bihar has achieved, what it has not. But I wanted to talk about a different section of Biharis. I wanted to talk to them, understand